What's up, everybody? Welcome to another Worcester City Council Theater 3000. Early start today.
Yeah.
Early council meeting today because they had to go till midnight last time. If they do that again, I will redact it. I will do something that's redacted. Yeah, we're kicking things off tonight with the city manager evaluation. And then we're going to talk about the rental registry for the rest of our lives. So settle it. It's going to be fun.
Do we have 2 hours of public comment ahead of us?
I'm not sure if we have 2 hours of public comment ahead of us. I think that we will probably have a lot of landlords bitching and moaning. I would expect that. Whose eval will be the funniest? God, I don't know. I think that Kate Toomey is reliably pretty good for that. Candy Merrill Carlson also. See if she'll be a big swinging dick tonight, as she's want to be. So,
yeah.
Let me pull the agenda up here. The evaluation form. I linked to it in my post this morning. Is so funny. It is like literally I got the here's the doc right here. This is the evaluation form. It's 4 points with a 4 level rubric score. It's literally like for little kids. They like that. I love how like they for the 4 categories they have to put like what they mean so that counselors don't get confused. Like financial management, that includes the long-term financial plan, budget preparation, bond rating. It's like, yeah, that's financial management. Like, these people are supposed to be running the city. They should know these things.
Designed to not be misunderstood, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure it's from experience, you know. Like they got to be real clear with these guys. I'm grabbing the agenda right now. Yeah, we got public comment first, obviously, then the evaluation of the city manager, then basically just whatever they didn't get to in the last agenda. There's nothing really else that's new. Here's the Travis, how you doing today? How's the day treating you?
If I'm honest, I'm having an off day. My day started as I was putting the dishes out of the dishwasher. I knocked Nikki's entire tumbler full of coffee into the drawer that had all the fresh cutlery, right into that plastic container holding all the cutlery.
Oh, Jesus.
So everything that was clean was immediately covered in coffee and almond milk. So back into the dishwasher. And it's just kind of gone like that since.
It's just been kind of like that the whole day.
We had to fire a client. And it's just not my favorite day, if I'm being honest. So I'm assuming we're going to go to midnight because my luck is going to take us there.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully, I'm knocking on some wood here. Early start, early out. But the manager evaluation tends to be a gab fest. A lot of talking, not a lot of action. And
that sums up the entire city council.
Yeah. It's really, they just like to wait. It's like the point is to waste our time. So
the whole
did you guys I thought that was funny. Bryan put it in the group chat that they were testing the stream. Let's get that picture. That's pretty funny.
Oh, I could see it. I could just present it right on Facebook.
Oh, nice. So I don't think that they're going to be uncritically positive with him this time. I think that actually we're going to see from our cranks probably are going to give him some of the worst valuations because that's been the trend in the past couple of months. Yeah, jokes on Bryan though. That day we'll have thousands of people at City Hall. everyone's got to pay fealty to our king.
So yeah, that's my day. How's your day going?
My day is just fine. I had a cool meeting with the person that's in town doing some sick research at the Antiquarian Society, documenting like slave catcher ads that people used to post in the newspaper. And apparently, like, the Antiquarian Society has like one of the best national archives of these old newspapers in the country. So they're not doing anything about Worcester. It's like all south of the Mason-Dixon line. But, they're doing it here. So I'm gonna, Travis, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I muted myself because I was chewing peanuts. That sounds cool. That sounds really, really cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna go next week, I think, and check it out, see how they do it.
Yo,
What's up, Brandon?
Hi.
Are you excited for tonight?
I'm not. No, I'm not at all, Bill. I'm actually, no, this is terrible.
Yeah, good. Me neither. It's gonna
I've
be
got
really
lights,
bad.
though.
Oh, look at that. Good for you, man. Yeah. So we were just talking about how, hopefully this doesn't go to midnight,
Yep, that'd be nice.
but, the city manager evaluation tends to take a long time for very little actually happening.
Yeah.
Um,
I am genuinely going to be upset too and please don't know anybody take this the wrong way, but I'm going to be really upset if we end up here till 3:00 in the morning because 2 ends up providing all of the feedback received by the general public as solicited.
yeah.
And we're still going next week listening to everything every constituent in the city wanted to say about Eric. Not going to be thrilled with that.
No, well, they have time limits. Everyone's going to use their entire allotted time, of course. I actually think that that's going to be the most interesting part of the entire thing because, I've heard, K2, me, Kenny Mercross, and George Russell talk about themselves ad nauseum. Might be some interesting things in that feedback.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, it is every year you get a little taste of. Rarely do they, fire out of a cannon at the manager, but you'll get like little tastes of the things that are pricking at them a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
I really can't get a sense of what's going to come out on that front at all. Eric's been kind of unpredictable in the way that he deals with other typically predictable things in the city, and
Right.
Which I like. But it's going to be kind of fun to see how it plays out from their perspective.
Landlord counselors, definitely a George Russell, Kenny Merrill Carlson. And then after that, I actually am not entirely sure who is Donna Colorio, of course. I kind of forgot about Donna like existing. But yeah. Yeah, wasn't it? It was a child that. What's the latest on that? Let me see.
It was a 1-year-old, which has me torn
Welcome
now
to the
because
Worcester City Council meeting. And
1-year-olds
please
don't
stand
typically
by-
go running
stand for
around.
the,
They don't go running around
invocation
anywhere.
by
Never
the
mind
Reverend Michael
traffic.
King, sent this
And as
Second
much as I
Baptist
want to
Church of
get mad
Worcester,
at a guy
followed
driving
by
a big
the Pledge of
truck
Allegiance, and last
for
one.
hitting anything with the big truck, it's like, man, having owned a 1-year-old at one point in time, them running is not easily discernible from any bit of garbage blowing about in the wind. That's not a.
On behalf of
Right.
our Lord God and Savior Jesus Christ,
I will hold
Father
judgment
God,
for the time being on that one.
for all that's gathered here this afternoon, this evening.
Somebody
Yeah,
said,
Cara, there's always a delay between like the actual live stream. Nothing to really do about that. Do we have the Facebook feed though? Because that has the captions.
working on it.
Did anyone catch whether or not anyone slid in anything about the fight gun stuff over at Bennett Field last week? I know Kate's been really amped up on gun stuff in the city. I was curious if she slid anything in on that.
The fight gun stuff. Whoa!
Whose broad stripes and bright stars
Oh shit, that's terrible, man. Self mom.
Wow, we got some cool ass visual effects going on here with
There
these
was a-
transitions.
There was a box wipe that I missed that I didn't share in time. Beck or whoever's on the channel switcher is having a hell of a time.
You know who I pledge allegiance to? Give me 1 second. I need to add
Marco's
over there.
guns. Look at him. He's got his sleeves rolled up tonight. Good lord.
Probably warm in there.
Marco is flexing on Earth.
I personally pledge allegiance to this man. This guy is so fucking funny. Oh man, that is not a pond you want to be swimming in, folks.
Thank you, Pastor. Appreciate it.
The jail time you serve now. The punishment you will get from dipping your
Okay,
toes
do a
into
roll
that
call.
pond.
Council
will
Bergman?
years.
Council Calorio?
Here.
Council Gia? Council King?
Here.
Council Merrill
The
Carlson?
delousing doesn't take it off.
Council Nguyen?
on the way to-
Here.
Council Ojeda?
Here.
Council Pasillo?
Here.
Council Russell?
Here.
Council Toomey?
Here.
Mayor Petty?
Here. Okay, we approve of the minutes. All those in favor? Opposed, so ordered. Public participation. A person may speak for no more than 2 minutes on any items appearing on the agenda. And so I ask you to keep it to 2 minutes. We have a lot of work to do tonight. And also, we'll give an hour for public testimony. The rules to give a half hour, but I think there's some issues that people want to speak, so we'll give an hour, if that's okay with everybody.
The
So
rule is
at,
to give a half hour.
5, 6, 10, we'll start
That's-
public participation.
What?
Okay.
The least followed rule of all time.
Are you supposed to be moving now, though? No, it was over there for a reason. No, oh, wait, hang on, wait a minute. What happened to the other one we just had here? Oh, okay, that's going to be, okay, put that, okay, leave it there for now.
We didn't get the memo, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay.
That's
Yeah,
what
do
happens
that
when
for
you
now.
put your nose in where it doesn't belong, Mo.
So going forward, that was, the one on my left will be used for public participation, and the one on the right will be used for the administration. So it'll make it easier, but, okay,
What?
okay.
Thank
So this your name?
So
see
the
your
one at the
residence,
bottom of the
and item
screen is
number?
for public.
Fred Nathan. Hello?
It's on, I think, go ahead.
Doesn't sound. oh,
No, it's not on.
Okay, there
It's
we
up. We put that one
Doesn't
on?
sound not.
We'll try again, Fred.
Thank you. Fred Nathan Worcester. Before I start, I almost thought there was an anti-Fred move that you put it there to keep me from being the first. But anyhow, so 8C, yes.
Oh, man.
8D, yes. 8E, yes.
Make your votes count, dude.
He's doing what David
Jump around,
Webb
I'm gonna
did.
Come back to something here. Just trying to clarify.
It's an ever evolving culture, you know, for the public.
On 10D, here we go again, the rental unit. At some point, the city has to make up their mind. If they're going to do something, stick by it and stick to it and let the chips fall where they may, but beware.
This is so.
November in the odd year.
In the
we'll
city
pay
manager's
dividends to
evaluation,
some
he
people.
says like 20,000 units have been registered for the registry. Like they're
I just
talking
wanna
about
make
this
a
like it
comment
hasn't
here
happened yet.
Yes.
on a friend of
There's
mine's
already-
item, and I'm unclear about it. In Charles Worcester's request for a Black community center, I don't know, HA, I
Yeah,
don't
it's right
know
here.
if I'm confused, and if I'm wrong, I apologize, but the MLK Center, where,
No,
I'm sorry.
Comments up here, please.
Isn't that considered, I don't know if I'm wrong, is that considered a Black center? I don't know if I'm confused. If I am, I'm sorry.
That's so Isn't that
woman in
black?
So we keep on talking
The
about
woman in the top
rentals
left corner of
and
our screen
everything,
is my friend
about the
Aretha.
high
She's
price
an
of
incredibly
rents in
talented
here.
artist. She makes
And I just want
jewelry.
to go back
And
to
she's
an
also the
item,
sister of the woman right behind
tabled
Fred,
item
Parley Jones.
that was
Who
put
Parley
forth
Jones, if
by
anybody
Connie
doesn't know
Luke's
Parley, is a leader in our community.
11A about any
Well, I mean,
kind of
Charles
rent
is standing
control.
just off to Fred's
I
right.
mean,
I would love to
even
just
better.
see Charles come in one hand to
If
pick
you're
him
a
up and
landlord,
just
better.
you
throw him
should
out
be
the window.
allowed to charge
I can own what I was
what is
getting at is I can only
considered a
imagine what was
reasonable
said
rent.
under the breath behind Fred's back.
However, we are getting way out of control here.
Can you wrap up your comments?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. If someone
fucking
at the Cove is charging $4,300 a month for a two-bedroom, two-bathroom, 1,000 square feet, I don't know whether is that overpriced or is that greed?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
But
And
I'm
next
just curious, I'm going to ask this one last thing as I'm walking away from here.
As I run away from here, because Charles
Did you guys know
staring at me.
the city council actually
And if they
sets
are, it
rental
should be looked
prices
into.
for every unit
That's all.
Speaker,
in the
please.
city? Did you know that?
Anybody? There you go. Put your names to your residence and item number.
Sure. My name is Ben Parker, reside at 24 Ryberg Terrace, Worcester, Mass.
Oh, Bill Belichick here. Nice to meet you, Joe.
I was going to say,
This
that's
is
Bill
reference to
Belichick. I know
12A.
Belichick when I see him.
Several months ago, I was guided by George Russell to fill out a petition that would help us take care of a private road. For years,
I thought he was gonna say the
pretty well
rental registry.
maintained, only done by its own residents. And the petition allowed me to ask the city to allow $6 per linear foot to patch the road. So I went through the process, got every single house. owner to
Rental
sign the
registry,
petition,
Cara, is 10.
and delivered that to the city hall. It went through legal, it went through DPW.
10F is the main
Justice
one.
Desk.
Also
And
10D
for
and
no reason
10E.
that I know of, it was turned down.
Here's the
So
agenda
My
again.
goal tonight is to ask Mr. Batista why the funding wasn't approved for this private street. I
10F,
believe we're
the long
only
one,
street in all of
is
Worcester that asked for this
all the
funding.
changes to the
Thank you.
ordinance.
Thank you.
That's the important one. So if you're speaking on the registry tonight, make sure to
Say
say
your name to your-
10F.
Ron Rajat, resident of the city of Worcester, 61 years. Talk about section 10E, 10F for the rental property tax inspection. I'm horrified at reading the 23 pages that you want to do. You know, it's a $45 rental registration fee for 5 years.
I've already done.
You stated that there's approximately 50,000 rental units, which equals $2,250,000. You want me to act as an agent of the city of Worcester to get consent for my tenants to get a consent to search the apartment?
An
A
agent.
$50 inspection fee per apartment, which comes out to $2,500,000.
Look at this guy. He
Doesn't
can do
include the
math.
code violations that could be there. I'm also surprised that you're going to fine someone $100 if they refuse the inspection. Okay? Today it's the rental property. Tomorrow it's going to be dwelling houses as I refer to
Dwelling house.
CMR 400.100.
Thank you.
Wow. We did the Lord's workshop.
I'm glad he showed up tonight.
Hi,
Yeah.
my name is Benji Kemper. I'm talking about 10D and 10F. People deserve to have a home that is safe. This includes if the building is 3 units or less and is owner occupied. Worcester housing stock is
Kind of wild that that's a
42%
revolutionary
of
statement in
Worcester's,
Worcester. People
occupied
deserve a
housing was
house
built
that is
before
safe.
1939.
Yeah, fuck
That was
you.
85 years ago.
Look at this
Years
guy
of
in here.
deferred maintenance have contributed to high rates of substandard housing in Worcester. Improving building code enforcement is a goal of the Worcester Now Next citywide plan and the FY 25-29 municipal strategic plan.
This guy behind him
Not
trying
only
to think
do
about what
inspections
substandard
improve the
means.
quality of life of tenants,
So
but it will
like this
help
is
save
standard and
lives.
then
Since 2010, the
substandard
Worcester
is-
Fire Department
I
has
love
lost
a
3
standard
firefighters in triple-decker fires. Firefighter
Italian.
John Davies, Senior in 2011, firefighter Christopher Roy in 2018, and firefighter Jason Menard in 2019. In May 2022, 4 residents died in a fire on Gate
That's
Street.
funny.
Our community deserves healthy, safe housing.
Thank you. Just your name and city of residence?
Arthur Meridian, Worcester resident and landlord in the city of Worcester. I'm here to talk about 10C, 10N, 10F. Regarding the landlord registry, this is a complex ordinance that you've created. I don't think anybody realized when this was initially started back in 22 that it was going to be a 25-page ordinance. It's way too complicated. And
Oh, no,
people
22
deserve a
pages.
chance to review it, and this needs to be vetted. I'm asking you to slow this down. A lot of simple questions were asked, some by Councilor King, some by other councilors, and other comments were made by city officials. One that stands out in my mind, when the code commissioner was at the hearing talking about the implementation at the economic development hearing, talking about this ordinance, he said, oh, I don't know how we're going to do it. We don't even have the software ready to do this. But yet you're already collecting fees for it. And I was talking to another counselor. He said, this isn't going to happen for at least a year. Why are you worried about it? People ask me, why?
What counselor said that?
I'm really
It's
not
already
upset.
happened.
I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed that our counselors didn't know what you were getting the general Worcester population into, because this item deserves more time. It's been on the record since 22, and yet the last 4 months, you've been pushing it. It came out disguised as a
It's not
landlord
pushed.
summit, which to me, it was another seminar about how to be a good landlord, which I know how to be a good
I
landlord.
have no interest in doing.
You fix things when they come up, and you take care of the tenants' complaints, and you collect your rent, and you pay your taxes. That's how you be a good landlord. It's very simple.
I could be a landlord, Bill.
I want to say also
Really?
I encourage.
Councilor King had asked a couple of other questions.
He didn't
of
go to the
code commissioner.
Hogwarts School of
He asked him,
Landlordry,
how many of
though,
these
so
chapter 110
You'll always be a muggle.
ordinance, 110 inspections have you done? Couldn't get a straight answer. So I don't know who brought
There's a
this to the
report.
table initially, but this is not going to make the city of Worcester any safer. If you
People are
completed the
dying,
110
Arthur.
ordinance inspections, that would make the city of Worcester a lot safer. You're just adding more bureaucracy and more fees to the taxpayers in the city of Worcester.
Okay.
And as far as I'm concerned,
wrap up your
this
comment?
is really all about taxes and nothing more. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Anybody else? Just your name. So
A real energized crowd tonight.
Yeah.
So it'd
My
be
name
good.
is Parley Jones, and I reside at 34 Burncoat Street. My daughter, Shaija, and I have been running the Village Worcester in the main south area of Worcester for 3.5 years. It's an Afrocentric cultural learning and healing center. Afrocentric is another word for Black. That being said,
It's for
I'm
you,
here
Fred.
in support of Resolution 8J, a request for City Council to adopt a resolution to support a Black community center to help build the Black community in the city of Worcester, along with the Village Worcester. Just felt like we should acknowledge what already exists. Each center, I'm quite sure, would attract different families and folks depending on what they're offering. There should be a Black community center in each sector of our city, helping to create spaces that are safe, educational, fun, and welcoming for Black folks and other in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
David Webb, City of Worcester. You guys had 2 years to plan Mill Street and the rental registry,
Couldn't
but
agree
we
more.
went until midnight last night and started an hour and a half early today. Does the city feel well managed? Does it seem like people know what their job title is and how to do it? It was pointed out to me last week that if Worcester made data-based decisions, if Worcester did evaluations and then made determinations based on the findings of those evaluations, we would be getting both a new chief of police and a new city manager in the next half year. If instead we keep doing things the way they've always been done, we're going to keep getting what we've always gotten. We have 2 years of data now. We can learn from our mistakes. Streets weren't plowed consistently this winter. They're riddled with potholes now. The DEI all of the positions remain vacant, which means there are still 7 spots open on both the LGBTQ and African Affairs Advisory Commissions. We did not do anything about crisis pregnancy centers. when the council voted to prohibit deceptive medical practices. Our checkbooks are closed, citing cybersecurity concerns that could be fixed with basic technical education. Our traffic violence, don't blame the roads, blame the people, has increased. And while his new Department of Transportation might be the only department that operates based on data and best practices, it still ran into significant issues due to purchasing practices of the city. Cost of living is at an all-time high. Residents are still pleading for trash bins. Look
Real
around
downer
you.
David
Does
tonight,
this
huh?
city feel
Jeez.
well managed? I understand that data can be scary and confusing, but there's a better way to do this than going with the person
Looked at
picked by the
Mo when he
last guy.
said that.
We can get away from perpetuating our institutional problems and do an actual search this time. I yield my 15 seconds.
Thank you.
Fred's going back for seconds.
I definitely thought David shoulder checked Fred on the walk by.
That would have been sick.
What's your name, state your residence?
Hello, my name is Kelsey Chrysostimo, and I live in Worcester, Massachusetts. As an Asian American, I just wanted to say that I also second the Black Community Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. What's your name, state your residence? Item number?
My name is Dean Fisher. I'm a resident of Worcester, long time, born and raised here, family, many generations have been a part of the community. I'm a veteran. I served 8 years in the Marines and 8 years in the Army. I'm also looking for support for the Black community building as well, in behalf of veterans, because I think that is a population that is not receiving is just fair or information or way to simulate information. Not only that, I'm a father, I'm a grandfather. I have 8 children, 8 grandchildren, all gone to schools of the city of Worcester, and they're in the school, and there are some major issues. And we need that hub in order to formulate, to come up with ideas and to be able to strengthen our community. And we need that space. And I hope in behalf of veterans and the community itself, that we can get a footing so we can be a part of the community. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? We'll close this part of the meeting. Anybody?
What about online?
Why don't you come up to the railing if you're going to speak, and the next person, and what's your name, say your residence, name, number?
Hi, my name is Ania Hernandez. I'm a Worcester resident, and I'm the community organizer for Worcester Common Ground. I'm here to speak in favor of item 9E, which is for resident parking on Piedmont Street, because it is supportive of our residents. The auto body shop that's there takes up many of the parking spots on the street, and that with their cars that need to be repaired. This makes it difficult for residents who live on the street to park their cars, as they do not have driveways. The cars are typically registered and have license plates, so there's typically nothing the police can do, and this is why resident parking is important to solve the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, is your name, say your residence, item number?
Hello, my name is Larry Bethune. I reside in Oxford, Massachusetts. I'm also in favor of the Black Community Center. Also, I'm in support of the Village in Worcester. I'm a Worcester resident, and I believe that the Black Cultural or Community Center will benefit the entire population of Worcester, because it gives insight on our culture and also how to deal with us as an ethnic group.
Thank you.
Didn't he say that he was from Oxford, but he's a Worcester resident?
Get your name, say your residence, item number?
Hi, Serenity Jones,
Yeah.
City of Worcester, Esther Street. I am in support of Charles Lester's Black Community Center. He has been a coach, a leader in this city. He's done great things with Together We Eat. So I definitely think that would be a great improvement to the city. The youth really need a place to go that's safe. But I also want to touch on item 7. As a city resident, I came here to voice my concerns about the city manager's evaluation. I can remember meeting Eric and hearing that he's from Grafton Hill and thinking
You
that
don't
that's a
get
great
to
thing 'cause
give
he's
your
gonna really
evaluation.
understand our city's struggle.
I think Brian's
But
here in the
sadly, I
chat.
feel like he's out of touch, and it showed with the Spectrum contract. It showed when the article came out for the pay increases for the departments. Some of those pay increases were $30,000. These are all people making over $100,000. Also, we don't have a contract for our fire department, our police department, Our teachers just had to fight for a contract updated with a livable wage. And sadly, some of those teachers are going to lose their jobs. And also, your friends at Wind Developer just got caught price gouging apartments.
Oh,
The only
that's a
thing
fun
going up in
story.
this city is our taxes. Crime is going up, and we have zero plans for the homeless. So to me,
Well-
that doesn't sound like we are a booming city. That's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, seeing nobody else. Anybody on, I'm sorry, the CMC residence, item number?
I'm Kim Kalachik, Ames Street, and I'm here because I keep getting this information, I'm getting inundated about this inspectional services program that you guys are starting, and I am completely against this. I do not think that anyone has the right to enter my home, any part of my
Pretty
home,
sure this
without
is
a
the
warrant.
wife of the guy
There
in the
needs to
suit.
be probable cause. And so I am highly against this action of just rolling into our homes and disrupting.
This is the stupidest line of reasoning I think I've heard for anything in Worcester.
And going through my.
Well, and ever,
things.
actually.
So I just wanted to come and voice that I do not agree with this. And I
Rolling
really
into
think
our
you need to
homes.
Rethink also fining us if we don't sign up for the inspectional program that you guys are developing. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, see your address, see your residence?
shut it.
Item number?
I don't have a number because I just found out the meeting was now and I didn't want to miss saying something. So I apologize and I will be short. So we had an eviction.
Just for the record, your name, see your
Oh,
residence.
sorry. Grace Ross, 10 Oxford Street, Worcester.
You can still call in. They have to do that part next.
Catch my breath, I guess. On Thursday, we had another eviction scheduled at a household with an adult daughter who has never been named in the court case. And there she is with people to evict her. And we now found out they've known she's been in that house for 2.5 years. So has the court known for 2.5 years and chose actively to not add her to the case. So the court actively decided that she is not covered by this eviction case, but they're still there to evict. I worked with the city manager's offices because this is supposedly a Worcester constable. I am going to get you some very alarming footage once I get it from somebody who has it. But you all voted, among other things, that the police should ensure that the basics around an eviction are covered, like the people are named who are going to be evicted, have been part of a court case. And if there's a bankruptcy, that the eviction can't go forward. Well, we hit a new bump about 8 years ago or more. The Worcester Police and WAF, the Worcester Anti-Foreclosure Team, arranged before evictions where we knew there was going to be a protest for one of us to go down and speak to the police in the morning before anything jumps off, before tensions are high, before the eviction goes forward. That kind of got codified by the Police Reform Act in 2020 when they said that if there's a protest, police know about it, they should talk to the protesters
Can you
before
wrap
the
up your comments?
protest. What happened on Thursday was that the police who came literally told the folks who were there to protest that they would only talk to their lawyer. Sorry, we don't carry a lawyer around with us everywhere we go. And since when would the police not talk to you if you don't have a lawyer? So we are wandering farther and farther from the collegial way that we've always tried to lower the violence in this city and to protect
Thank you.
people
Appreciate
to
it.
be only legally
Oh,
evicted.
you don't.
Thank you.
Please, we need your help again.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker. Anybody online?
Mr. Mayor, we have 3 calling users. I'm going to start with Cara first. Can you please say your name and city of residence once I unmute you?
Yep, Cara Berg Powers. I am a resident of Worcester and a landlord. I have actually lived in over a dozen apartments in Worcester. Most recently, the one I share with my husband and daughter. Upstairs, we have 2 units we rent to other families, and we've already applied for the rental registry. It was super easy. It took like 5 minutes. The idea that this $25 a unit
Stick
and
to
then
the script,
$5
Cara.
after that is an onerous obligation for people who are responsible
Last
for other
landlord
people's
summit you'll
homes
get
is
invited to.
ludicrous. The policy is not too complicated, it's not too expensive, and the $2 million it might generate as another speaker said, as you all know, is not a lot of money in the context of a city budget. It was vetted. It was not fast-tracked. You all passed it unanimously. I also want to address the fear-mongering we heard from other landlords and that we've heard from counselors on the floor who pondered whether inspectors entering homes is even constitutional, and that no one should be allowed at our homes because they'll go through our things. I have had all 3 units in my home inspected. The city communicated with us ahead of time. We were able, because we have good relationships with both of our units, to ensure they were comfortable and able to let people in. No one looked in any cabinets or drawers, nor would there be any reason for them to. They did lead test all the paint and ensure that our alarms were in good working order. This not only ensures that our tenants are safe, but also that my own daughter is
Oh,
safe.
now you're anti-lead,
And
huh,
we're
Cara?
in the process of de-leading, something we would have never known to do without the inspection because we had de-lead certificates, but we didn't know that over time that can change because things can actually paint can peel away, the policies change. One of our wired alarms also wasn't working. And so it's not about punishing landlords. It's about making sure that everyone is safe. It's about taking the responsibility of actually creating our housing stock seriously. And the reason we need a registry, to the point of like, well, we should get caught up with inspections first. How do we know where to start or what to prioritize if we don't have a working database of all of the rental units in the city? We don't even know how many of the people who are voting on this who have a conflict of interest are landlords because we don't have a registry. I was on the board for 8 years. We tried to make policy recommendations, which is responsibility around rental units, and it was almost impossible because we didn't even know what we were dealing with.
Yeah, if half the counselors
I would
don't
urge you to keep
abstain
this
from
intact
participating
as
in
much as
conversation,
possible
that
for
seems pretty clear cut.
Safety.
There's,
and to
there's an
really question
obvious
any
monetary
landlords
interest
that
for
think
them
that this is
to
a
not
problem.
allow
Thank
this
you.
to happen.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Joyce Mandel.
Great job, Cara.
Resident.
Nice job,
there.
Cara.
Is your neighbor, say your residence?
Hi. Wow. Okay. So Joyce Mandel, 10 Chiltern Hill Drive. I own the house there. I'm speaking on items 10F, and I, like the person before me, is against exempting anyone, even owner occupants, from the registry and
So interesting.
routine
This
inspections.
person is
2
Artie
years
Meridian,
ago, I had
the
to
Oompa
have my
Loompa guy
whole
who spoke
second
earlier,
floor
his
fully
neighbor.
rewired.
So
Why?
we might actually
I
be
didn't
seeing
really
like
know
the
it at the
real-time
time, but my family and I were
development
living
of
in a
like
death
actual
trap
neighbor
in our
disputes
single-family
going on
home.
in Chiltern Hill
Our
Drive right now.
electrician said we were just lucky there
Joyce
was
is
never a
great.
fire.
Yeah.
The wires were so stripped. And guess what? I didn't know the extent of the danger. Everyone in this city deserves to live in a safe and healthy apartment, whether or not the apartment is owner occupied. All apartments need to be registered and safely accounted for because fires and other dangers too can happen and have happened to
Was
our
there something
older
going on
stock
Belmont Street
housing,
today?
even if the owner
Yeah,
lives
there was
there.
some sort of
This
spill. I didn't
registry, like
never
the
heard
speaker
what
said
kind of spill it
before me,
was, but it
can
was
support landlords in addressing
something that
any
isn't
sort of
supposed to
safety
spill,
issues.
spilled.
It is the right thing to do. We've already passed it. Don't water this down. Thank you.
There was talks of sand, I
Next
heard,
speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is
meaning
Jeff,
that it was probably
trying to meet
soaking
the
something up.
resident.
Yeah. I'll be back in just a second.
Jeff St. Lawrence, Worcester. I do want to point out this was fast-tracked. I think the people that voted on it didn't even realize they were voting on it at the time. They were playing on strings about a fire and then just pushed it through. There was no public commentary. There was no public discussion. This thing was just pushed through. And it really shouldn't have happened like that. There should have been public meetings, multiple town meetings, and it should have been developed with residents. And that's why this has been dragging out for 2 years. And that's why multiple weeks and months now have gone by with people all over the place, no one understanding what's going on, awful rollout process. We're days away from the ordinance. You have to be in the registry of properties, and we haven't even voted on the final ordinance. It's still being drafted. The whole thing's ridiculous.
I haven't heard either way.
Changes. I don't think it goes far enough. It helps to focus it. It really should be about fire safety. We shouldn't be worrying about silly things. Everyone agrees it should be about fire safety. Why are we not focused on fire safety?
It is.
There was a comment in order to fast track it. If we really care about people's lives by Haji, we would be focused on fire safety, and we wouldn't be filing people's petitions that say we should focus on fire safety. Gage Street had tons of violations known by inspectional services, and that did not stop the fire. That did not stop the fire. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't understand this gentleman's point.
So Mayor, the last speaker is Sarah Bertrand. I'm going to try and meet the resident now.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah. I live in Worcester, and I'm a renter. And I'd also like to speak about the rental registry and just again pointing out that we are in a housing crisis in terms of housing quality, housing affordability, housing access, quantity of housing. And I believe that requires bold action without cutting corners, without exemptions for the registry. And that again centers those most vulnerable and impacted by the issue, who are tenants. I think code violations, as we all know in our city, are not unusual, and it's so important that for all of us that people's health is centered. I'd also just like to emphasize the role that access to housing and housing quality have on our health. Both those are social determinants of health. Code violations, including the fire safety piece, negatively impact people's health. And as we have seen, are questions of life and death in the cases of fatal fires. So again, I'd like to just ask that we move the rental registry forward as soon as possible, and do not include exemptions for owner-occupied units. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, we have one more speaker. I think it's Natalie. Can you please say your full name and city residence?
Page
Hi,
4.
yes, Mary Gibson, Worcester, Mass. My apologies.
The city manager's evaluation. 21,000 units have already been registered.
See,
It's
I'm
going
speaking
fine.
about the rental registry, and I think that we need to go ahead and implement that. I do not think that there need to be exemptions because the owner is living in the apartment building. They can maintain their own apartment well. That does not mean that they will maintain the tenant's apartment well. As others have said, and I agree, there has been a lot of fires. There's been tragedy, not just from residents, but also our very brave firefighters. I had the unfortunate.
You love to hear it. Face Townie.
The Washington Heights fire from my house. At the height of it, I could see the flames. And all I kept thinking through my mind is, and listening to what was going on the scanner was, I hope that nobody dies in this. And I'm not blaming Washington Heights or anybody else for this fire, but we need to know the conditions of all of these buildings, including our own homes. I just realized last night that anyone who owns a pet in Worcester has to have them legally get a permit for them. So where's the people up in arms about having to have a permit to have a dog? This is the right thing to do.
They just don't get a permit.
And I believe that is it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to close public comment right now. We're going to go into petitions. And just make sure that if people have petitions, they can go petitions first. Our council.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was hoping that we could move up the rental registry to
Okay,
the.
we'll do right after petitions.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Petitions. Not 8A, refer to the planning board. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8B, refer to Public Works. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8C to 8F, refer to traffic and parking. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8G, we're going to set a hearing July 16, 2024 at 6 p.m. for a condo location on Plantation Street. 8H, this is private way temporary repairs on Alden Street. We'll send that to the city. Is anybody here for that first before I? Okay, we'll send that to the manager. All those in favor, also ordered. Natalie Gibson requests council requests the city clerk consider the following changes to the online petition submission process, create an easier, viewable way to find petitions already submitted and their status, at a space for date and time of petition form being filed and ensure transparency of when the petition is submitted, and send a copy of the submitted petition with the confirmation email was sent out to the clerk. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Let's see, what else we got? Charles Lester requested the City Council adopt the attached resolutions for a Black Community Center to help build the Black community in the city of Worcester. This your names to your residents, Mr. Lester.
Charles Lester, City of Worcester resident, representing the Uncommonwealth Group. I want to talk about a Black Community Center. You know, we looked at different things like 290, Plumley Village, Henry Lee Willis, Mosaic Group. These are all things that affected the Black community in a negative way by getting rid of it or altering the terrain. One of the things we looked at recently was Polar Park, how minorities was left out. We saw the contractor got fined $1.8 million, and the city got $500,000 back from the fine. We'd like to make a proposal that $500,000, instead of using it for minority grants for $2,500, that's like nickeling and diming our community. We would ask that the city help the Uncommonwealth.
All right, where are we at?
Community
Oh.
support a Black community center. We've already sat down with different people in the community that support the community center. And we're looking at different things like drug addiction. Like the gentleman spoke before, talked about a veteran home. Once the Elks was dismantled, we no longer had a home for the Black Veterans Group. You know, we look at the city of Worcester and we look at the gun violence in our community. And I look at on the weekends is when we have the most gun violence. And by having a community center, we'd be able to be open on the weekends, doing things that other nonprofits and companies aren't doing just as of yet, like staying open on Saturdays, where we know we can alter our young men's actions in the streets by giving them a place to go. By having a 24-hour food pantry in our community. We had the refrigerators, we got rid of that. But imagine if we put the refrigerators in a building.
Did we?
Constantly have security watching the food.
I don't think we did.
So what we're looking for the city to do.
No, Worcester Fridges is definitely still
is to
there.
help us with this proposal, to help us with.
They have lost
this
one or
building
two of their locations,
so
but they've
that
added others.
We can build our community. And like Sister Parley said, you know, it's great to have more than one community center. You know, we look at the great work that Central Los America is doing. Latino population is doing great. We look at Ace, Casca, and what he's doing with the African community. That's great. So what we're asking is don't leave the Black community out. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lester. So the motion is to adopt this and send it to the manager for, and I know I've met with Charles for a few times over this issue, and I think it's a good start that we start somewhere. And when we start sending it to the manager and have him come back with a report. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on this particular matter. I want to state unequivocally, Mr. Chairman, that I wholeheartedly and enthusiastically support this resolution. Mr. Chairman, the importance of supporting initiatives to uplift our community cannot be overstated. It's something that's necessary. Supporting activities that benefit our community is necessary, Mr. Chairman. We know that for many years, we've talked about these sorts of things. We have the Village over on King Street that's done a lot of work here in our community. It's been an honor to work with them on this particular issue. It's also equally important, Mr. Chairman, to identify those details. And I look forward to the report from the city manager as it relates to that, Mr. Chairman. So again, supporting this is a very easy thing to do. I will tell you, Mr. Chairman, what I will not support. I will not support any leadership in the Black community or outside of the Black community that targets leadership, that targets the elderly. I won't support, and neither should this body, any sort of leadership within the Black community or outside the Black community that targets Black elected officials. I will not support any leadership in the Black community or outside of the Black community that threatens my person, Mr. Chairman, or threatens my children indirectly or directly. I will not support, Mr. Chairman.
You guys
any
know what this is
leadership
referencing about?
Inside.
Seems like this is
There's
or
a lot of
outside
longstanding beef
the Black
between
community
Christian and Charles Lester.
that threatens folks who are cultural brokers, folks who engage in
There's a,
communication.
there was a
I will
Facebook
not
Live
support
video.
any leadership, Mr. Chairman,
Right?
that harasses, bullies, intimidates.
Yeah, I don't know any of the details about the Facebook stuff. I just know that this is something that's
And
been
that
kind of
includes this
simmering
body, Mr.
as an undercurrent for quite some time.
Now, I will also say any sort of leadership that shows up at youth events and attempts to inject politics onto the playing field should not be supported. As vice chairman of this city council, I will not support under any circumstance that sort of leadership. We need leadership that propels and pushes folks together forward. Our due diligence, Mr. Chairman, is what's necessary. We should not reward any sorts of antics or tactics. I will never support, Mr. Chairman, any leadership within the Black community or outside of the Black community that targets my Blackness, my belonging in this community, Mr. Chairman. Colorism. Never will I support that sort of leadership. I want to make this, again, very, very clear.
System, no phone case for the win.
That has targeted every Black elected official on both elected bodies, school committee and city council over the last few terms, Mr. Chairman. Nor should this body. I want to be very clear about that. It's all about the details, Mr. Chairman. I will not support leadership in the Black community or outside of the Black community that corners elected officials when family matters and potential hirings in this city don't go their way. I will not support that sort of leadership, Mr. Chairman. This is not what Worcester is. It's about details. And I expect that the city manager does his due diligence in regards to all of this. For you see, Mr. Chairman, I don't know exactly what supporting all of this actually means outside of what I just heard asserted regarding $500,000, Mr. Chairman. What I do know is that there's all sorts of additional factors that come to play. I've been a social worker in this city for close to 3 decades. I've run programs for youth for close to 3 decades. And I'm well versed in many of this, Mr. Chairman. I will close by saying this. When we talk about the African community, we're talking about the Black community. We're talking about other minority groups. There's a thing called the African diaspora. And there's an old saying, my wife happens to be Puerto Rican and Laotian. My family's from the island of Bermuda. We're not Bayesian, we're Bermudian. And there's an old saying, folks, And what they say is, same slave ship, different island. And I'll be clear, very clear, that leadership matters. In this particular matter, Mr. Chairman, I call upon you as mayor of the city. I call upon the city manager. I call on this body to do its due diligence. And I implore you all to refuse to support any sort of leadership that pulls people down and that has a track record of threatening folks. And these leaders in the Black community or outside of the Black community, wherever they may be, we need to make sure we're doing right by all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wholeheartedly support this resolution.
Okay, so
This all feels very not my business.
Councilman Nguyen.
In a weird way, camber, I think that was actually, it's almost better that way. Because like, you could tell from the angle of the camera, Christian was looking right at Charles while he was talking the entire time and talking to him through a microphone over a PA system. It almost doesn't matter who in the room is plugged in to what was being discussed. Christian was just talking to him.
Resolution in its wording. I do support a Black community center. I think in not knowing and tying $500,000 to it, I think is just a little bit preemptive. And I also think that I just want to acknowledge the villages here. That's not to pit, one Black community center with another Afro-centric healing center. It is that I think there is work that is being done in Worcester that is very beautiful and that also needs support. And so when we talk about tying $500,000 to this resolution, I think it's unfair. I think it's unfair to make that preemptive judgment before having a community grant committee or anything that actually makes sense in creating a process that would be transparent and community driven. And so I don't think I have the right to say yes to this without hearing everyone else, and especially, once again, the non-monolithic Black community.
This is a really
So
good
that's my
example of
motion.
something
I
that's
also
making
do
its way to the
believe
council
that we
floor
need
with
to,
zero context.
not just be
Absolutely
lip service
unintelligible
when we
to
talk about
anybody who's
supporting the
not
Black community.
Yeah.
And so I do want a motion for a report on how we support and have fun and the funding efforts for the Black community in the last few years, as well as the commitment we have towards the Black community in the next few years as well. And so that will be my motion, and to file this as, once again, I think it's important that we support all efforts of the Black community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order, if I may. My understanding is this order is as written. It does not include
I was just going to say that.
$500,000. Is
You're
that
absolutely correct. Yep. I was just going to mention that. The $500,000 is not included in the resolution. It was suggested by the maker of by the petition. Okay. Okay. And that's why it's going to the manager, get a report back and move on from there. So the motion is to file. It takes precedence of the motion itself. So yes, motion would be to file.
Mr. Chairman, can I just speak for a second time? Do I have any minutes left on my?
You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay.
Some odd seconds.
I just want to appreciate the fact that we have to, again, make the best decisions. And my question to the chair, to administration, as relates to this.
Yeah, I just checked. It looks like all those live
$500,000
videos
just
got
came
deleted.
to our attention today. To the chair, to the administration, regarding the settlement monies that we receive, can you share what the parameters are of disbursement of those dollars?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, those dollars are restricted to MBE, minority and women-owned businesses and entities, with specific activities. But I could have Peter Dunn share a little bit more about those details as well. But there's restrictions to those dollars.
Mr. Dunn?
Sure. Through the chair to the councilor, we haven't spent any of those dollars yet. When that settlement came through from the Attorney General's office, they asked us to specifically use those dollars to advance opportunities for underrepresented businesses, specifically those that are certified. So certified minority-owned business enterprises and certified.
I don't know anything
business
about Twitch at
enterprises
all.
in terms of their growth.
come
and
on here every
opportunities.
week.
Particularly, I think it would be good to tie
I've
that
never watched
into government contracting
another
opportunities,
Twitch program.
but it doesn't have to be limited to that. It could be just, their opportunities to grow
I
those
think
businesses.
The
and
doctor
support
disrespect
them.
thing is
So
kind of wild, though.
That's kind of the intent of what the
Let me
Attorney General
familiarize
has
myself
us
real quick.
using those funds for, but we haven't spent any of those dollars yet.
Thank you. There's no.
Take care,
time
Oliver.
frame Through the chair.
Take care, Oliver.
The expenditure of those funds. And through the chair to the administration, the hypothetical that was posed here, does that fit within those parameters through the chair?
Dr. Disrespect had employees?
Mr. Dunn?
Through the chair
He
of
was,
the council, it's tough to kind of just
in theory,
react
co-owner of a
based
game
on
development
some
studio
initial sort of
that he didn't put any money into. It was just going to be,
commentary about
the
what
branding
that might
behind it. But
look
he
like.
was
I
a former
think we would
developer, I think, at
definitely
Blizzard
wanna set up
before
a
he
level
started
of process
the
to
streaming stuff.
Figure out what the
Yeah.
best uses.
So
for that
before I
is,
open this article, I'm just going to
open for people
stake my
to
claim
apply
here.
to as
This
well,
doesn't
and we
look
do
like a
most of
guy
our
who
grant
would
funding.
sex a little kid.
There was reference to, we have a program right now that's
So let's
primarily
read the
being
article.
funded out of ARPA dollars for really
Ah.
growing the pool of
All right.
eligible, diverse business
I'm
owners to
wrong.
get their certification.
June
through
has not had any
various
Facebook beef, but I'll tell you something.
agencies that
June
exist
today,
out there.
while taking a nap, farted
And
so
we have,
loud she
those
startled
dollars,
herself.
through the American Rescue Plan Act.
And I've
We
never
don't
seen a dog do
envision
that before.
being
Like really
oversubscribed
scared
where
her.
we
So
would
she's
have
a
to dip
slightly
into the
timid
Attorney General funds,
puppy.
but it would be
And
aligned with what we're doing
this
in
was
that
like
regard.
startled
And that
herself like
program
somebody burst into the
specifically, or that
room
initiative
through
to
a closed
grow
door.
the pool of certified
Was-
businesses was something that
While
was
dead asleep
recommended
to-
out of
While,
the study.
while dead asleep,
startled?
So just as a
stretched out and
reminder,
just like
we've sent a
bang,
number
just
of,
exploded. It
communications
was
to the
wild.
council about this in 2022 after the settlement. We had conducted a study with the UMass Donahue Institute about the barriers, challenges, and where we were at as a community in terms of government contracting opportunities with underrepresented business owners. And that resulted in revising our goals. So we have new goals for the purchases of goods and services as a city. And one of the recommendations was to also grow the pool of certified businesses so that we could have more opportunities to engage in those kinds of contracts. At the time when that study was conducted, for the entire city of Worcester, there were 49 businesses that were either registered as woman-owned or minority-owned. We estimate that we have about 7,000 or 8,000 businesses in the city of Worcester, so that is a huge discrepancy based on what we believe the pool of eligible business owners are out there that just either haven't, saw that opportunity to get certified or don't understand government contracting, and certainly some industries.
So I'm
don't,
reading into this Dr.
sell
Disrespect
certain
thing
goods and
more.
services that government typically
And
purchases, but there are
I
other
gotta be honest,
values to getting
having a feature
value
on
to getting
this
certified that we've been doing a number of
app
technical
called
assistance sessions
Whispers.
with community-based
You're
organizations
just fucking
and getting that
asking
word
for
out
it,
so that
right?
folks, we kind of demystify that process and help folks.
I swear to God,
figure out how to navigate
I
that.
would
I will say the
disable
certification
that so
process with the
quickly if
state,
that's so existing.
is not
Don't
an
anybody
easy thing
ever
to do. It takes some time,
ever
requires
whisper.
paperwork and all of that. So we've been working both
That's
within
just-
our
it just
office
sounds
and with
creepy.
a number of community-based organizations to try to help eligible.
Yeah, like sliding into
businesses
DMs
understand
is
that, and really
sounds like a
hold their hand
creepy
through the
thing that you
process
can
so
at
that we
least
can
laugh
see better
at because it
outcomes.
sounds funny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Whispering,
I do want to say
just
I've met
creepy.
with,
If it's not your
the
like
economic development
partner trying to
folks
wake you up,
couple of
or like
times. I
a
had
small
my
child who needs something, it's just always creepy.
in short order, and I just want to close by saying.
I get distracted.
once
I
again,
get distracted by
I'd
this
like to
comment. No, I wasn't talking. Charles Lester didn't whisper it.
I stand before you as the longest
We're getting far off field. But I wasn't. None of that for anybody who's listening now or in the future was about Charles Lester. It was about
10, Mr. Chairman.
disrespect.
And again,
Which is not a nickname that I just invented for Charles Lester. That's a real guy.
litigation.
Bill, I think you just tapped into like a really good opportunity for your newsletter, though, where you should take a set a timer, like 15 minutes. Pull a pop culture news story just out of the air. That's the only one that you know nothing about. Maybe take
safety officers,
ideas from followers and give yourself 15 minutes to learn everything you can about that story, and then right off the top of your head, like maybe one quick edit, no further editing or refinement, and then just push it out there and see how close you are.
The language of this, which is to support
I love
Black
to
community center.
gamble,
And so
risk it all.
I'll retract my
risk it all for
motion,
nothing.
but
That's
I
awesome.
do want to be
That'd be a
clear
funny
that
thing to
I
do
not
on Twitch.
support it being tied with finances, and that I
It's
hope
like,
that
okay,
we-
describe Sabrina Carpenter, right?
funding.
Be like, fuck.
Thank you.
All right.
The motion is.
Give me 15
to,
minutes.
Describe Sabrina Carpenter with no Wikipedia.
Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council GA, Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
What's your position on
Council
Chapel
Ada,
Road?
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
I have no idea.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, Councilor Merrill Carlson's asked to go to the rental registry items. We have 10D. Request the manager.
Bill, where do you
process
stand
to
on
allow third-party
stand
government
generated Swifty versus Foo Fighter beef?
in the city as part of the amended rental dwelling unit yard inspection program?
I saw one tweet about that.
Request the city manager, request the commissioner
And
inspection
I'm just
service
gonna
provide
crib
council
that
with a report
tape,
1 year after the implementation of the register
off
registry.
from how I
yard
remember it.
Inspection program.
Didn't Dave Grohl say something about the amount of private flights she takes?
It was her
And
daughter,
then-
his daughter. Yeah, made a comment. Who's also a
his
musician.
His daughter made a comment. So then
Upon the
Dave
communication,
Grohl
city
made
manager recommended adoption of the amendment to the rental
fake
pro-
controversy
registration
to
program and residential
get
rental unit
out of
yard
that
inspection program ordinances. Recommend patches of the two.
I think that was a while ago, though. It's kind of funny because it was like, if you watch the video, like he was clearly joking. And as far as I can tell, they actually have a really good like professional relationship too. Like she's actually come on stage and like played for him before, like when he was too high to be able to functionally play an instrument at a benefit concert, and she stepped in for him. I just love the way that like her fans are such a force to be reckoned with, that they might actually tarnish for all time the legacy of the Foo Fighters.
To the committee on 5-1, including the Department of Special
It's,
Services, containing a list of exempted properties.
It's got real fascist like kitsch vibes, right? Like just like,
but they're cute.
Not daily.
Yeah, but like
Exempt from state
you know,
sanitary code inspections, 2 and 3 family owner occupied. Exemption from the inspection of any.
Chris, roll biz, public
I'm
comment
sorry,
over.
single family, 2 family, 3 family.
Charles
multi-family
Lester,
rental
Christian
units
King drama
as identified
over.
in 1B.
We are now on the rental
Under
registry,
18C
and
that
then
received an access permit
after
on
that, we will be
after
doing the city manager.
2022 for a period of 5 years.
And we've
may be
determined that Foo Fighters' first
permit.
self-titled album is
7,
still
under change
fantastic.
of
Just be
ownership
careful
inspection
saying that
must
out loud,
occur.
Chris.
8 owner occupied 2 and 3 family dwellings exempt from the state sanitary code inspections.
They were going to do the
9,
city manager
if the
evaluation
PG
first, but
or
Katie Merrill
responsibility
Carlson
to obtain
requested that
consent from the tenant occupant for the
we do this
inspections.
first. This is going to be
Commissioner
fucking
First and
awful.
City Solicitor submitted to the committee on 5-1, included.
But public comment, Cara spoke. Cara did a nice job. We had 6 people
Section limited to each month
versus 3 cranky landlords. 6 nice people versus 3 cranky landlords.
Were also made for formatting purposes. And this was held, so Councilmember Carlson. I think
Yeah.
that's all of them.
We're going to do all 3 at once.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. As we all know, this has been going on.
No
for
recusants, huh?
Quite some time.
Nobody's recusing themselves.
There is a tremendous amount of passion for the
All right,
rental
in terms of
registry,
quick and
on
easy
both sides.
documenting of who owns rental.
I just want to
properties, Worcester
start,
City Council.
Mr. Chairman.
Let's get some
by
links in the chat.
Certainly saying to people is that this committee worked with the administration. We did not, and let me repeat, we did not weaken anything. We worked with the administration for all of the changes, which, by the way, the changes that are in the rental registry is there was
Yeah,
a
I'm pulling it up
question
right now,
about
Cara.
constitutionality. And the constitutionality is a major player in this rental registry.
No,
Whether
it's
we
not.
agree or disagree, Mass General Law clearly states that we cannot go in without permission. So that change was made to the rental registry by a unanimous vote of the committee. The manager and his administration, and working with the assistant city solicitor, that language was brought forward to us as a committee. Again, we cannot just say that we as a city are going to say to our inspectional service folks that they have the right to go into anybody's home. We as a city need to have permission, and that permission needs to come from the individual who is renting those spaces. So again, the change was made because the issue was brought up by several of the people who are in the audience questioning the constitutionality of the rental registry. Mr. Chairman, the committee did their due diligence with, and I repeat, with the administration and with the city, the assistant city solicitor. The other piece of this rental registry that was changed, and I certainly do not believe in any way that this weakens the rental registry. New construction, whether you take the Cove that's just been built, the Revington that's just been built, or Alter on the Row, they have spent thousands, if not hundreds of thousands
On my
of dollars
campaign.
on all of these new buildings, new apartments coming into the city. So again, to say that those folks would not have to register for 5 years on these brand new buildings, I do not believe weakens this rental registry at all.
All right, we'll get to the part that does.
Something working with inspectional services and working with the administration. Mr. Chairman, this committee was tasked with, given this ordinance that was sent to the Economic Development Committee by this council. And I believe as a leader in this city that we as councilors, there's times that we need to compromise. And one of those compromises, Mr. Chairman, is for the 3 and under owner occupied. There were all kinds of different proposals that were submitted at the committee level. And again, Council Russell, for one, had put forth a 6 and under owner occupied. The committee chose to do the 3 and under owner
Is
occupied.
anyone familiar with what section of the MGL she's referring to that would prohibit the city from inspecting a dwelling?
Something to the effect of owner
Yeah,
occupied.
George has sent you a message for doing rental registry. Yeah, I don't know.
I just can't think of how that's even conceivable. I mean, just coming at it from like a real estate perspective, I've done a couple like large apartment building transactions, and I mean, it's a giant pain in the ass, and you feel bad about it, or any normal person should. But at some point in the transaction, like a buyer is going to need to see every unit, right, to make sure that they actually exist and haven't been destroyed. You can't change. Property can't change hands without the fire department coming in and doing a smoke, and if it's a large enough building, fire alarm inspection. These are all just normal things that you do as part of the inspection process, the sales process, transaction process, and certification process.
We have been trying to pass on this council since 2020. Clearly, this is something that this council does want to pass this ordinance. So hopefully tonight, all of my colleagues can support the.
Yeah, I mean, Cara, the state has its own constitution, but I mean, that's
new amendments.
I can't see where she's pulling any of this out of. That's
it was not.
It's like she
and
asked a
again,
cop
let
at
me
Honeydew
be clear,
Donuts,
it
like
was
about
not
their
put
take
in
on the Fourth
ordinance,
Amendment, and
but there is something
took
there
the notes
to
from that
say
conversation and turned it
that
into a speech tonight.
could we hire outside inspectors, which is not unusual, Mr. Chairman, because other communities have hired outside inspectors. It doesn't mean that you get any less. It means that is it something that certainly homeowners can do by hiring their own inspector, which would have to be a licensed inspector? And yes, Mr. Chairman, there is talk about this city, about the length of time that it will take for us to go through and inspect all of our housing stock. Again, there is nothing in this rental registry that prohibits the city of Worcester, if there is a complaint and it is sent in to inspectional services for any health and safety reason that they can't go in under the 110 inspections. And I would ask through you, Mr. Chairman, just for the city
All right,
manager
this
to.
documenting. How do we get a group project going here?
Mr. Manager?
Of receipts
Through
on
chair
city
to the
councilors
council,
being landlords.
Through any, whether there's any concerns or any issues that requests that come up through the residents or complaints, our inspectors are dispatched to go and resolve these issues with the property owners and inspect the properties. Related to the 110 inspections, on the Mass General Law, we're required to do 110 inspections every 5 years. And so every 3-decker in the city, 2-family, et cetera, are not exempt. They're not exempt from the 110 inspections. And that's required by the state law, not within the rental registry. The purpose of the rental registry was to try to combine both programs because of the challenges that we had in finding property owners within the 110 inspections process. Because of the challenges in that process.
All right. Anyone who wants to work on
to try to give us a way to register
city councilors who are landlords, I just started a Google Doc.
However,
I'll give you permission to be an
we are
editor.
not exempt as a
And we can
community,
get it
as a municipality, from having to do 110 inspections. And properties are required, and the inspectional services are required to work with the landlord to get, and within the 110 inspections, and I try to get correction.
It would be a really fun
Head inspector over there,
ethics
Lee Hall. Under
commission.
110 inspections, we don't even need authority from the residents to go and inspect the property in general. We just need to make sure the landlords.
Oh, totally, Main South Mom. I was just throwing out some of the ideas that are like that off the top of my head. Where I mean, you do have you not only have the right to enter a dwelling, but you have a legal responsibility to enter that dwelling, even if it makes things uncomfortable for tenants, because you can't close on a property transfer without smoke certificates or fire alarm inspection reports.
And combining both programs to be more effective in the way we inspect our properties.
Thank
Just a reminder to folks too that Candy is the one who, when this first came back to council, said she'd never heard of 110 inspections before. And here the manager reminding her that they're required every 5 years.
Chairman, to the city manager, what is the number of folks who have already registered in the rental registry? Do we have that number?
The 110 is the public health code for dwellings as to like what makes what allows a dwelling to be considered habitable in the Commonwealth. And it's
It's over
5 years.
30,000 now.
So it should be on.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Good evening, through the chair. The numbers we have are, we have 9,000 registrations. Of that, we have plus 22,000 units. 1,400 are non-rental registrations, which might be a single family owner occupied like myself. And we have
Bill, shoot a link in the private chat. Could you just share that with the group?
probably 1,500 are owner occupied. And those would be buildings and units. So
That's just the building
probably
code and the chapter that goes over the 110 inspections.
Owner occupied home. So 9,000 registration, 22,000 units that are rentals.
Thank
I know it's
you.
a little
And
confusing.
Mr. Chairman, through you
The
to
110
the manager.
regulations. 110
So
special.
given that the new language in the rental registry has been put forth with owner occupied 3 and under, that they do not have to register at this point. And I know that there's many who have already registered and.
Is paperwork no, I don't like paperwork.
So,
No. Thank you for asking though.
To the manager, would it?
I can't believe I would own property and not have to do paper.
Be advantageous for us to hold off on the date until September 1st so that we could look at those who have already registered that didn't need to register? Could you share with me what that process would be?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, it all depends on what happens tonight on getting this ordinance passed. If this amendment is passed tonight, we will need some time to rectify those situations. And so if that is the case, then I would ask that we give us some time to at least September 1st. for
Or
us
just
to
vote it down.
by
It's
those
fine.
to deal with some of the changes related to the current ordinance.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would make that in a form of a motion,
That we
that
wait.
we would amend it to give the city until September 1st, given if, obviously, that is if this passes by council tonight.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Council Hajiak?
Sure.
I don't think your microphone's on.
Sorry. To say that I'm frustrated and disappointed, and I've used that word over and over again about so many policies that this council has tried to weaken and make ineffective. And this is precisely one of those instances for me. I don't doubt that the committee worked very hard with the administration. That doesn't mean that the outcome of this specific amendment is actually a policy that makes sense, first of all, but most importantly, that centers our most vulnerable residents. Through the chair to Ms. Hall, could you tell us exactly how many owner-occupied units are you aware of right now that we have in the city of Worcester?
That's an
Ms.
impossible,
Hall?
I'm sorry, through the chair to the counselor. I think it's an impossible ask because we don't have all that information.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. I thought so too, because I went on a chase trying to do my own research. We had a resident who actually matched some of the parcels and properties and all the information that we have online precisely to chase that number, because we do not have an idea of who owns housing stock in Worcester and whether they actually live in the units that they occupy. And I may be the one of the few people on this council who may have forgotten or who may not have forgotten why we have this ordinance in the first place. I'll like to remind
Patel is
you
making me very nervous in the way she's swinging that pencil around with the pointy part facing her
that
face.
former council brought this to council specifically because he was advised also by housing advocates that do this work and understand the violations that happen in our city, so that we can have an actual tally of who owns housing stock in Worcester. Most importantly, how do we make sure that those homeowners have access to grant programs, information, education, and most importantly, that the tenants who are in this building are protected. Ms. Hall, through the chair, you told me during budget hearings that one of the issues that you guys encounter all the time is that you're relying on people coming to you and so basically a complaint run process. Is that true?
Through the chair, that is
Ms. Hall?
correct.
And through the chair, what are the limitations of that current process?
Ms. Hall?
Well, through the chair, I would say it's a very reactive process. And so we don't know about violations until we've actually had a complaint and we can go inside and actually see what the problem is. It's so we can't be proactive in, previewing these buildings prior to a problem. It's always after a problem arises.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. And I have one more question, and then I'll conclude my remarks. Could you verify for me whether under 110 inspections, my understanding, it could be a very limited understanding of the law, is that they only apply to 3 buildings, 3 family units, and 2 family units, correct?
Through the chair, I believe the 110 inspections are for 3 families and above.
3 families and above. So that means that under this current amendment, through the chair, we would exempt 2 units and single unit rentals from the 110 inspections.
No units that are required to be inspected through the 110 inspections will be exempt. They'll all be inspected under the 110 inspections.
Even if they're not included in the registry.
Correct.
One big thing that's missing from this conversation is that at least the wording of the amendment says that 2 and 3 family dwellings should be exempt from the state sanitary code inspections. Could you tell us what that state sanitary code inspection does?
Through the chair, the state sanitary code is the minimum standard for habitation, and it's things like lights outside, handrails, steps in good condition. It would be smoke detectors, it would be locks, it would be screens, windows that open, close, and lock as intended, floors that are easy to clean and smooth, hot water, heat, cold water, outlets that work, lights that work, the required number of outlets and lights that are supposed to be there, clear egresses, trash receptacles. And
So in other words, it's a minimum.
It's a minimum standard.
Sanitary.
Right.
For somebody to have habitable.
What did we?
Yeah, that is correct.
What's this woman's name?
I don't have any more questions for you, but I do want to say that.
Hall is her last name?
To this amendment, I just want to make clear that at least my colleagues and the people watching are aware of what the consequences of adopting this amendment will be. And the consequences will be that we are blindly walking into redesigning an ordinance that doesn't give us the number of units that we will be exempting from sanitary inspections. That's precisely because we will be exempting anybody from registering. So in the future, what we're saying to the city of Worcester and those tenants living in those owner-occupied units is that we essentially will rely on them to file complaints with the inspectional department. That is the reason why we have this rental registry in the first place, is to walk away from a complaint-driven process and to be proactive. So to say that we will exempt an unidentified number of units, which could be in the thousands, and we will tell those tenants, by the way, tenants, forget about, us being proactive and making sure that you're living under good conditions. And also property owners, you will be exempt from having to pay into the rental registry and getting access to information that the city will be sending once we have that information. Mr. Chairman, I really will speak purely here as someone who has done this work
You're
with
in your second
tenants.
5 too.
Yes, I will finish by the time that you're allotting me. It is unconscionable to me that we have a policy that could save lives, that could be proactive. Instead of asking the inspectional services what else they need to do their jobs,
Whoa.
we're making their jobs harder. And their jobs and our jobs are to protect
Donna
tenants
Florio has a
from unsanitary
different
conditions. We have
last name.
zero evidence, we have zero facts and zero data that homeowner occupied units that rent to our tenants are in compliance with the law. And the reason we don't have the data is because we're not collecting it. So I am going to absolutely vote against this amendment. I will vote against the amendment to add third-party companies, not because I think that's a good compromise, but because I think we need to give these folks the time to do their jobs and then come back and tell us whether they are unable to fulfill them. I will just close by saying that it's truly disappointing that at a time when we are facing, our tenants are facing the most pressure to find appropriate housing, that we have a policy that could make a difference for their well-being and to educate and to support our property owners. And we are saying that we are going to exempt upwards of 7,000 units or whatever the number is, just because we think that's the right thing to do. I don't see any evidence. I don't see any numbers. I don't see any best practices that follow this recommendation.
No, it's just three dudes
And
who
for
got
that
fucking
reason,
pissed.
and the
How
other
do you
reason
do?
I mentioned above, I will vote no.
Thank you. So seeing nobody else, we can, Council Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think everybody's expectations probably are different as far as what we started out doing with the rental registry and what the final product now may be. But I do know that for at least my own expectations, I wouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think there's a lot of compromises here, and I think there's a lot of positive. There are some things I remain concerned about. I think putting the onus on the property owner to get the tenants to agree to allow entry without probable cause is not going to be an ideal situation. I think we're going to lose out on a lot of.
It's so bizarre, such a bizarre take.
But let me just say, when it comes to the issue of the owner occupied,
It's not law enforcement. It's code enforcement.
It's a good.
They're like wildly different things.
I think it's completely unrealistic, and I would have been argued misleading to suggest that the sooner we start this, the sooner we're going to get to every unit. We've been told every time we've asked, how long is it going to take? It's going to take 5 years. It's going to take up to 5 years to get all these units inspected. So if we're going to remove a number of owner-occupied units, which arguably, common sense would say, you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody foolish enough to maintain a property that they live in a dangerous way. That's not to say there aren't some. There very well could be. But they're far going to
Jesus
be
Christ.
outnumbered by properties that are not owner-occupied that really need to be looked at quicker and sooner. So the less number of owner-occupied units that don't have to.
How does common sense say that?
We can get to them in 4 years. Maybe we can get to them in 4.5 years. But we
Even
don't
if
have
he's
to
got a,
spend
I mean,
all the
even if he has
take
a
the
somewhat
entire
valid
5
point, though,
years.
Bill, like
Say
you don't
up to
codify
5
that
years
in the
is
form of an
proactive.
ordinance. Like you use the best judgment of people at inspectional services saying, okay, you know what?
gonna
Let's
be
put
better
this
for the
one on the
Waste
back
Town
burner because we have these 16 buildings that clearly appear to be falling
Say that
down.
we're going to catch a
Like,
problem in
what-
time every time.
I can trust adults to do
even though
that,
it
but you
might
would
take
never
up
put
to
that
5
into an
years, which to
ordinance.
me
That's
is not
just stupid.
realistic at all. So I
This is
support
the-
the amendments.
this
I
is
think they make good
the
sense. I think it's a
dumbest
compromise.
form of
I
compromise
probably would not
politics.
have voted to support this in the initial vote if I knew it was going to turn out to
Well,
what it
I
is
mean,
today.
that's
Quite
the
frankly, I
tie
think
Mo
it's
chose to
incredibly
wear
important
when he
who's
was going to discuss
registered. I
compromise.
think it's incredibly important to know who's living
That
where.
tie
and the
does not
layout of a lot
represent
of these
compromise in any
properties
way,
for
shape, or
fire
form.
safety and public
That
safety
tie is an
issues.
act of war.
And I have lots of issues with the constitutionality and the practicality of getting into these units, which require consent. At the end of the day, as I started
Oh,
out
you
saying,
already
we're not
fucking
gonna
voted
throw
for
the baby out with the bathwater. We have to vote on this as a package. I'm going to support the amendments. Something is better than nothing. I think getting to perfect.
What do you mean something's
is
better
only
than
as
nothing?
good
You already
as
have
I
the
say,
something.
And I'll support the amendments.
22,000 units registered. You already voted for it.
Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really quickly through the chair to the administration, do we have a working definition or criteria for establishing or identifying what a problem property landlord is? Do we have any sort of criteria to the chair by which we establish that a landlord is a problem property landlord through the chair?
Mr. Manager.
Ah, man.
Ms. Hall.
I hate this thing. I love it, but So,
Through the chair, a working definition, I would say a
how
problem.
can you tell in
is
the
a
Registry of
property
Deeds
that
website if something is
At any given time.
one
Creating
like
a
how many units there
nuisance,
are?
is draining property values with blight or slum, is creating some.
In the registry,
negative
that
health
will say
issues
be
for
listed in the deeds, and it's a
tenant,
really,
is draining city
it's not an
resources
easy
with either
thing to
Public
search.
safety resources or
Right, but
inspectional
once I have the
services,
deed,
DPW
The
resources.
description of the property will be in the
Thank
deed.
you. Through the chair to the administration, is that a
Okay,
formalized?
so you have to look at the whole deed.
Definition or
Which means you
criteria?
print out the
through the chair?
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, no, there's not a formalized.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that the city manager.
But that's how we get to our record.
List of operations, if the mayor deems that that's appropriate, by which we establish criteria to identify what we would call problem property landlords, Mr. Chairman. And the reason I say this is that the last time we had a discussion.
What is
about
King
this,
trying to do here?
I'd asked
Outsmart
how
the whole
we
world?
track those properties.
Shut
and
up.
it didn't
Just
really
say you're
give me
voting
what
no.
I was looking for, Mr. Chairman. And that being said, what I'd like to see moving forward at some point in time is when we have someone that we identify as such, and it's an LLC or it's an individual that has multiple landholdings, I'd like to see all of their properties reviewed, quite frankly. I think this sort of approach prioritizes, and it's a systemic thing that we do not have in place, Mr. Chairman. That being said, with regards to this work, I want to commend the Housing Coalition. I want to commend my colleagues and professionals such as Councilor Hajiai and others who this has been their profession, on all the work that they've done. On the face of this, I want to be clear, and I've said this many times. I don't know if it's because of my experience in life, but I personally don't ever want government in my home for any reason. That's the way I grew up. That's the way I came about in this country and in this city. That being said, I understand that there's parameters and there's expectations, Mr. Chairman. I certainly want to commend the work of the Economic Development Committee that they've done on this. And I do want to, state that I did, in fact, vote against this coming out of committee the last time prior to this, the last term, because of questions, and I wanted owner occupied exempt. And the reason I wanted that, Mr. Chairman, was my understanding, and my question to the chair, to the administration, is my understanding was that based on research, that owner occupied dwellings fare better in terms of upkeep, maintenance, and impact on surrounding neighbors. So I would just ask the chair, to the administration, if they could speak to
What is that based on?
Whether or not that's their understanding based on their research of owner occupied dwellings, or if
They're going to be like, no.
Ms. Hall?
Through the chair, I would not necessarily agree with that.
Okay.
I got 2 hoarding cases today, with complaints, owner-occupied properties.
Research is what I'm asking, not the anecdotal.
What research?
I'm not sure what that research would show, in all honesty, through the chair.
Okay.
My years of experience
You just ate shit so
tell
bad.
me that I see a lot of deferred maintenance throughout the city in owner-occupied properties.
And
Wow.
away from the research, what do you feel the causes of those things with regards to owner occupied dwellings?
What a moment.
I think it could be some costs. Yeah, I think it could be some bad experiences with either tenants or contractors, family members. We've seen it all.
Yes. Okay. Again.
Okay, that's not
that was
what
my
I
understanding.
hear.
I'd like a report back, Mr. Chairman, just for validation.
It's a weird take for Christian. Does he really think all property owners are like even single family are like super responsible in fixing everything the moment something goes sideways?
Previously mentioned.
I've been staring at this light that's been out for like 3 months now. It's zero interest in getting a chair to go fix
Unless
that.
there's someone at the council that can speak to that research. If not, that
Yeah.
would be my order.
What
Mr. Chairman.
research?
In addition to that,
You just want there to be
the
research.
state sanitary code
This
inspection.
is- he did the same thing Mo Bergman did. Where he just
To
assumed.
the administration.
So
Is
crazy.
that something within our purview? Like, can we circumvent state sanitary code inspections? Is it merely required in ordinance through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
The city does that inspection.
Ms. Hall? Ms. Hall?
My apologies to the chair. Can you repeat the question, please?
Or ask one that makes sense.
One of the things
twisting
here
themselves in
indicating
knots.
at number 5 that we exempt from state sanitary code inspections 2 and 3 family owner occupied. And I'm asking if that's within our purview. Does it require mere ordinance? Or do we have the authority to circumvent state sanitary code inspections through the chair?
Ms. Hall?
Through the chair, the rental registry is a city ordinance, so I believe we have the ability to exempt from the state sanitary code inspections through the ordinance as it's written.
Okay.
We cannot exempt the 110 inspections.
Mr. Manager? Oh, you can like, okay. Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, I was just going to reiterate that. We cannot exempt the 110 inspections.
Right,
That's a
it's not the
state,
question.
but within the state sanitary code inspection, that is solely related to the ordinance that we established as a city. So then the city has the ability to exempt within that ordinance.
You and your second 5?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bernard, I
And
still
this is
can't
10F
find.
and 10E, correct? 10D, I mean.
10D,
And F.
E, and F.
10D
Where
and
they
F.
What
describes the building.
if you shoot me a message with the property, I can find that out for
On
you.
10D, I've been asking.
If you're
some
looking for a
questions
specific
twice
one
since
anyways.
I haven't got an answer.
Yeah. Check out.
And the research that I've done indicates that allowing third parties the ability to complete inspections makes sense when the city doesn't have the capacity to perform the work. And I've continually asked.
Why
that
is Christian
question.
being
I don't
such
think
a
we have the capacity, but I've yet to hear that
weird guy?
from the folks that do the work or from the administration, Mr. Chairman. And I would need that information. So that's my question through the chair. To privatize city work. It's not something that I do wantonly or recklessly. To privatize that work requires the fact that we're unable to do that because we don't have the capacity. So if someone could speak to 10D from the administration.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, based on the administration and the department's analysis, and they're based on the 5 positions that we've added to the housing division, we feel confident that we can do this. We want to evaluate within the next year or 2 to see if this, do we need more staff? Do we need to increase overtime? Do we need to look at
Two-family bill.
options of third party? But right now, we do have
Okay.
those, the staff in place, and we feel strongly that we're
I
confident.
don't know where you
to
saw
do this.
that, but that's all
The
right.
person who leads the department is Lee Hall. She leads that actual division. So Lee,
can
if
you-
you want to answer a few questions, that would be helpful too, just to confirm.
Sure.
Like a screenshot or
Yes, we
something?
have vamped up all our inspectional teams. We have inspectors at the ready. We do systematic sweeps now, twice a year. We do inspections all the time. The actual inspection is nothing new to us. We do them all day, every day. And we've already set up a schedule of how many we want to do. We're looking to achieve about, let's see, I think it's going to be about 9,000 a year. That's the hope of units, not buildings, units.
Mr. Chairman, through the chair, policy, procedure, and operations, has that been collectively bargained at this time? And is all of that, what you're mentioning, formalized in policy through the chair?
Through the chair, I believe it is. It's all during regular business hours.
That's not the question.
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to the council, this does not change the conditions of the work. The inspectors will be conducting the typical inspections that we'll be doing. It doesn't change the conditions of the work, so there's nothing that we need to bargain
So
at this
none
time.
of this has been collectively bargained?
Excuse me, what did you say? We couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, so he's saying
Yeah.
none of this has been collectively bargained?
It does not need to be
The
collectively
new
bargained.
positions, nothing? Okay.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I do have some questions about this. I've never thought that we had the capacity to do this, quite frankly. I don't believe, and I've asked questions of the 110 inspection since 2019. I haven't gotten answers.
Why'd you vote for
and
it?
I do not believe it. We put these 5 positions in play, what, 2, 3 fiscal, maybe 2 fiscal years ago. And I don't know what they've been doing since then, but we're still behind. We've had the leader of this department exit expeditiously. And I have a lot of questions, Mr. Chairman.
Questions.
And
I have a lot of
hearing
questions.
back on 10D from the manager. I will be voting in favor of that because I expect an outline process that indicates capacity and whether or not we're going to actually do this. Because I don't believe, quite frankly, that we're going to be able to pull it off. And Mr. Chairman, just as a point of order, 10F, are we able to pull out each individual aspect of this and vote it, or is it an all or nothing thing? I certainly would like to see us take these items separately that are within this one recommendation from economic development.
Yeah, it's an all or nothing recommendation from the economic development. So that's how it'll be voted up or down.
Okay.
We have
Mr.
about 1
Chairman,
minute left.
my motion would be that we take out, my motion would be to separate number 3 and separate number 5 out of 10F as a separate motion. That would be my request. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. These are all being taken together, so it's an up and down motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Why are they all being taken together?
Separate. We do this often. On different matters, we take things separately. We can take them collectively, and I made a motion that we take those 2 out, Mr. Chairman.
Why is Joe trying to force that we all vote together? That means he's voting.
Maybe the solicitor's going to jump in, but my understanding is this was the recommendation of the administration based on the charter.
All right, the vote's going to be
Council either
9-2.
votes up or down.
That's my call
Anything
right now.
dropped before the administration. Solicitor, if I'm not mistaken.
Through the chair, the ordinances before you was all already
One.
encompassed, all the different changes are in there. And so there's an ordinance prepared that has these changes as one vote. Now, the council in the meantime has raised a request, so it'll be up to the council to either support or deny pulling things out separately. But right now, as it stands now,
Okay.
it's an ordinance that's sitting before you, incorporating all the changes that came out of the committee.
Okay. Okay. So the motion then is to take 3 and 5 out of this and vote them separately.
And 8, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, it's a sanitary code. 3, 5, and 8.
3, 5, and 8. Is that okay with
Take
everybody?
3, 5, and 8 out.
Okay. Or, what's that? We can take 3, 5, and 8 out of order. So, so the motion then would be, if we want to go through with this, is to take all the items collectively, except 3, 5, and 8.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order, is that an amendment? Is that what you're talking about?
That's not an amendment to anything. You just want to separate those out, but it would be an amendment, correct?
So would you vote on the amendment first?
No, it wouldn't be.
Okay, so we'll vote on 3, 5, and 8.
All right. As we get to the vote here, you guys want to play the
We'll take those first.
who's a landlord
Point of
game?
order, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
are we voting to approve those items or are we voting to pull them all?
Sign up for the doc. I'll give you edit permission.
I think we're going to pull them out and vote. First, we'll pull them out, then we'll take a vote on them. Okay? So the motion is to pull them out. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor Ajay?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
No.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
No.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
Oh, wow.
Okay, so the motion is to take these collectively on a roll call. Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, as presented by the committee and administration.
Correct.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Ajay?
No.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Hey, I called it. 9-2.
10D.
Mr. Chairman.
Holy shit.
10D.
10D.
Yeah. Just would like a report back from our
That's
solicitor regarding the rental registry and regarding whether we can, a written opinion, whether or not we can circumvent the state sanitary code, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, so take 10D along with the orders. Motions to adopt. All those in favor?
Yeah, unfortunately, I
Those
called that
ordered?
one. But
10D.
if you take the vote minus
Motion to adopt.
landlords,
All those in favor?
well, we're still
Opposed?
figuring that out. It might be more like 5-2.
10E?
10D.
Okay, we'll do a roll call. 10D, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Ajay?
No.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilor Russell?
another point of order. Did the manager say that he's putting off till September, what was previously to be a June, the end of June or beginning of July? Could we clarify that just for the public?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, I believe Councilor Carlson made a motion for us to do that. And so that would be a recommendation that I would put forward for us to hold off until September 1st while we make all the changes necessary to this particular ordinance.
So they just voted to exempt
So
2 and 3 family owner occupied, despite the fact that the woman from code was very, very clear that like
Yes.
owner occupied
Councilor Ajay?
units are like a
King?
mess. You know, they did that. Jesus Christ, that is so disappointing.
Councilor
That,
Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
very, very far past the
Yes.
point of thinking that this board can be.
And we have a number of motions. Council Merrill Carlson has to hold off until September 1st. Manager's willing to do that. Council King has a few motions on the establishing the criteria, the housing.
Can I speak on Councilor Carlson's motion?
Which one? To extend to September 1st? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to speak on that.
That
as
just
pertains to
sucks.
the rental registry, and I'm wondering, information that was sent to me regarding owner-occupied homes. In addition to my motion, the numbers that were garnered from folks in the community indicate that, from
There's
their
like-
numbers, that there's based on their numbers, that 48% of three families have an owner-occupied address that matches the property address. That 63% of two families have an owner-occupied address. And the numbers that they gathered were just shy of 2,500 people who are owner-occupied for three families, just around 2,300 owner-occupied with matching addresses of two families, Mr. Chairman. And my understanding is that they did this based on Worcester parcel data that's available online circa 2020 via Mass GIS. They did some cross tabulation of land use categories and owner addresses that focused on 2 and 3 family properties. I'm just wondering through the chair if any of that makes any sense to the administration. I spoke briefly with Sami Dunn, Mr. Dunn, and I'm just wondering if those numbers make any sort of sense. I'm not asking you to validate them, but does that make sense to the chair?
Who's that? Ms. Hall?
I apologize through the chair. Could you repeat it
Want me to
again?
repeat all that? That's going to be
Well-
my 10 minutes. So basically, there was an analyzation of property records.
Right.
And what they did, they looked at Worcester parcel data that's available online circa 2023 via Mass GIS, did cross tabulation of land use categories and owner addresses, focusing
Why is
on
he
2
asking
and 3 family properties. And what they found was that the property records show that around 8,500 or so 2 and 3 family properties exist in Worcester, and of those, 48% were 3 families that had owner-occupied addresses, around 2,300 or so homes, and that 63% of 2-family homes are owner-occupied, around the number of 2,300. I'm just wondering if any of that makes any sense, like their process. I'm not asking to validate the numbers. I'm just asking if the process makes sense.
Through the chair, it makes a little sense.
Okay.
More so for the 2 families than the 3 families.
Thank you. And so my question to the chair is, how do we verify or validate that it is an owner occupied?
With a rental registry, you big dummy.
How does that work, through the chair?
So through the chair, the easiest and best way would be to go there and knock on the door, right, and see if they're there. I can tell you through the chair that many
This
times
is
we
so-
send notices to owner.
What, is Christian doing this on
owner-occupied
purpose?
home, only to have it come back to us that they're not there. They may have a mailbox, but they don't live there. We do a lot of work, checking the registry of deeds, looking for a declaration of homestead. We work with the water billing and a lot of.
Good thing you just
properties
voted to
find
exempt all of these
homes
people from having
that
to register with
still
the
live
fucking
there that
registry.
do not.
Thank you.
Jesus
Mr.
Christ.
Chairman.
I'm not voting for Christian
Just a
ever
quick
again.
Process question. So once we
This
just
is
voted
really-
this
this is
ordinance,
really,
it goes out, I believe,
and-
to
and
advertise,
eyes
and
wide
it goes
open.
back, we got to vote it again.
He
Is that
is
right?
being fucking dumb.
So through the chair, to whomever, if you could just explain to the public what this vote is and what the vote is when it comes back. Because this is not voting an ordinance, it's voting to advertise. Is that right? Through the chair, if you just explain that to the public?
Mr. Cork?
Through the chair to the council, correct. So what the vote that took place tonight is to advertise. We have to advertise the full ordinance in the paper, and it comes at the July meeting for a final vote.
Thank you, because I know that the newspaper sometimes mischaracterizes these things. So this is a vote to advertise, Mr. Chairman. And what I would make a motion of is I would like for me to vote this again forward when it comes back. I had to make sure that, as I mentioned earlier, we're doing our due diligence. I'd like for the administration to come back with a report to be sent to MLO, so at least I know it's in the process, that we're going to be establishing a ways and means of identifying and verifying owner occupied. I do not think it's realistic to knock on all those doors. But I do think we need a process. If we're going to exempt and provide, a benefit to folks who are owner-occupied dwellings, we promote owner-occupied, first-time buyers, and all those things. We need a process in place.
This is a real life
that ensures
conversation
that
that's
what we're
happening right
doing
now, Bill.
is accurate and effective, Mr. Chairman. So that would be my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Are you kidding
is that
me?
the administration come back in short order and compare what they do in other places to verify to the best of our ability owner-occupied statuses and a process by which, or a request to have folks report back when they are no longer occupied. I don't know if that's possible, but I'd like the exploration to occur. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So you get a report there. Too.
That's
But
exactly
right
it.
now is take these motions along with putting it off to September 1st.
Christian King
Those in
fucking
favor?
sucks, huh?
Opposed?
Wow. Like I know he watches this show sometimes. I don't give a shit.
All the items
That was
related to
really
Registry that were
embarrassing.
voted on tonight.
I am embarrassed
I
to
know we
have
advertise,
supported
but
him.
We do a motion for reconsideration just to.
Okay, collectively, a motion to reconsider. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
No.
Council Calorio,
No.
Council Agia, Council King,
What is this again, please?
To reconsider.
No.
Council Merrill Carlson,
No.
Council Nguyen,
No.
Council
Jesus
Ada,
Christ.
Council Pasillo,
No.
Council Russell,
No.
Council Toomey,
No.
Mayor Petty.
It is Christian King a landlord. So far.
Council Hajia was no. Council Creepoy, Council Hajia is a no. Okay. Okay, let's go back now
No.
to the manager's evaluation.
All right, Brendan. I need to take a quick break. I'll be in the chat.
Ms.
Yeah,
Hazard,
no worries,
did you
man.
Say a word. I'm
That
sorry.
was really bad.
Motion to suspend the rules. I was asked to suspend the rules from Ms. Hazard. Did your name, city residence?
Miss Hazard? Oh,
2 minutes.
never mind. I thought that was somebody else. I had a brain fry for a second there.
I did want to say something about the manager's evaluation. Last week, I did say that I thought he was doing a fantastic job.
Nobody gives a
And
shit.
I want to say that again this week.
Wow.
I did have a question about finances, but that is something that exists in every city.
Are they really starting to take the
Like running a house.
public speakers so seriously that when a bus is running late, like we're making
Have to be careful.
exemptions for people to come in and comment on nothing?
And where we take the money from. So I think we have to be very, very careful with that. And I also wanted to speak on 8J, Charles Luster's request for the city council to adopt the attached.
This is so
resolution
silly.
to support a Black community center to help build Black community. Ever since the East Side, years and years ago, was broken up with redevelopment, for redevelopment, the Black community has been dispersed. And it's very difficult to get Black folks together again. Now, we have been in the city of Worcester since the 1700s. We watch groups come into the city of Worcester and get the Italian Community Center, the African Community Center.
Idella confirming that she's a vampire and hundreds of year old.
nationalities and groups that come here just recently. And we need to reunite Black people. We tried to get Black neighborhoods.
The Worcester City
that
Council
has been
needs to
impossible.
reunite.
We've gotten a few Latinx neighborhoods. And
Fuck is happening here?
possible for the Blacks to get back to where we have been years back, before the redevelopment for the expressway. That dispersed us all over the city.
I gotta talk to you.
Yes, I will, Mr. Mayor. So what I'm asking is that you take this item very, very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We are going to go to First time of business, communications team manager, transmitting information communication relative to my self-evaluation of the working accomplishments of my administration for fiscal year 2024. You want to go this way? You want to go?
Oh, what a happy little boy he is tonight.
What's that? Well, it depends. Okay. Everyone raises their hands. Okay. So I'll go first. What's that?
Did Eric leave for his evaluation?
Oh, out here, get your point, Ms. Toomey. Yes, we should wait for the manager to come back. And I know who he's called. What's that? Okay. We'll take 2 minutes recess and we'll come right back. Oh, he's right here. He's right here. We don't have to recess. Okay, 2-minute recess. Okay. We've been here an hour, 2 hours, so. Okay.
Wow. All right, Barry, I'm going to join you in a second on the push.
Enjoy. Well, this has been ridiculous.
But at least we got to hear from Idella, who I think she said we when referring to the Black community. Yeah.
Camber has a comment in there that I think is relevant to that. I have no idea. And yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, either way, it's the motion, aside from the drama that Christian was speaking to, seemed pretty straightforward.
Fascinating.
Travis, where are you now? Just a voice floating around the ether?
I'm here. My computer's just overheating, so I'm in here as
just a voice.
Only. Yeah, but now that we're in recess, I can remove this. Sitting up here in my office, being hot.
That's our version of Whispers on Twitch.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a guest joining us from the porch. It's Bill Shanner.
Oh, yo. Check it out, guys. This is my fridge.
Nice.
Pretty cool, I know. This is a Finnish long drink. You guys ever had one of those?
No, what does that mean?
It's like a long drink.
Okay.
That's
from Finland.
Long boy.
Right. It's for long boys, you know. Like myself. I like long boys, I like long drinks. Yeah, I'm glad we're taking
long
a little
beards.
Long beards. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this going.
That's a commitment to the summer.
Yeah, everyone's telling me to get rid of it. They're like, how can you tolerate that? You look disgusting, blah, blah, blah. You know what? I don't care. I'm gonna keep it going.
I think you look fantastic. It just looks warm.
Yeah, it's a little warm.
How long do you think this is going to be tonight, Bill? For the
I don't know, man. I feel like maybe another 2 hours, probably conservatively.
I would love to be done by 9 o'clock.
That would be amazing to be done by 9 o'clock. I really having a hard time processing how disappointed I am by Christian King on this one. That was hard to hear. Like, I have supported that person. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
And
I mean, he's
that
been
was,
trending in that direction since the Mill Street shit, and I don't know.
Yeah,
Someone said he's in his villain era, and I think I agree.
The what?
Someone in the
his
chat
villain
said he's in
era?
his villain era, and I think I'd have to
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just, it wasn't even like it was just stupid. It wasn't like I could respect like the politically savvy play that he was making, and like he was being smart about it. It was very, like, he just didn't understand what was going on. You know?
This is just another, like, this is probably the best example since we've been doing this together of a issue that is a total non-issue, right? It's actually just creating some bureaucratic work for the city, but allows a bunch of different departments to communicate more effectively amongst one another because all that data already exists in different forms. And that very simple idea was just sideswiped by a handful, like maybe one city bus full worth of cranks.
Yep.
And that is like how you get shit done around here. Just so wild to see in real time, and how easy it is for people to buy into it. Like
wait,
any
wait,
of
wait,
the,
wait, wait. Hold on. Pause. Adela Hazard was a cop?
Interesting.
That is a rather stunning revelation. But anyway, Brennan, back to your point. Yeah, I mean, it's like that's what we've been seeing from the city council for the past couple of months, I'd say.
This one was just so clear and transparent, though, because like any one of those people, like they're maybe at best good for $100 check, maybe if you're running for office, right? Like we're not talking like real lobbying dollars pouring into this city council. This is just angry people who have a little bit extra cash, literally in the form of cash floating around, that they can toss into a wicker basket at a boiled dinner fundraiser every 2 years. And just to think that that's what can swing just like basic ass shit, right? Like,
and this one, it's even better because they already fucking voted on
it unanimously.
It's not like they like withered it down before voting on it. They voted on it. They got yelled at by a small handful of cranks, and then they made it effectively useless. And then Christian, just the cherry on top there was Christian asking for the city to develop a way of figuring out which rental units are owner occupied. You know, we need to develop a new system after he just voted to make the system that they've already had, the 22,000 units have already registered to. He voted to make that optional, basically, for owner occupied units. I mean, I mean, a tenants unit in Worcester would be great. Absolutely no idea how to organize that.
But I mean, in this one though, and I'm not being dismissive of the idea of a tenants union. Like this issue in and of itself, just it goes beyond the idea of a tenants union. I mean, this is like when you were looking through mass land records, Bill, you were having a hard time just finding like, hey, how do you tell if a property is a multifamily or a single family?
Yeah,
it's doable, but it's not. There's not a single repository for that data, which just makes sense for a city that is mostly made up of 100-year-old stick construction that tends to burst into flames on a regular basis. Like, hey, we should have that list and make it easily accessible to everybody. And these guys can't see the value in that. And gals, I shouldn't be gender specific there.
Yeah.
It's just such a ridiculously silly thing to watch in real time.
It's really silly. Seguro Sally is right about 10-0. That's my favorite order on the entire agenda. That's Kenny Merrill Carlson requesting the city manager Google Worcester restaurant. Like put that into Google Maps and then print it out for her so she can see which restaurants there are in Worcester. I'm not making that up. It's exactly how it reads.
Wait, who's asking this?
Kenny Merrill Carlson wants a list of all the restaurants in Worcester.
Oh, good. Maybe we can have a registry.
Yeah. She wants a list of all the restaurants in all 5 council districts and what type of food they serve.
I think that's the part of the inspection. The hang up on the inspections that I found really grating was just coming from the small business world where like, I mean, the audacity, I can't even imagine having the audacity to tell an inspector like on the food side. It's essentially the same thing. Like, no, you can't come in here and check to make sure that my records for pest control, whatever certifications I might need, refrigeration, that I'm not going to allow you in here to check all of that. Like, that's just insanity. But that's kind of the same argument that was being made here.
If I told my boss at the pizza place that he can claim it's a 4th Amendment violation that the health inspector comes in and they don't have to, you kidding me? He'd be so stoked. He would literally try it. And like that's exactly what these landlords want to hear from the city councilors. They're like, yeah, you can just tell them they can't come in.
Just such a bizarre take.
And to hear Christian repeat that one too was I mean, like our city lawyer is not a good lawyer, but his memo on that was very clear. Like it is constitutional.
Okay, I think we're ready to go. So, Mr. Clerk. So I guess I'll go first. Then we'll just raise our hands. People want to call and go from there.
Well, somebody asked about a restaurant registry. I mean, that will happen at some point in time, and that's what you see when you're, if you're in New York City. Like everyone has their public health certification, like the letter grade posted on the door of the restaurant and whatnot. Like it has to be visible for
Mr.
everybody
Mayor.
walking in and out. And that is the way cities
you,
tend to be going if they have the capacity
Chairman,
for
and,
it, just to make sure that everyone's covering each other from a public health
I just want
perspective.
to thank, I do agree with Sean. Probably start laughing, but Ms. Hazard, I think, Mr. Manager, I think you're doing a fantastic job. So I do appreciate the work that you've done by the city manager, Petitions, and his whole
You're doing a
team here.
fantastic job. That's why I am
Despite some multiple crises that really have occurred in the city of
fucking
Worcester,
up all
at
of
the
your
state and the federal levels. And the city manager had not had it easy in the past year and a half. There's been a lot of challenges here, but I think the point I'd like to make on that is that whatever the situation is, I always think you handle it with class and integrity, which I think is important. You want the answers to call, make yourself available in the community when needed. You want to go out into the community when asked and on your own. You attend multiple communities to address concerns around safety in the community and issues pertaining to the youth. I have seen firsthand use empathy, which is important in my mind, to allow people in spaces to express their own concerns. Is communicating in ways that is accessible and respectful of the people's need to be heard. Team manager has been quick to offer solutions to unexpected challenges, most recently when it comes to youth cuts by providing $1.5 million when asked, and then we'll get to the budget and able to do that, which means opportunity.
I think they're all pretty much
others,
going to cheer.
youth,
It's tradition.
meaningful jobs.
It is, unless they're getting ready to
City manager
throw them
have
out.
been focused and his team on building a future for Worcestertown with the youth and working with experts to create data-driven, evidence-based solutions that will sustainability address ongoing problems in the city. And that's what I think one of your strong points is. And that's what you did as assistant city manager, as a project manager.
Is Joe
I think it's gonna
crying?
pay dividends in the city in the future. City manager has been working with leading
He's
experts
very
in the
emotional,
field,
man.
looking at the issues such as traffic violence and housing production, which is two big issues that we've talked about in this council before, with different perspectives. And I think we're doing a good job on that. And housing is one of the, whether it be the unhoused, whether it be affordable housing, whether housing for everyone, it's a huge issue. And in fact, there was a big conference this morning. HUD was there from Washington, from Boston, and also HHS was there. Secretary Augustus was there. And they like coming to Worcester, all these organizations, the federal and state levels, because they think we have a good quality team when it comes to housing and trying to address these issues. And that's really because I think your leadership of the council and the department heads you have in place.
Lowest rental vacancy rate in the entire
There is
country.
improvement. There might be an opportunity to work into more expedient timelines when it comes to certain issues. Recently, I felt the process to find contractors to implement proposed safety changes to Mill Street took longer than I would have preferred. But you talked about that last week and taking responsibility for that. And I'm cognizant of the fact that you need bidders in the midst of ongoing staffing shortages, supply chain issues, and expectations of the administration. Some of these are out of your control. At the same time, I think when these type of issues involves neighborhoods, some of the expedition would be helpful in these matters. However, I'd be remiss if I did not provide this feedback, and that's why I'm providing it. It's also my experience of the city manager has been quick to intervene in acute emergent situations that can have long-term impacts. The city's resources have been allocated in practical ways to combat issues of homelessness, while the city will need thousands of units to keep up the demand for housing. Over 700 new units were brought into the city because of the administration's ability to work.
All market
collaborating
rate.
with partners in the private and the public sectors, which I think is very
That's
important.
great. Yeah, that's fine.
Although non-fatal shootings have decreased in the last year, the string of homicides in the past few months were a shock to the community. I thought the city manager acted quickly to work in collaborative with the administration and partners in the private and public sectors to intervene, which is one of our strengths as a body here.
Partners in the private sector.
Crime gun intelligence unit has already removed 9 weapons from the streets and nearly 20 arrested.
Like ShotSpotter.
Departments have been flourishing with the city Petitions at the helm with his investment in employee
Brandon,
experiences.
but,
His
there was a
proposal
New
to
York
work towards
City
ensuring that his
audit of
administration
shots fired in
compensation
New
is
York.
equitable, serves as a small
And
example of
the
dedication
exact
to ensuring
same,
that employees are satisfied at work.
firm shootings
We
as
continue
there
to
are
make
in Worcester,
improvements that address the
13%.
ongoing needs of the
That
growing
must
city.
be awesome.
It's the highest population in its history. There's no doubt in my mind that you love this city, you grew up in the city, you care about it, and it shows every single day, and it shows to the people of Worcester. And I believe that you and your team have been doing tremendous work. Towards it, I just want to recognize all the different teams here that make a difference here in the city of Worcester. And whether it be the sustainability and resilience team, transportation and mobility, whether it be all your cabinet heads and all your employees and department heads, I think are doing a good job in the city of Worcester. Doesn't mean we don't make mistakes, that things, people say we're not transparent. Government's pretty transparent because when we make a mistake, it's all over the news in a second. So it's all,
Thanks,
it's always
Bill.
out there in the public.
Me.
And I know
Second 5 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
I'm glad we're timing this.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
pretty transparent because the press reports when we fuck up.
And I just want to say that to the department heads, and I want to thank you for all your work.
Oh, Rich SBK, that's a good point.
And every single day you go out there. And it's
we're
not
like
easy in today's climate.
The lowest
Being a
10th
government employee.
percentile.
It's not easy at all. It's a hard job to do. But we try to do the best we can do. And I think look at the city over the last 10, 15 years. It's just growing in the right direction in the last year and a half. It certainly has. Police, I think it's done a great job, very community oriented, trying to get the handle on things. So I want to thank the chief and his department, the police themselves in general. I want to thank everybody who works in that department. Same with the fire chief and the fire department and everything they do. DPW, Jay Fink and his group, what they do every single day.
None of this is an
Doesn't mean we
evaluation
have
of
that
city
challenge.
manager.
We do. Whether the streets aren't the way we want them to be, whether sometimes the snow isn't removed properly, but they're out there working every single day, the DPW working. So I want to thank them for that. Quality of Life team, which I missed last year, I want to thank them for what they do. They make a big difference here in the city of Worcester. And whether it be working with the public health, or it be working with police, or it be working with the city councilors, administration, you seem to be all over the place. So I appreciate everything they do. And one of the departments that I think is important is the finance department in the city of Worcester. To me, that's an exceeds every single time. It's probably one of this council should be proud of what it does, working with the city manager, Tim McGurthy, and make sure that our finances are in order. We have reserves are in order. It makes a difference when we go into the rating agencies or when we want to borrow money. It's one thing we do good. We push the limits, no question. The council pushes the limits when trying to borrow. But Tim McGurthy does a good job managing us, managing our finances. We've done a good job for the last several years. So I want to thank that. I want to thank you for that too. And I just want to end with this. Again, to the Mr. Manager, thank you for your dedication to the city of Worcester, to your department heads and your whole team, and all the employees in the city of Worcester for the work they do. And just one more thing, if we can, I know we have a lot of contracts out there. If we can settle those over the next few months, it'd be very helpful here to the city of Worcester too. And I want to do one thing, which I was pretty proud of in some sense. Like I go around the city a lot, but I want to thank also the Parks Department. Our parks is the best I think I've seen in a number of years. And they've always been pretty good, but really good. And when you see all the people using the parks here in the city of Worcester, it makes a big difference in every single neighborhood, every neighborhood. So I want to thank them for the work that they do also. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. I know we have a public health department who does a great job with the house here in the city of Worcester, trying to find housing issues and health issues. So I want to thank them for the work they do also. If I miss somebody, I'm my apology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to go to at-large Councilor Morris Bergman, followed by D5 Councilor Tel Hajiai, followed by 2 again at-large, and followed by Donna Colorio at-large.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The difficulty and the reason why some of these evaluations, and I've been on the council a number of years now,
Thanks for
never
reminding us,
easy
Mo.
is because they're mixed with some objectivity and some subjectivity. So I certainly try to be as objective as I can, but there's absolutely no way that there isn't some subjectivity that has to creep into the evaluations. With respect to financial management, I took some notes. They're part of the record of
The
my
entire
evaluation.
thing
I didn't take
is
notes on every
subjective.
category, but I took notes where I thought they'd
It
be
is your
helpful for people to
opinion of how the
understand,
city manager has been
why I
doing.
gave the manager the grade I gave, and also to remind me on some good talking points on why I gave those grades. With respect to long-term financial plan, I do think the city's in a strong financial position. I do think that we've had some challenges, as many cities across the state, across the country have, and I think we've weathered those challenges well, which is a great reflection on the city manager. I would like to say that I would like to see at times when there is surplus cash that we do better with tax relief for some of our tax-paying residents. With respect to the bond rating, it's been consistently excellent, and that not only predates the current city manager, but also includes the current city manager's tenure. So he certainly deserves credit for being in a position, along with his staff, to help maintain that. With respect to energy and asset management, which I don't really quite know why it's under financial management, I would say that it's appropriate. I think the goals sometimes may be overly ambitious, but I do think the right people are in the right place to assess that. And I do think that all in all, with the financial management category, I would give the manager exceeds expectations. With respect to economic development, I do think the city's on course with its urban revitalization plan. I do think that we've had some challenges.
Mo's basically writing my third grade report card.
Not just Worcester, but we've had increased interest rates throughout the country, inflationary concerns, and despite all that, I do think there's a lot going on in the city of Worcester regarding urban revitalization. I do think when it comes to neighborhood revitalization, I would like to, and I've made this comment in the past, see more progress outside of the specific downtown area. I'm sure the city manager would like to see this as well. I think areas like Lower Lincoln Street, Lower Pleasant Street are all areas that should reap the benefits of some of the progress downtown, and they're not quite there yet. As far as development projects, as I've said, I think it's redundant. We're on course for those. Cultural activities, I think they're numerous and varied, and I haven't heard the manager turn a deaf ear to anybody suggesting other cultural activities that perhaps we haven't had in the past. With respect to housing initiatives, this is where subjectively others may disagree, but I think there's been a good balance between what's doable and what's possible and what potentially could be counterproductive. I know that it's not only a local issue, it's a state issue, it's a national issue. There is a shortage of housing, and I think we're doing the best we can. I think it's compounded by the fact that cities and towns around us perhaps aren't doing as much as they can. I think when it comes to Worcester, we are doing well. I do think with respect to housing initiatives that I would like to mention something that I've been proud to speak about, and I still think we never do enough, and that's with private home ownership. We can talk all we want about roofs over people's heads, and of course that's an essential part of being able to survive. But when it comes to generational wealth, unless you own something, you're not going to be in a position to create generational wealth. And I think we could do more with helping people own their own homes, even with the higher cost of buying property in the city of Worcester. With respect to planning, conservation, job creation, I put meets expectations next to all of those. Transportation is an issue I wanted to talk about for a moment. We have lots of discussions about traffic, Mill Street particularly, but in general, we talk about traffic all over the city. Mill Street happens to be the more recent conversation, but I think there's a tough balance and a reality that I'd like to just present, which is the WRTA isn't where it needs to be. We're not Boston, we're not Brookline, we're not Cambridge, we're not Somerville. We don't have the ability to go from point A to point B on any given day with dependability and frequency. I couldn't do what I do in a day, and I think most of us couldn't, with the number of places throughout the city we have to be at, depending on a bus service. And that's not necessarily the manager's responsibility, because the WRTA has its own degree of independence, but it does reflect in some of the infrastructure ideas that I see being floated around. I think that sometimes they're overly ambitious, and they ignore the fact that motor vehicle transportation is still going to be the majority mode of how we all travel in the city, at least unless and until the WRTA does a much better job being user-friendly. On this particular category, I gave the manager meets expectations. With respect to category 3, management efficiencies and improvements, I'll glide through that rather quickly. I do think they've all been good to very good, and I gave the manager an exceeds expectations. With respect to the final category, delivery of public services, public safety, inspection services, public works, economic development, health and human services. Is that that a buzzer of some sort for me to finish up? I gave manager all good to very good. I do want to pause though, with human resources. And let me just say, in all the previous departments, goes without saying that I could not have given the manager good to very good comments if the departments and the department heads didn't also act in a very positive and successful way to reflect on the manager's abilities. But when it comes to human resources, I do think this is one issue that I just wanted to talk a little bit more about, because it almost switched my final grade from meets expectations to needs improvement. I did ultimately stick with meets expectations. But I do think when it comes, and the mayor alluded to it a moment ago, comes to union contracts, we really should not be going beyond a year to resolve these contracts. We've got one department that's been out, I think, almost 4 years now without a contract. And I just think when we talk about a city family, when there are raises being given to other departments, it just reflects poorly on morale and upon the public's perception of what we're doing here in city government, when some significant parts of our employees.
Eric will get a
contract
copy
and
for his
other
parents to
employees
sign
are getting,
before next
what
week,
seems
hopefully.
like significant raises. And let me just lastly say, when it goes back to raises, I don't begrudge what somebody makes if that's what market rate determines, but I would like to see in the future any significant raises be tied, and I skipped this earlier, be tied to performance criteria, not just that's what the market would bear in other communities outside of Worcester. In that last category, with the exception of needing to improve, making sure that union contracts go up beyond a year, I gave the city manager a meet expectation. So 2 exceeds expectations, 1 meet expectation without any hesitation, and 1 meet expectation, which could have gone either way. But I do think the manager's heart's in the right place. I do think there's always going to be a learning curve, even if the manager was working under the former city manager. And even though he's from Worcester, there was always new challenges that are unexpected. I'm willing to give the manager, the benefit of the fact that he's listening to our critiques, and he's going to work to make sure that next year all the categories that I judge him on will even be better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor IGI.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just start by saying I am so sorry you have to sit through this awkward process. This is a very awkward process, but I don't like this evaluation form, so I veered away from some of its structured because I find it completely inefficient and unhelpful tool to evaluate anyone. So I will go through categories that I thought are important to me and provide a little bit of narrative around these categories. So I'd like to start with ongoing transparency and communication. I do have to say that there have been major improvements from previous administration related to transparency and communication. One good example is there was a lot of controversy around pulling the checkbook offline. I know that you received a lot of calls. I know we received a lot of calls. And I appreciate the fact that you listened to public feedback and you put it back online with some parameters around safeguarding privacy. Another example that I thought was good in terms of transparency communication was submitted to council the rationale and thought process guiding the pay equity process for department heads and steps the administration will follow to bring everyone's salaries up in different phases. I also forgot to just through the chair, just extend my thanks to every single person in this room, all your staff, whether we agree or disagree sometimes, whether we have difference of opinions, you all work so hard, and just really thank you so much for taking care of our residents and doing the invisible work that you do. I'd like to continue to say that in terms of communication, some of the feedback, while your department, communications department, has grown, and it has been using more modern ways to disseminate information, such as blogs and videos, which is really cool. I still think residents are still frustrated regarding timely communication, particularly with road projects and traffic closures. We should be using any technology available for planning purposes and communicate changes as much in advance as possible to residents, specifically when multiple projects are planned and clustered in the same area of the city. A perfect example of this was the traffic jams and detours that affected multiple neighborhoods in District 5 this past summer because of road work. projects like Mill Street, the Mill Street
All right,
configuration.
listen to this lead
the
from my rental
management,
registry story.
More coordinated and clear.
2 years after
communication
voting
should be put in
11-0 to
place
create a
and
rental
it's time
registry,
to
the City
help
Council
residents
voted
understand the
9-2 on
changes that
Tuesday to
will
make it
affect them.
useless.
Importantly, I would like to see more communication regarding street work, for example.
Gamber, I found a new love
Vetted
for
before
snacks,
going out to the public
and I acknowledge
before
this is
giving
gross.
the wrong
I never thought I would
information.
grow up to be
My
a
second
meat
category is
stick guy.
transportation and mobility.
But
and
these,
I'd like to start by complimenting the
what is it?
Department of Transportation
Yeah,
and
righteous felon,
Mobility for the excellent work
beef
that they've
sticks,
done. And
spicy,
Mr. Manager,
fiery
I
habanero
really
flavor. Oh
deeply
my God.
value your commitment to reducing and
I could
eliminating
actually live
traffic
off of these
violence
things.
and using that specific phrase through Vision Zero. And
I love a
implementing
meat stick,
complete
man.
street projects. A policy that I'd like to remind
I like the
City
good ones
Council
like
we
that.
adopted
I like the
unanimously
bad
in
ones.
2017. The creation
Give me
of
a Slim
DTM
Jim, I'm
was a
fucking that
big
shit up.
progressive
Yeah.
step forward. I know you had a lot to do with that. Towards eliminating traffic deaths and injuries and designing streets that accommodate vulnerable road users, not just cars. I applaud your strong commitment to
I
the
don't have any
interim and
June-friendly
long
meat sticks
transformation of
just
Mill
yet.
Street and
We're
all
not really
teams
there
that
on the
worked with me
dietary
to
side.
ensure the success of both Stafford Street and Mill Streets. My expectation, based on conversation with residents, is that your staff
What's
continue
June
to
like
engage
for,
with neighborhoods and communicate in a timely manner
food in
when
general?
significant projects like this take place in the future.
So
Culture
this
shifts
dog has
require
yet to
patience
discover
and
people food,
willingness to shape policy
and we would like to
driven
keep
by
it that way.
data and professionals.
She just thinks
You
that
have
we all
demonstrated
take a couple times
motivation
throughout the day where we sit at
best
a table
practices,
and
train
just do
professionals
mystery
to
people
guide
stuff.
decision-making
There's
rather
no
than
begging. There's no
manipulate
idea that there's food
on and
going on
off
up there.
council. It's
So
my expectation
thus
that you will
far, aside from
continue
dog
strengthening the
food, her
practice of holding
experience is
in-district
limited.
presentations about road redesign and partnering with
That's
district
smart.
councilors and neighborhood groups to address residents' concerns.
My parents
I
had
urge
that
you
going with
and I
their dog
expect you
for a
to
couple
continue
years.
prioritizing high crash areas in District
But
5 and across the city
couple
through a Vision
family
Zero
parties
lens
ruined that.
and keep building a culture
You know?
of centering vulnerable road users. We'll move on to DE&I and racial equity. I understand that it was under the previous administration that several chief diversity officers resigned due to lack of support from the previous administration and a culture of resistance. You have now overseen 3 departments' racial equity audits, which have revealed that our staff are still experiencing racial animosity in the workplace, and our Black and brown youth are disproportionately arrested. I appreciate that as a former youth worker and someone who's done this work with you prior to our current positions, we understand that police departments are not meant to be youth workers. And to that end, I am glad that one of your first decisions as a city manager was to house the Shannon Grant within the Youth Opportunities Office where it should belong. Redirecting the focus of Youth Opportunities Office to do policy work related to youth development and violence prevention are excellent steps towards empowering this amazing department and an amazing department in Raquel Castro-Corzini running it to do more systems work. I want to also applaud you and your team for instituting a paid family leave program for your employees after several of them urged you to do so. However, Mr. Manager, there is still a lot of work to be done here.
You're in your second 5, too.
I didn't realize we had limits. Sorry.
Previous chairman is.
Could we?
Motion to suspend the rules, Mr. Chairman.
Go on, get in the second 5. Go ahead.
I apologize.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Really put a lot of work into making sure.
Okay, keep going. You go.
Motion to suspend the rules, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, it's just-
The chief diversity officer position is still vacant. The racial
Just
equity
ignore the
audit
motions.
does not
That's
have a
fine.
clear and
Fuck
transparent
Robert.
process attached to it regarding who will implement the recommendations.
Literally, that's
the specific
crazy that he did
timelines,
that.
Progress benchmarks, and how the council and the public will be kept appraised of all this. The WPD audit doesn't capture the goals and frustrations of communities, particularly Black, Brown, Indigenous communities, things that I have heard since before coming into elected office, them talk about decades. I don't think we need to wait another 2 years for a CDO or the DEOJ findings to start implementing changes community leaders have asked for years. As we grapple with the realities of racial equity, particularly anti-Black racism, we need to resist any impulse to go slow or incrementally, rest our hopes on superficial changes that look good on paper, but lack the political will and buy-in from all of us. Mr. Manager, we look to you to set the tone for dismantling practices that have been proven to be harmful to Black, Brown, Indigenous, LGBTQIA, people with disabilities, and low-wealth communities. And so I challenge the administration to go beyond the racial equity audit recommendations and implement some of the decades-old recommendations offered by Black and Brown communities with the urgency they expect us to. My next category is community development and planning. I actually have a degree in this, so I can speak to it. In last year's evaluation, I talked about the need to pay more attention to our neighborhoods instead of constantly prioritizing downtown. Community development and planning for me means that we are improving the quality of life for all residents in all neighborhoods, including those struggling to hold onto their homes, those experiencing homelessness, being displaced by astronomical rents, or feeling the impacts of climate change. As you know, and prior to your arrival in District 5, one of my biggest goals and focuses has been redeveloping 195 Mill Street, aka Big D. I just want to thank Mr. Peter Dunn for being an amazing partner in helping me think through this. And so I'm very glad and I'm very proud and very pleased that the designation of Big D as a UCH TIF zone will finally come to council and hopefully spur mixed-use development of this underdeveloped parcel. I have also had the expectation and goals, which has been reflected through all of our conversations, to kindle economic revitalization of Webster Square neighborhood through a master plan. Again, Mr. Dunn and I, along with Representative LaBeouf, and you have had multiple conversations about this. I still urge you and your administration to reconsider implementing an escalating fee to those underdeveloped properties that have not made any attempts to develop or sell and which continue to draw taxpayer dollars and resources while affecting the quality of life for our residents. Neighborhood development in our poorest neighborhoods has always been left mostly to our CDCs, the most under-resourced entities, and the most adept at incremental development. I ask you, and this is a new ask, and I haven't mentioned this to you before in private, I urge you to.
You know what I always think about when I drive by the Big D? It's how low the ceilings were. It's really weird to think about how low ceilings were in old buildings.
We must not be timid placing higher expectations onto large-scale developers.
A low ceiling grocery store.
Greatly from what we have to
It's really a
offer,
relic from
and
another
our
time.
residents
Like
deserve
the
to
Price
enjoy
Chopper.
the benefits
Yeah.
from all of them.
On Grafton Street?
You
No.
have done an amazing
the
job
one below
at
Grafton
creating
Street.
efficiencies throughout several departments.
Yeah.
However,
The Grafton Hill
I
Price
believe
Chopper has a
housing
low
and
ceiling.
homelessness
It's
should
like
be
if you're in
held
Vegas, it's like going from
in
the
order to
strip to
align
like
with
old
what
Vegas,
we know to
and
be
you sit
true.
down and play blackjack
Ending
at Binion's, and like
homelessness
you
and
can
housing
wave
instability
the smoke away with your
begins
hands and touch the
ends
ceiling.
with healthy, affordable housing.
Just a different time.
I have seen you in action, Mr. Manager, when you picked up the phone, whether it was the Washington Heights fire or when we have been meeting regarding homelessness and trying to get landlords to open up units. I have seen firsthand you picking up the phone and begging landlords to make those units available. I am so grateful that you are that type of person. Please continue to do that. The RMV shelter is another case where I don't think it would have happened with anyone else. And the fact that you went above and beyond to make sure that we have an emergency shelter for our unhoused folks, it meant a lot to both the unhoused community, but obviously to me as one person sitting on this council. I believe that you have done a great job at creating a housing production plan. It's a very good step. However, I'm still unclear how we will fund this plan with just the federal funds we receive, which is why I urge you and Mr. Dunn to consider a local housing bond, similar to the one that we funded the ballpark, to fully fund all the housing initiatives and plans. The Affordable Housing Trust, while a great resource, will not fill the gaps that we face. I'm almost done. Public participation and engagement. This is something that I've talked about a lot,
good idea.
whether during the campaign or on this council floor. And I think that you have done a really good job compared to other folks, asking for feedback regarding many initiatives. The Mobility Action Plan was for now next, and the latest one is a strategic plan. However, we seem to have an ongoing challenge about utilizing public participation in decision-making. As of late, we've struggled with incorporating the work of advisory committees and commissions. In talking to some of the members of these committees, they don't seem to always have the right information or access to it. Even when their purview is explicitly stated in the charter, their purpose is not always clear to the public, and their recommendations sometimes not incorporated into decisions that affect our residents. It's my expectation, Mr. Manager, that this needs to shift to allow these committees to do their work unencumbered and strengthen their partnership with you. Increasing public participation means also getting out of City Hall, something that I have seen you do multiple times. I think our residents really appreciate seeing you, talking to you, being able to have access to you as a regular person rather than as a bureaucrat. And I encourage you to continue to do that, and not in a reactive manner, as we have been forced to have you come only when we have issues, but just as a presence into our neighborhoods. Take walks with us. Bring your colleagues with you. Bring the city manager. Bring your staff. I think that's the best way to have access to our neighborhoods and listen directly to our residents. I'm going to mention climate change because I feel like this doesn't get enough attention. I am so proud of the work.
The R&B
that
shelter was
we
supposed to have
the
a.
Worcester plan
It's
under
supposed to
the
close in
leadership
June.
of our commissioner.
I'm not sure.
We have advanced climate justice, but we must challenge ourselves to do all we can to improve every life of our residents, particularly those squeezed tight by high rents, unhealthy housing conditions, homelessness, and environmental degradation, as well as the impacts of climate change. We need to be less afraid to have high expectations for developers and utility companies to protect our environment and open spaces. Last year, you and your team worked super hard to pass the specialized stretch.
Yeah, I agree with that, Robiz.
It didn't come easy. How developers would react drove the conversation.
Gotta remember, council districts
and
are
we got
completely
caught in
fucking arbitrary.
again, centering their concerns rather than the reality that eventually we have to move away from fossil fuels. Those same
And in the
interests
context
will
of homelessness,
undoubtedly try to convince us that Worcester is not ready to join other several
it almost
communities
always gets
to
invoked
enter the
in
fossil
the context
fuel-free
of
demonstration
like
project.
we need to
But Mr. Manager, as we've talked
push
about with racial equity,
people to
homelessness,
other
and
districts,
poverty,
so it's more
we
fair
cannot
to
afford
the
to move
district
in
council.
incremental steps while our
Yep.
seniors, children,
There's
and
more
families can barely get through a week of sweltering heat wave. And in conclusion, oftentimes we think of Worcester as a progressive city, but more often
No,
than
we
not,
don't.
our
No, we
efforts to
don't.
improve life
Come
for
on.
all residents, and specifically for those living paycheck to
We
paycheck
don't
or
think
without one, are hampered by the interests of those who want us to have us believe that we're at the mercy of big developers, corporate landlords, slum landlords, unscrupulous investors, utility companies, and big corporations. Sometimes progress is also obstructed by those who are satisfied with keeping things unruffled, quiet, in boxes, where we can have hard conversations about impactful policy. This past year, and most recently on the city council floor, I have seen such efforts take away the opportunity to have a strong ADU ordinance. We barely got through the specialized stretch code, preserving the integrity of Complete Streets work through the manufacture of Mill Street chaos, and weakening one of the few tools we have, a rental registry, to protect the lives of our residents from fires and unhealthy housing. And I'm sure there will be more. Mr. Manager, I am a firm believer that regardless of how hard and messy politics gets, we should always hold the courage to act boldly and resist the impulse to regress, because moving forward messes up with decades-old beliefs, expectations, and rules. I have a lot of faith in you, and I will continue to partner with you to make sure that you are successful in this role. Your success is our residents' success. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you. We have Councilor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like my colleagues and like what I said last year, which is I think this evaluation form is not that great and could be improved. And I think it's a disservice to the city manager and to the city council. And I know that's not on you to fix the evaluation form. I think it's something we need to take the ownership of doing better as a council and as a city. So I just
Imagine
wanna
the
start
council
there.
like streamlining its own
And
processes and
so
rules. That's
first
like
I want to start with,
completely
in the last year since the last
unheard of.
evaluation, 64% of my orders were responded to by the city manager. As I reflect on the last year, I really want to start off with my disappointment of last summer when I was advocating for an ordinance regarding deceptive advertising of crisis pregnancy centers that prey on vulnerable folks that have led to critical health concerns for our residents and those who come to our city seeking abortion care and other medical reproductive services. I completely disagree with how this went down, with the city manager and the city solicitor not providing a draft ordinance despite it passing on the council. It disturbs me that the city solicitor, a staff of the manager, can outrightly share with a staff from the attorney general that he had no intention of following through with a draft until it was discovered by a journalist. I challenge the administration to do better and not rely on Google to write a legal opinion and to not accept this level of work and this mediocrity. The public deserves way better and more effort than that. With that said, I do want to say I appreciate the ways in which we have the ability to continue to work despite conflict and it not influencing our ability to serve the public. There's been times when I respect the city manager for being able to be present with conflict and model a different way of reconciling that. When we found out that Recreation Worcester was short on funding for the summer and there was a citywide shortage of youth works cuts, the city manager did reallocate 1.5 million of ARPA funds to fill the gap. When the unhoused folks who planned an encampment demonstration in front of the RMV, Councilor Haji, the manager, and I spoke, and the city manager was already working towards increasing shelter beds and also pushed for the shelter to be opened all the way to the end of this month instead of the shorter periods. And so I think these are the moments where I experience the manager leading with his values and a clear route of decision-making for our community's benefit. I see your vision to better Worcester in your work with the departments and advocate for complete streets and taking the risk of improving Mill Street, despite how many hours it took and how much work that took. And even in the rental registry, and even in the rental registry, which I hope will set Worcester's housing stock to be more safe and in compliance for the decades to come and prevent the tragedies of fires, collapses, and preventable deaths, injury, and displacement. I have been collecting a survey from Worcester residents, and there are so many improvements that we desperately need in Worcester for it to have your focus, intentionality, and priority in the next few years. The biggest theme that I received was housing. People are being pushed out. The housing crisis is not new. Many wrote about not wanting housing developers that are not invested in the health of our city. We do not just need an increase in housing units. We need affordable and low-income units for our residents. Many also share the sentiment of taking care of our unhoused communities better by providing more resources and shelters with dignity. Unlike what many would say or believe, many in Worcester care about the unhoused and want to see a city that invests in them. I hope we start to reframe our outlook on economic development, that we are not just partaking in an extractive economy of our people, but one that builds safety nets, allows for the inclusion of everyone in our community, and strives for a livable, sustainable present and future for our residents to benefit from the ways in which our city grows, rather than isolating and displacing them. Another clear theme I saw was funding our schools. I know we get this every year during budget, and I know the explanation of us investing in building new schools and expanding the capital budget. But I think it's also important that our community are seeing such a drastic need for resources and funding for our schools. It's hard to overlook the constant advocacy for it. Every year since I've been here, there's been advocacy for it. I think that calls for our administration to do a deep investigation and a reflection of where we can shift our budget to meet the needs of our community. Folks have brought up the overspending and the inflated police budgets. I believe there's validity and truth to how we reallocate those fundings strategically that will still allow for public safety and for a really good chunk of it to go where our community envisions. For example, our last meeting on not expanding and renewing ShotSpotter and Resource Connect to youth programming. Internally, I would like to amplify and note along with the community that there is a need for hiring a chief equity officer. It's been so long with an empty position, especially with the racial equity audit of our HR, HHS, and police department, and so many other efforts that could have happened, but we wouldn't know because no one was there in these last few years. We need to have more streams of building with our BIPOC and communities on the margins, that the absence of this position is severely felt and drastically impacting us. I also think the ways in which we're seeing our city manager with moments of tension and conflicts with the Human Rights Commission and Cable Advisory Board shows me that we need better communication and holders of these spaces. The city manager needs to build out these spaces, a few spaces of structural and implemented democracy in our government. Our commissions and boards need our city manager to work alongside them. Too often, these spaces feel performative or not impactful. We need to do better in ensuring that these spaces serve their purpose and have the power to do their work, whether it is to look into the police department or to feel that their work actually matters and benefits the community. I push the manager to really do better in investing in these spaces, in communicating, providing the documents, and building them out so they aren't the stereotypical image of a committee that doesn't move, that are disconnected, and are so filled with red tape that nothing gets done. In conclusion of my reflections, I think our city manager has been a manager for 1.5 years, and I would like to see him lean into the visions and investment for our communities. As I alluded to in the beginning, the moments in which his values feel clear are the moments I think we can give credit where it's due. A year and a half ago, Eric, you made history as the first Latino city manager in Worcester. I think making history because of being the first of an identity is one thing, but making history because of what you do with it is another. I would love to see you move into a real legacy of leadership and how you build out and invest in our communities during a time where the tides pushes people out and the economic growth happens at the expense of the people you serve. I hope to see you grow towards being bolder in your vision of inclusionary care and reclamation of democratic spaces so people who fought so hard for equity and justice can lead the solutions of Worcester. I wish you were bold enough to fight for people whose evictions are executed by outside constables whose licenses are questionable. What would it look like to have a city manager who fought for that, who isn't scared to put a lawsuit out there for their people? What would it look like to have a city manager who was bold enough to say, yes, let's do a sanctuary encampment because people deserve the right to housing. And if it will take years to have enough housing stock to meet those needs, this is what we will do temporarily for the sake of people's livelihood and dignity.
Amen.
I wish and hope for you to be bold in ways that would make Worcester an exemplary community that others can look towards and say, they were able to make that happen for their residents, so we can do it too. There's many ways for us to be just another city.
That would be one way for Batista to just
and our government to be a perpetrator.
bludgeon the cracks in his council. So you just started going way left.
And do better with your time here. Thank you.
Do better with your time. That's great.
Next, we have Donna Cora.
Thank you. So let me start off by saying that I too,
sanctioning
like
camping
the format
yesterday.
of this evaluation form and look
Oh,
forward to something different. So I've
You
written
have to
mine
be
primarily with the format in mind, but I found it was very difficult. And I'm going to be very short and sweet. You won't even have me at the 2-minute mark. Okay. Time me now. Okay. So, this evaluation today is to provide feedback to the city manager as part of an ongoing process. This process includes this evaluation tonight, my monthly meetings with the city manager, and our continuous dialogue. These communications allow the city manager to understand the needs, goals, and priorities of the at-large communities I represent. We as councilors depend on the city manager for reports, and the manager depends on us to make the best decisions it can after reviewing the facts. Given this relationship, the importance of respect between the council and the city manager relationship cannot be underestimated. It cannot be emphasized enough. Now, that being said, I'll make these comments short and sweet. If it's not a secret that the city is facing some challenges: homelessness, economic instability, housing shortages, substance abuse, quality of life, traffic issues, public safety, and infrastructure. So on the financial management, I have spoken at the budget sessions as to my concerns with elevated salaries and unresolved union contracts. Both items fit into the long-term financial planning. While I take a more conservative view on financial stability, I am concerned about the sustainability of certain departments if grants or state funding is lost, especially the building of new schools. Economic development, I am pleased to see the comprehensive 5-year housing production plan with 42 new permanent supportive housing units with 152 in the pipeline, also working on the expansion of affordable housing and market rate. Management efficiencies, very pleased the city manager attends community meetings, even when he has an opposing opinion. That's very important. He stands strong and he wants to listen to the community. The city manager demonstrates a commitment to the democratic process by respecting the community and engaging in dialogue with various citizens groups. Delivery of public service. Public safety is one of the top concerns for the residents of Worcester. The city manager puts safety as a priority. As the chair of traffic and parking, I hear continually about speeding and other traffic-related items. Looking forward to more solutions to address this problem. Good to see fatal overdoses decrease. Looking forward to a report over best practices. Good to see an increase of firefighters, 5 new apparatus, and 8 new officers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I've heard the conversation in this council chamber many times about community. And I know we all have a little bit of a different view of community. My vision of community, Mr. Chairman, it means all of us. It means those of us who moved here last week. It might mean people that are unhoused. It might mean people that need our assistance as a city. It also means those of us who play by the rules, who also grew up here, that have spent their life work in the city of Worcester, investing.
Who plays by the rules and who doesn't?
Doing the right thing by our families and by our community, and working hard in that light. Mr. Chairman, through you, the manager, good luck, Mr. Manager, because you got the toughest job in the building. The only one that might come close to you is Erica in the city council office, because she's got 10 of us all pulling in different directions, and she doesn't have anywhere near the budget you have to try to address that. And I understand that. I understand that this is a very different council, and it's a good thing. That's why the public sent us here. They sent us here to represent various different factions of the community, and they also sent us here to represent the entire community, all of us, and all of the city. Mr. Chairman, I know in my
yeah, that is what he said.
So many years ago, my degree, believe it or not, is in urban planning at Worcester State College. That's where my degree was.
No
Not that I
fucking
used
way.
it that much.
How did you graduate?
But that was where my degree is. And, you know, when I look around and I see so many individuals in this room and in this city government that do their job so well, I would be here all night, Mr. Chairman. You'd be hitting the gavel many times if I listed each and every one of them and the people that I come in contact with on a weekly basis, sometime on a daily basis, doing their job in their specific positions. You know, the 311 group, the office has been
Candy's
so much
husband's property
in this
development
last
company
year.
owns
The Quality of Life team.
a couple buildings in
I
Great
think
Brook Valley.
Is out there saving lives every day by the work that they do and making our entire community better. Recreation, Worcester, and all of the
Well,
folks in the health
Jenny's dead to me,
doing
and
what they should be doing.
Yeah, Jenny was
what
tough
they- what
tonight.
we
She didn't say
look to
anything, so
them
that's
to for leadership. in their
Christian,
efforts on
a bad
regular
guy,
basis.
so much so that
My,
I banned
confidence
Jack
is
from the
there,
channel for the night.
In the police department, the fire department, the public works staff, and the inspectional services staff.
Did you actually?
Had a few
I gave him a
energetic,
timeout.
council meetings.
It's a
over
600
the
a
last few
600 minute
months about,
timeout.
Inspectional service issues.
That's a lot
but
of minutes.
I've never challenged the staff at inspectional
I
services.
said, come get your
They are
fucking boy,
top-notch,
and he didn't.
They are
So
professional, and they look
Robles and Main South Mom. I actually, I know it's unpopular with a lot of people. I love that idea, and I to the point where I think we've actually half joked about it on the show before. But what I like more is the idea of partnering with another state, where you could have like a seasonal encampment setup sort of thing, where like a state of a similar or city of a similar mindset would be willing to take people during the months that we're shitty up here. And then take people back. And it's, I mean, across the board, it's not just the fact that we don't have a place for people to go, but it also, I feel like one of the probably small, but groups that gets dismissed or maybe forgotten are the folks that have just like dipped out of society. Like the idea that there's always going to be a handful of people that probably fit like the classic like hermit category and just want to be left alone. The idea that there's just a publicly owned space for that person to not be bothered is equally as important as having a place where folks who are unhoused for whatever reason can be without worrying about being
They
harassed.
do their job, and the
I think
manager
that,
does his
yeah.
job, and we all do our jobs. I know I do my job. The reason why I'm standing in this council chamber, Mr. Chairman, is because the people of District 3 sent me here. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, there are some communication issues. It's hard to believe, Mr. Chairman, through you to the manager, that I would be the person that was talking about your public relations office and saying there's not quite as much public relations as we should be having. But there's been a communication level issues as far as I'm concerned. Mr. Chairman, when the kids at Lou Garrick Little League go into their field house, they go up to a door into their snack shack. It's a plate, a metal plate. It's a metal plate. A plate that we use at the Public Works Department to put over a pothole on the street. That was supposed to be corrected. And that money that was put in that was supposed to be corrected in that was supposed to be a redo of that field house.
Why
ARPA money, the
does
previous city manager
Joe
promised, the
Carlson's
city manager worked with and
Development
promised
Corporation
that we all had hoped would be on. Mr.
have
Chairman, you and I
the
stood at the
deeds for
at
Worcester Housing
Washington
Authority?
and talked to the parents and folks and talking about all those kinds of improvements where that shack got broken into.
Bill asking the dangerous questions.
It took me asking questions.
That
to
is a
find out.
curious factoid
Of
I
course,
just came.
it was buried somewhere in a community.
I don't know.
That money was reallocated, and it was
Yeah, I don't
part of it was even reallocated in District 3 in Mulcahy Field. But it took me digging
maybe,
to find out
you know,
that money
here.
was spent elsewhere.
Come
Mr.
assist.
Chairman, and meanwhile,
We're doing
the
some
kids
live
still
in-person
looking
investigations.
for those repairs. Now, the manager has said to me, "Well, take
Which
care of
city
it, and we'll
councilors
take
are
care of the
landlords?
capital." It's not in the capital budget now. I haven't seen.
So do
any
we
activity
decide
yet.
to sue
And that's
them
just
or
an
what?
example of the daily.
Well, publicly
items, and
shamed,
this
I think,
doesn't
is-
reflect on the quality of life team, but the daily quality of life issues that face.
Is there
the
a
residents
recourse beyond
on a
a
daily
lawsuit
basis. Mr.
for
Chairman,
somebody that doesn't
you know,
recuse themselves,
on
that should
Sunderland Road,
recuse themselves?
There was an item that came before this
I mean,
council,
like,
that was passed
an
by this
ethics
council,
violation from the
sidewalks
state
along
ethics
Sunderland
office. We
Road.
get a headline.
The
I mean, people would
manager
write
of
about
his team graciously and wonderfully, in fact, allocated $1 million of ARPA money
But,
to
I mean-
redo the Roosevelt School parking lot. But the school department is saying, well, the sidewalks are not included. Some of the sidewalks are included, but not all the sidewalks included. There should have been shovels in the ground on that for the rest of it from the DPW long ago. That was not in the budget. Mr. Chairman, if you drive through Grafton Hill, you drive through Vernon Hill, you drive through the side streets, the streets are in poor condition. I'm not giving anyone any breaking news, but the streets are in poor condition. And part of the reason why they're in poor condition, Mr. Chairman, is because when I came to this council chamber 12 years ago, or almost 12 years ago now.
Yeah, they said it
we got
wasn't
the same
possible.
amount of money budgeted
somehow
each year for district councilors to
it.
choose on the streets or the side streets. It's the same amount we're using today. The same amount. When the district councilors get to choose which side streets are done, we have the same number before us each time coming forward. That's not acceptable, Mr. Chairman. It's a big issue. Mr. Chairman, we've got a serious litter issue that I've talked about many times on this council floor.
Bill, great job on the
litter
shot
issue
spotter salesman police
on Main
article.
Street or even
Thanks.
in my neighborhood where I live? No, it's not.
That's from System
But it is a
Nomad.
big issue in the urban neighborhoods. And it needs to be addressed. And I know that there has been efforts made, great efforts by the clean team and by quality of life and trying
Joe
to.
Carlson is
We need
chairman?
some kind of a different plan
The
that
Worcester
addresses
Housing Authority?
litter in our urban neighborhoods.
I think so.
And I'm above me.
You
It's
know,
above my
his
pay
company
grade to
is
come up with
nowhere in any of these
that.
articles.
And for me not to stand
about,
here and to say everything's fine when it comes with dealing with litter in our urban neighborhoods, I would be lying to the public, and I'm not about to do that.
I might be stumbling on
Chairman,
something.
you heard tonight at the microphone.
George is using his time just to go down his entire list of district grievances.
For years and years.
No, like
and
solutions, no,
When I was on the planning board.
no
That's the
actual
city
like
council
critique of the
way.
manager.
City
Just
government
going down
told
his
the
list,
people
the whole list
on
for the year. He
private
can take the
streets
rest
that
of the
we
year
don't
off.
have any authority, we have no willingness to do anything at all on private streets. Then lo and behold, about maybe 6 months or a year ago,
Thank you for that,
a
Jessica.
memo surfaced that in fact there was an ordinance in place that allowed money to be used by the city to do some work up to $6 a foot. $6 a foot isn't going to get you much, but it might get you a little something. But we had a gentleman at the microphone tonight that talked about that because it wasn't in the budget. When I asked Commissioner Fink, is there money there? There is no such appropriation.
Wow.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to be the bad person at the party.
Trinity Financial is the grantee?
Berg always says this.
Is the grantor?
Or whatever. But the block party, excuse me. But the bottom line is that I don't think that I'd be doing my job if I
This
didn't
is
mention
awesome.
these things on behalf of
Trinity
the
sounds
residents
familiar. Why do I recognize
in my
that, Bill?
Mr.
Trinity
Chairman,
Financial
I
is
really believe
the
that
quoted
it comes down
developer
not
of
only on the
Curtis
shoulder of
Apartments.
the
in
manager.
Great Brook
It
Valley.
comes down to the shoulder of all of us as a city council.
But
And it comes down to us
in
as a
May,
city government in general.
Trinity Financial
And I really do believe
granted
this,
the
that we should do everything we
mortgage
can to try and look at a home rule
to
petition
Building
to
Features
try
Inc.,
and
which is
change
Joe
the
Carlson's
charter of the city
company.
of Worcester. I know you're going to say Russell
Building
wants
Features
a strong
Inc. is
Serenity
nowhere in
Jones.
any of these
Again, but that's not what I'm talking about. Today, what I'm talking about is we need to make a change in this charter.
I'm not saying there's
We need to
something
make a
here.
change in this charter that
Just
allows
saying.
the city council to be a strong city council.
Maybe,
Because there's no reason why we spend meeting after meeting, marathon meeting after marathon meeting on a process where we don't have the authority to change anything. We don't have the authority as a city council to change anything on the budget. We can make recommendations, we can make
You
suggestions.
can cut line items.
But we don't have
dipshit.
the authority, as other city governments do, to say this line is not right and we want to move it over to this department. That's
Yes,
something
you
that the
do.
city council should have serious thought about and talk about.
You made a
going
motion to do
forward.
that, George. Just
Mr. Chairman,
failed.
it's up to us. Every year when we do the review of the manager, I always say I look at it and I look at my year too. And I look at it as a review of myself as a district councilor. And that's why sometimes in my reports that I keep putting out the same thing saying, I've been advocating for this and I've been advocating for that. We still have some of these issues that need to be addressed. And that's part of my responsibility, at least as a district.
Right, BFI, that's
to bring
Building
those,
Features.
things to the attention.
So that's,
of the
okay,
manager
so they
looking
sold
forward in a positive
the
light.
development
Mr.
rights.
Chairman, I was the first counselor on this floor
Dang.
to ask for a 2-year contract for the
I feel like
city
that's a
manager.
story.
First counselor.
Feels like a story to me.
A lot of negative on that. And and I also caught a lot of positive on it because of some of the good things that this manager has done. And I
It's
think that we could all
Some
roll up our
self-dealing
sleeves.
a
I
little
know
bit.
I'm willing to do it, to roll up my sleeves and to work further.
No, it's a nonprofit.
With this manager going
Yeah,
forward.
yeah.
But
I mean,
think
no
that
one's
some
ever
issues,
done anything like
especially
that.
the
with,
issues that affect
public
on a
housing.
local level in my
like not
district, the District 3, the district that I'm proud to represent. It's not my district, it's the people's district. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't bring them to your attention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next up is Council Toomey.
Oh, God.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Manager, while you've served as a manager for a year and a half, you've completed your first full year and in your position, and you've represented solid visions and goals, objectives and plans with the understanding that there must be benchmarks to be met. You also know that plans can't be so rigid that when a challenge is faced, that you have the ability to stop and pivot in the direction needed. You've learned that sometimes you need to stop and review a process with the intent of making it better. The future is fluid. Each decision that is made creates new opportunities or exposes a roadblock.
The future is
The key to
fluid.
managing it, again, is to learn how to pivot and find new opportunities, which I think you're doing. Your recognition that Worcester is growing and changing, and so are our needs, is critical to the planning process. You are data-driven. That data has shown positives and negatives, and you've recognized the challenges facing our city with housing and inflation, substance use disorder, chronic and acute homelessness, gun violence, and aging housing stock, and the high cost of living and issues with traffic. Your focus on diversity and inclusion has
One of
made
these things
great
is not like the
strides,
other.
and our city family is more reflective of
Intro.
that diversity. We must embrace the future, our new Worcesterites, and also all who have been here for generations. Balance is key. Remembering our history, our foundation as we grow our neighborhoods, that we ensure that everyone
Dear
is at
diary,
the table.
today I got to be a city councilor.
It is imperative that we move forward with contracts for all of our departments, and all should work collaboratively in a timely manner to commit to shorter negotiation times in the future. It is also important that all our employees, whether executives, mid-management, clerical laborers, and all in between, know that there's a path to grow in their careers, that they are appreciated for the hard work as public service they perform every day.
Think big.
That you have established, and hope that we will continue to ensure that every employee is compensated commensurate to their industry standard, to ensure that they can make a living to support their families and are able to live here in Worcester. With the cost of living and housing increasing, especially impacting our lower wage earners,
It was the best of times. It was the worst of
started that
times.
step. The positives are important, especially with our financial stability, growth in our business development and entertainment, dining, and creative economy, budgeting and fiscal management, inclusive of economic development, all play a role in our future stability. All those departments are working extremely well together. I would be remiss not to include again a request that economic development also includes the Route 20 corridor. Its location alone, close to the Mass Pike, 140, 146, Route 9, Route 20, make it extremely desirable for future business. As part of the Route 20 development, maybe we look to site a new East Middle on Route 20 when we have room in the budget. The draft 5-year
On
strategic
Route
plan
20? What the
outlines
fuck?
solid
Room in the budget?
future growth, inclusive of our next goal.
We pay for those like fucking out
It's
of
a new
pocket?
sorely needed
Putting a
program.
middle school on Route 20
me,
sounds like a
focus on
fucking
addressing
nightmare.
the needs of our youth, assists in providing healthier environments to deter them from getting involved in undesirable activities, ensuring an opportunity for growth and success.
But think of the fun conversations we'll have when cranks get angry that someone's talking about taking a strip club by eminent domain.
Our public safety is paramount to ensure quality of life for all.
True.
And I'm grateful for the efforts to break down barriers and be inclusive of the community by all of our departments. And while we've had surveys, I'm grateful for the community approach, getting into our neighborhoods on a first-person basis. I appreciate your support to enhance our police department's toolbox by supporting the Chief's Crime Gun Intelligence Unit, ShotSpotter, updated safety equipment, summer impact, and establishing a youth agenda. Thank you for supporting continued classes in police and fire academies. And I hope that there will be an effort to focus on support and retention of all of our public safety department personnel, a focus on new apparatus, improvements to infrastructure, and continued investment in safety equipment. I'm very grateful that this past year you were able to help us purchase 5 new fire apparatus for the fire department, which was almost unheard of. And it's through proper planning and future vision that you've been able to do that. To that end, I'd like to see efforts to ensure that the South Division is built as soon as possible, especially recognizing the growth of population.
I wanted to throw up my Fortnite screen so I could show off my new skin.
Upgrade conditions
Oh,
at
dude,
the police
that's sick.
department
Look at that.
and put together a long-term plan for replacement. I also ask that
So
you continue
cool.
to support interdepartmental crisis training, not only for physical disasters, but cyber disasters as well. With all that's going on in the world, we must be prepared for potential disruption to our daily lives.
Not
Thus, through
having
continued
not
training
having
and exercise,
an
we're able to meet any
invisibility
disaster with a solid
power up
approach.
when they introduced the
While
John
there's been
Cena skin
several
was
initiatives
an
started
oversight,
in
I must
various
say.
departments, the delay of implementation due to delays in actual rollout of software, A key element in ensuring project success, so rolling out without software in place has triggered a let's get our ducks in the row state of mind. It's imperative that all departments that will be impacted by the projects be part of planning before rollout. As I said, you've learned to pivot and do it well. The quality of life team continues to do yeoman's work.
It's working.
And Worcester 311, despite a few hiccups, has been a great tool. Parks and recreation improvements, public works infrastructure improvements.
Joe Petty, not a
bituminous
landlord.
Are most welcome. There is much more I could say, but Mr. Manager, overall,
I'm actually a
I
little
believe
surprised
you
that
have
the Petties
personal
don't
and
have like
professional
one
integrity. And I'm
like
pleased to have been
rental
part of the
property.
council who hired you.
It looks
I
like they
believe that
might
you
have
are
some stuff in Charlton and Lancaster.
I look forward to voting on your
But
contract.
that's
and I look forward to
outside of
great
the,
things to come. I want to thank you and
The
all
purview.
of
It
your
doesn't
city
matter.
staff
It doesn't matter for the rental registry.
Yeah.
for the incredible work they've done this year. And I know there's some unsung heroes, but I want every employee to know how much they're appreciated. We are all Worcester. Thank you.
Wow. I bet you
How
stayed up
many?
all night thinking of
I was
that
going to
last
say,
line.
how many hours in the mirror, Bryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Jenny, walk in the room.
I'd like to start by thanking the entire administration for being welcoming and helpful throughout my first 6 months as the District 1 counselor. I tend to ask a lot of questions, and every single person in City Hall has been patient and always takes the time to help with any issues. Thanks to Commissioner Fink, I now understand the different ways to treat potholes and the challenges of private roads. Mr. McGurthy has literally spent hours of his time helping me navigate the budget. I've essentially taken a college-level course on municipal budgeting this spring. I understand how busy everyone is, and I truly appreciate everyone who has taken time out of their day to help me settle into this role. Transparency, communication, and constituent services are my constant goals and motivation, which is something I've discussed with the city manager. My focus is making sure the residents of District 1 are heard, receive the services they need and deserve, and are strongly represented. I meet with the city manager once a month. I bring a list of my long-term projects.
All
as
right,
well
Mo
as
Bergman's
discuss what my plans are for the
corporation
next
search is fun.
City manager always has updates for me. He and his staff follow up with me in between
We have
meetings.
not
And both
one,
the city manager
not
and his chief of staff, Amy
two,
Peterson, always
but
make
three.
themselves available when I reach out.
Property investment
Financial management
LLCs.
is a
Mo
challenge
Bergman, a
with
good
the
example
administration,
of,
and the financial integrity plan does a great job
you
of
know,
laying out the city's goals. As we work towards a
someone
new
the
burn code,
registry
it's
would help us
important that we don't put the burden on taxpayers, and it's vital to plan ahead, which is addressed.
Wait,
The
you don't
city
think
also
it's he has
contributed
owner occupied
7.8
units?
million into the Worcester Public Schools new high school fund this
he
year.
has,
I'm very happy with the school capital maintenance fund.
no,
and the
remember, he lives in a
1%
single
employee
family neighborhood
contribution
because
to the OPEB trust fund
that's
for new
his
city
choice.
employees.
Setting you up.
Planning for the future is
Oh,
crucial
yeah, yeah.
to ensure
Sorry,
sustainable
I'm in the
growth
zone right now.
and
No, I
appropriate
get it.
allocations for
I'm
resources
in
like
the tube.
infrastructure, public services, and economic development. Being on the first all-female Economic Development Committee has been a focus over the past month. Peter Dunn
Okay,
and the
that's
Economic
not-
Development Office are dedicated to fostering our local economy by supporting business
It's
growth,
you, Kenny
attracting new
Malakowski,
investments, and
K2.
promoting
Let's show
workforce
everything
development.
all female.
The
And you're all
WWDC
going to jail.
redevelopment project at St. Cobain will bring jobs to District 1 and rejuvenate the Greendale neighborhood. The administration's support for the Curtis redevelopment project at Great Brook Valley will create 527 units that are modern and give residents the quality of life they deserve. I'd like to thank Peter Dunn for helping me better understand the intricacies of zoning, and I'm looking forward to the growth and development in the Now Next strategic framework that will guide us over the next decade. I found the interdepartmental and intergovernmental coordination to meet expectations. The Burncoat Street resurfacing project is underway. We're getting new sidewalks, safer crosswalks, and infrastructure improvements. This has had a massive impact on the neighborhood. I've had numerous meetings with Steve Raleigh and Todd Corain from the Transportation Mobility Department. Assistant
like how I
Commissioner of
spent
Water
my
and
summer
Sewer,
vacation
Shaun
bullshit.
Dival, and Assistant Commissioner of Engineering,
Yep.
Rick Salchuk, and of course, Commissioner Fink.
Not
All
an
attended the
evaluation.
neighborhood meeting before the project
The
started
list
and
of things that
presented their plan clearly to residents. Mr. Corain and Mr. Raleigh shared their PowerPoint with me, which I have shared with a lot of residents throughout the neighborhood and is very appreciated. Mr. Raleigh and Mr. Crane are also working with DPW to construct a sidewalk around the trees by the Consigman Field, which is extremely important to residents in the neighborhood.
DPW and Transportation Mobility have also met with the Hammond Heights neighborhood multiple times as well. Over the past 6 months, the council has worked with the administration, including
Roman
the
does not
Department
hate other dogs. Roman has some leash
311
aggression
I felt
issues.
Director Charles
He
Goodwin
loves
and his
other
staff
dogs.
took our feedback
Oh yeah,
seriously
June
and
loves other
identified
dogs. So
improvements
she
in their
came up here from South Carolina in a litter of
closely
6.
with the director of
She was
311,
definitely
Webb
like the runt
Senza. She
of the
is
litter.
diligent, knowledgeable,
But yeah,
has helped me with
and then was
resident
fostered up
issues
here in a
from broken
house with
problem
both dogs and kids.
I
So
also think it's important
generally
to
like
highlight recognitions,
super friendly.
such as Commissioner Fink being named
Puppy,
one of
so
the
like
top 10 public
doesn't kind of
works
get
cities
like
of the
being
year, which is a
polite.
national
But yeah,
award,
we're working on it.
and Jennifer Fair from Public
I
Works
still have a hard
being
time with some
the
of
first
that.
woman to win the Paul J. Moosey Employee Award. There are challenges that I look forward to working on together with the city manager and his administration throughout the district, such as improved streets and sidewalks, making our roads safe for everyone as laid out in Vision Zero, housing and food insecurity, litter, and accessible communication between City Hall and the residents in District 1. Improving the quality of life in the Northern Lincoln Street neighborhood is one of my top priorities, and Chief Saucier and Lieutenant Murtha have been helpful and engaged. We meet every month or so to connect and discuss the district, and I'm grateful for their expertise and insights. The WPD started their summer impact program 3 weeks early to help engage with the community in a meaningful way. They attend neighborhood meetings, joined in the mayor's walk this month to speak to residents and businesses, and they are always respectful, attentive, and kind. The Quality of Life team and I have also spent time working to improve the Northern Lincoln Street neighborhood. Dan Cahill and the Quality of Life team have gone above and beyond. Joe Simone even organized a cleanup at the Denny's property.
Joe Simone.
Hard to keep that area clean and working on strategies for litter. Lee Hall and David Horn have opened up their offices on Mead Street.
This has gone in, like away from report card territory and into straight into like community notes territory.
And their complex roles in our city. As chair of Parks Committee, Assistant Commissioner Antonelli has been responsive and informative. I'm looking forward to the Tacoma Street Playground project, which started construction this spring. This project will bring a dog park, splash pad, and playground to the neighborhood. Indian Hill Park renovations will be complete next month and include improvements to the playground, lighting, and walking paths. I'm also happy the administration added an additional staff person to the Veteran Services Department and look forward to better supporting Dr. Robinson in his role as director. I do feel there is work to be done when it comes to communication between City Hall and residents. The rollout of the rental registry was confusing, and while I know it was done with the best of intentions, we need to do a better job of keeping residents informed and in the loop. Policy changes should not come as a surprise. We need to do our due diligence in making sure we are meeting people where they're at and sharing information in a meaningful way. Over the past 6 months as the District 1 counselor, I have felt supported, and I appreciate the city manager and his administration.
She's great. I love covering Worcester. It's so
I
much
could
fun.
not do my job as a district counselor if it wasn't for the people in the administration who work tirelessly to assist us daily. Going forward, my expectations are to continue pushing transparent, accessible policies that are based on data and allow for community input. There is always more work to be accomplished, and we can always push ourselves to do better. I'm confident that by working together in an open, transparent way, we can continue to move the city in an inclusive, efficient, and sustainable direction. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Councilor Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is torture, huh?
So yeah, there's been a lot, right? And it's very interesting to me as I sit here.
All right, Mo Bergman confirmed landlord
This evaluation
that exempted himself.
Everybody has mixed feelings about it, and
so that's great.
You know, understanding.
Well, I love a little self-dealing.
I think the most important thing.
He exempted himself from having to do the registry.
Prior to city council, I really want to stress that as a resident, right, as someone just loves the city, loves, just being here, being involved, being able to reach out to the city manager and being able to know that.
I'm just happy to be here.
But it wasn't just me.
I was gonna say, does this happen to
Before
anybody
city
else that
council,
go hate it,
it's
didn't know
always
this
been
was
it's never for
happening, and
me.
it's just
It's
go
for
wing?
residents and be able to reach out
I'm with you.
to the
I'm with
city
you,
manager,
fellas.
know that
You're just letting it
I can
ride.
reach out to him to support our residents or to support issues that we had. such as like neighborhood issues with needles and violence, programs that I've run for over 20 years. And just know that the steps you took, right, to get to where you are, and knowing that, you know, it wasn't easy, and seeing the process. And to be honest with you, to sit there through an evaluation like this, no disrespect, but it's like, I can't remember the word I was thinking about, but it's just taking it all on at once, right? And I appreciate that, you know, and I apologize. I know I'm all over the place because I didn't have anything written down, because quite frankly, I didn't realize we
Be
needed
back
to
in
do
just a
that,
second.
to be honest. And no
You said you
disrespect, I'm
didn't
an
realize
honest
they do this.
But I think for me,
I appreciate
as a
that.
city
Honestly, this
I
is
love
the best
that.
one of the night.
having those
Yeah.
meetings with you and understanding that I can reach out to your administration, reach out to the staff. And I thank you wholeheartedly, 100%, that I'm able to reach out, like Council Pasilio said, to be able to reach out to you and get that support right away, right? Where we're not waiting. In many areas, and working with the quality of life team, where, you know, Dan and I have, you know, gone through a lot already. And it's crazy because I've only been in for 6 months, and it feels like it's been over a year, and understand that the commitment, not just Dan, but the rest of the staff, to their jobs, but they understand that their commitment is to the city managers, to all of us, but most important to the residents of our city. And I think that just comes with strong leadership. And with leadership comes communication.
What do you think? Is Jenny a landlord?
I think that communication is sent
No,
along to
she
his
is not.
staff, all of the issues and concerns that we
She
have
acts
for
like
our
one.
residents. And yes, sometimes communication doesn't, you know, get
She got
transferred over
secondhand
properly, and
landlordism.
that's what it is.
I was
City
say she's
manager,
barely a renter.
I love the fact that he accepts that, right?
Yeah, she doesn't pay any rent.
We dealt with Mill Street, and we're dealing with Mill Street. He's accepted that, right? He's accepted and met with residents face to face and took ownership on that, and says, you know, we went the wrong direction.
Landlord.
You know, we want to hear for the residents going forward. So I appreciate that. But I promise I'll keep it brief.
As a rental property or as a?
No.
But on a more personal level,
It's
I
a-
think
it's
most
a common
importantly
name.
for me as a
I just
Latino
typed it
male,
into the.
to see you up there, right, representing the Latino community, it's amazing. It's a Latino leader who's helping lead our city, who takes on the challenges.
Yeah, I
but
don't
at the
think
same
that.
time,
I don't think the two is taking out a mortgage and that's
listens and understands what the concerns
Just
and
gonna-
needs are.
just gonna
You know,
throw that
that's
out
important to me as a Latino growing up, to be able to see you up there.
It's fun though, poking around in
means a
everyone's
lot to me,
business.
and I know it means a lot
I love
to
that.
my father.
I love to poke around in
And
business.
I appreciate that. So as a Latino, I stand proud and even prouder to be able to work together and work with you to make sure that our city is better, not just for the Latino community, but for all. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, let's check away right now.
We've been through these evaluations using this same crazy form for a very long time.
Crazy form.
And
She's
I'm
so
sure
Trumpy. I
we'll
love it.
complain about it for the next however long we're here.
So fix it.
For me, Mr. Manager, as you know, it's all about those who I represent and in my district.
The developers.
And
Not getting
it's
any
hard to
hits
believe
for-
that
for
you've been
Lisa
here
over there.
now for a year and a half, and certainly have had your plate pretty full. I
He's a
know
vice
I, for
principal. He
one,
probably
have
owns a
brought you
Cape House,
many
right?
Challenges.
Yeah, nothing in
but
Worcester
you
County though.
stood the task, and every one of them, and I want to say how much I do appreciate that. I think that for us as a council and for those of us who serve the
Joe Petty, I'm
residents of the
surprised by.
city,
No rental
there
properties in
is
Worcester, huh?
oftentimes that we don't know what your day looks like from each and every one of us. I can say unequivocally for the challenges in my district, you've
think it's
always
kelp,
been
yeah.
there. And in saying that, you chose to appoint the interim chief, Paul Saucia. And for me, and you making those decisions and choosing someone like Paul Saucia as the interim
Who was
chief, and as
compromised
I hope
and
for him to be
Starred in
the chief.
Avatar
And the
and Avatar
reason
2.
for that is obviously the qualities that you see.
Hey, to me, not a
made
landlord.
that decision to put him as acting chief.
Yeah, she's
And I,
under a
for one,
conservatorship or
as
something, probably,
someone
right?
in the district
Yeah.
and our issues in the northern.
Did she just say we're making Paul Saucier the chief of acting?
Now has been handled. As
She doesn't like it
know,
here?
for years,
That's great.
that
for
was
acting.
my district.
I'm in support of that.
We certainly had challenges.
Their city
and there's
council is going to
many
approve
folks
shots
in this
fired in
room
3 years.
who have no idea about those challenges because they
Yeah,
were
we'll
never
check Steve,
there.
too. Why not?
And maybe they didn't need to be
The
there.
hell else are we doing?
But you've been there every step of the way. You're there every step of the way at this point that Jenny's there. The lower end of Lincoln Street,
here we
as
go.
you well know, we still
We
have
got
our
hits on this.
challenges, and you've been there. So those are the things that I look at as a counselor, and I look at what are we doing about it and the response from our Worcester Police Department and the chief, and how much I appreciate that there was a action step that was taken, and it was taken immediately. Mr. City Manager, there's also on a day-to-day basis, it's the
it doesn't look like he
RMV.
has any.
I appreciate what you've done and how that has been rolled out and
There's also
how
2 of
we've
them, so it
worked
makes it
together on that RMV. There isn't one of us who decided we needed any fanfare over that. We knew how important it was to make sure that we were taking care of the people who needed to be taken care of. And
We didn't need any fanfare. That's why I'm
certainly,
bringing it up
again,
like that.
appreciate
Mhm.
that. When I look at your administration and look at the Parks Department,
That's why I'm bringing it up in a
um,
fanfare
there's,
type.
certainly nobody
area.
who has as many challenges on a daily basis than Rob Antonelli dealing with the Parks Department. And the reason I say these different departments is because that's who we deal with every day. When we get up.
Oh
in
yeah,
the
Petroni
morning,
owns it. I remember I looked into that for some other stupid
usually
story.
these
He owns a
departments.
couple over the
There's
Shrewsbury
many
Street
other
area.
departments that are in this room tonight that, yes, there's a lot of important work that they do on your behalf. And you lead with.
Attached to Phil Palmieri's driveway.
Have here tonight in the room.
Yes.
And I say.
Yeah, that's
the
why they're
Parks
beefing.
Department because the Parks Department.
That was a
as
really
you know,
classically Worcester
manager,
story. I wish other outlets picked up.
9
Amazing.
years ago, when I was elected, there was very little money that was spent in the parks, and nobody could really use these parks because there was nothing there for them to really go to because we didn't fully support.
And ultimately,
them.
the reason why Worcester sucks and I love it
Today
needed to have a
we do,
checking
and
account.
We should be extremely proud about what we do.
You didn't have a what? Checking
When
account?
we look at our.
No, I said ultimately the reason
economic
Worcester sucks and I love it needed to get a checking
department
account just to
that
get rid of that
honestly,
$5 check
all
that
you
Phil
have to
wrote you.
do
Oh
is
yeah,
read
that's
the
right. You never
paper,
sent that. By the way.
Look at any
Yeah.
of the statistics.
Typical
and
Phil.
it'll
Can you believe
show
it?
you how
Can you
much
believe it?
people want to come to Worcester and how much more we need to build.
What am I missing? 1, 2, 3.
One of the things that certainly this city
5,
council
6, 7,
has
8.
been always trying to work on, and we haven't found the magic
Lee,
solution
Christian,
as of yet, and that's
Oh,
housing.
Tom.
But Mr. Manager, you have stepped up and
See if
put
it's housekeeping
whatever you
fucking
could
secrets.
into housing for us as a council and as a city. There's a couple of departments that you have sort of shifted, and we've
Hi, dude.
certainly had challenges.
Later,
Those
dude.
departments, we've had
Thanks for hanging.
challenges, and I believe that those challenges were because of lack of communication. And I think that I say that with, it's not, I know it's not intentionally, but there are some departments that we certainly need better communication. We need better communication when we talk about that with all of the road infrastructure that's being done and residents not knowing that that's being done. And on a daily basis, wherever that construction is taking place and people are all jammed up in traffic jams or people's water is shut off. And I know that we try to do the best we can, but I believe that those are some of the challenges that we need to work on. How can we do better for those who we represent? And Mr. Manager, as you know, from being on Lincoln Street, and you had to be the interpreter for those who I represent up there. people want to be engaged in this city. They want to know what's happening in this city, and they want to feel safe in this city. One
George
of
Russell
your
has so
best
many markers.
attributes is you being there with people. And I know it's extremely difficult for you to be out there every night. But, you know, the people in this city want you to be places, or they want this administration to be place, you know, where they're at. Mr. Manager, you had also, during your tenure, have elevated Mr. Dan Cahill. And there is nobody that, quite honestly, in this city,
No
that
one's
gets,
ever
I believe,
slashed a
more
tent
phone
better than
calls
Dan Cahill.
and deals with more issues in this city. But
Bill, just doing a
I
cursory
believe
research, and it
tell
really
you
is only
that
bigger cities, as I kind of
that's
assumed it would be. But
incredible choice
you know,
that
there
you
are
chose,
cities that require
and that
elected
the
officials
work
to do
gets
asset
done,
disclosure.
and nobody is
That would be a
waiting
really neat thing
for
for
it to
somebody
get done.
to bring up in
Gets
Worcester.
done. Again,
That would be
there's
a really
many
neat
other
thing because
departments
George
that
Russell has
here
like
that do the good work of
25
the city,
deeds.
and as I always say, for the people in
I mean, maybe
DPW,
there's different
those are the
George
folks
Russells. So, I mean, I'm not saying that as a matter of
oftentimes
fact. I'm looking at,
Well, no, I mean, George is a real estate broker, man. That's his business gets started with
and they
rentals.
are the people who do
Yeah.
the work for us each and every day. Are there things that we need to do differently? I believe that there is, and I believe we can work through some of those challenges that we have, and the same in transportation and mobility. I think that
I kind of like really understand why they wanted the rental registry. This shit sucks to look up.
great for this city, but I think that there's work that
It's, like,
needs to
pretty
be
tough.
done for us as counselors with some of these departments. So, Mr. Manager, a year and a half ago, I was somebody who stood here and advocated for you. I still stand here and advocate for you for all that you do for this city. But we do need to find a way to connect more with the residents of this city, because that is what they're asking for. And that is one of the things that I've heard over, you know, the last year and a half, is that people are looking for more communication. But again, I stand here tonight supporting you as I did a year and a half ago. And I wish you nothing but success in whatever, you know, whether this is for the next 10 years. I mean, most city
Another
managers,
turning
if you
point,
can
fork stuck
stay
in
here
the-
for 10
This
years,
sounds
but
like such a
that
retirement.
tends to be sometimes the number. But again, look forward to facing some of the challenges and certainly the successes that we have. But certainly want to say to you how much I appreciate when I call, that you're always there. But in closing, I do want to say the other
Right.
challenge that we have, and
God, just
I've said this to
stir
the
this
previous administration, and I'll certainly say it to you. What does
Main South Mom, I feel like that's, if there was any one thing that
4
Ed
years
Augustus
out,
did well, is he had a bunch of younger cats in his office who did what you're describing. Like they were the people who were out communicating with different neighborhoods, neighborhood entities, community groups and whatnot. I mean, on the flip side of that, Ed wasn't going out and really doing much of anything. But I feel like that's the thing that Candy is complaining about is you're not going to see, you're not likely to see Eric just walk into whatever coffee shop she's hanging out with a bunch of townies. There probably is somebody in the room there who works at City Hall and reports directly to Eric, but they have no idea who that person is because these are all entitled townies who think that if they're not talking to the guy, they're not,
right.
they don't matter. They're not being respected properly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But I feel like Eric did kind of adopt that
wants to begin,
mode of
by
doing business from Ed
just
that I think there's
pointing
something to
out
be said for.
folks who are talking about our process and our rubric and our evaluation tool, Mr. Chairman. Going back to April of 2021, Mr. Chairman, 3 years ago, I filed an order that was unanimously supported. The city manager work with the Director of Human Resources. And I'm going to preface my statements by saying for the public, the City Council is required to hire and evaluate and negotiate contract with the auditor, city manager, and the city clerk. That's our responsibility. It's part of the reason why we're here today. And I do not apologize for this format. It comes with the territory. City manager Batista has been with the city for well over a decade. And with that comes expectations, compensation, and the privilege of leading at an executive level in public service. That being said, going back 2021 regarding.
Oh, I get that. I thought you would. I misread what you were writing. I thought you were referring to her comment about
worked with the director
better communication and whatnot, and feeling like they needed a direct pipeline to the city manager.
Mr. Chairman, that is not manifested. And I question through the chair to the administration, has that work been completed, and when can we expect it? Through the chair.
We'll ask one question. We're not going to go question.
I can ask whatever I want, Mr. Chairman. This isn't. There's no rules that prevent that. When he asks a question, thank you.
To the chair to the council, I know there's been a lot of discussions on the floor, and my understanding is that there's been a lot of times where items has been filed, and so the action of delivering an item that folks have filed has not occurred.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm looking forward to that occurring. It's necessary for this process. In addition, in February, filed an order that was unanimously supported to add the auditor to the request for a referential advisory tool. We know that these tools, this outline here, we are not required to follow that format, but for referential purposes and discussion at the time, and the spirit was that we look at other municipalities and whatnot and come back with a product, Mr. Chairman. I know that currently, my other order is sitting currently in municipal operations, asking for technical assistance from HR to be provided to the council to establish a rubric and an evaluation tool for the annual performance review for referential purposes of the city manager, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to preface my comments by saying that. And I'm hoping that we're able to do something different as we move forward, if folks so choose. That being said, I wanted to talk a little bit about our city manager as I see him. And I see him as a husband, a father, and then a city manager, Mr. Chairman, family man of values. And, a man who has deep-seated.
It's not about him as a guy,
Mr. Chairman, like many of us here on this council. And that's important. Every election I have the honor to say and privilege that I'm part of one of the most diverse city councils in the history of Worcester, and that hasn't changed. When I look around today, I count about 11 firsts between the three folks here and the folks sitting here. I think we have about 11 firsts. And, some folks may be like, what is he talking about? But there's 11 firsts sitting around as elected officials, as appointees. And I know what it's like to be a first. And there's a tremendous pride. Representative government includes appointees. It includes employees. And it includes policy and budget that's also related to that. I know there's a number of departments that we have. I don't know. On the website, there's tons. I don't know if there's 40, 30, 50, however it's broken up. It's 50 there, but they might be detach and combine. I don't know. But what I wanted to say is that I wanted to acknowledge the initiative with regards to reorganizing city government and public service provision. Now, I have taken issue with some of that, quite frankly, and asked for you to be flexible and nimble as relates to decommissioning some of the commissions on diversity and inclusion and combining that with Human Rights Commission. And I think we did some reorganization.
Let me put a little picture in the chat.
Departments and positions. And
what is surprising to learn
and
that
that's
George Russell
forward thinking. And I think that the
Rental
fruit of that
properties
labor, that intellectual
look
labor,
like-
and that structural labor will manifest. And I'm hoping that we can be flexible as we move forward. I want to mention the strategic plan that you've embarked
That's the
on.
guy who voted against the rental registry.
A lot of folks referenced here about supporting you as city manager from day one. I supported the process from day one. And part of that process would have informed your strategic plan, Mr. Chairman. And part of that process, it was culling a whole list of folks, community members, city councilors, et cetera, in the process of hiring a city manager. And you would have had all of that base of information, not simply based on some of the engagement, but targeted work by professionals to bring that information to us and to the city for evaluative purposes. Mr. Chairman, a number of things that we are doing well. When we look at our budget, again, nothing's perfect. There's some places I think that we could have had some cost savings, right? Shot spotting, you think about Discover Massachusetts, you think about some of the monies that we had initially targeted for insurance, $8.6 million or so over there at the DCU Center. And the one thing
Discover
I know,
Massachusetts is such a waste of money.
is that the integrity and honesty of our city manager is something that I've never questioned.
Like, what do we actually get from Discover?
On the council floor, he
The
may be
shittiest
doing
event
this,
calendar
there
of
may be
all time.
times where I don't like his answers.
Oh,
or I
we're
don't
getting
think
less
it's
now,
right.
didn't they try to?
If
Oh no,
I
they
want
didn't
to
successfully
push, I
cut
will.
the.
They
If I
didn't
don't, I'll
successfully
discuss
cut
it
it.
budget, did they?
publicly. But in terms of integrity,
We got a closed
Guess how,
building.
guess how
right?
Jenny voted.
that's not something that I question.
Mhm.
Going back to commissions.
Oh no,
I'd like to see some
I know
improvement
she's
there.
going to jail over that too.
We've had a number of commissions, Human Rights Commission, Diversity and Inclusion Commission. We've had, the issues with cable advisory and the like that I think could have been handled better and more deftly. But there's room to grow, Mr. Chairman. I've said repeatedly on this council floor that I think that this manager
You can search
was
just by
dealt a
deeds.
very poor hand by his predecessors, despite folks not
Brian, did you
understanding.
see the story about how
I think with
Michael
that,
Bryan
you've risen
is
to many challenges.
named in like a massive rent price fixing cartel across the country?
Some
I
of the
did hear
work
about that.
regarding housing.
Is he actually named in it, Bill?
Sheltered, however.
Win Companies is named in it.
Yeah,
So it's not
on
accurate to
our
say
own
he's personally
policies,
named, although I haven't looked at the
on
court
taking
documents, so
down
it's possible.
encampments.
But yeah,
and
Win
being
Companies
less
is named in it.
reactionary.
I'm just
We
shocked that a guy
also,
like him would be
need
involved
to
in something
continue
like
to
that.
develop a plan for the interim.
Yeah.
And I certainly appreciate
The first of three city managers hired the exact same way, who was
shelters here, but
close
there's
personal friends with
always
Dodi
work to
Masad, is now named in it.
And
Again,
wait,
with regards
remind
to
me,
the
how did Duddy
efficacy
Masad
of
make his
department
initial
heads and
money?
departments.
Don't remind him.
We know that
Allegedly.
at the end of the day, the buck stops here.
I
Literally
don't know.
figuratively.
I think that he just kind of had it.
And the performance of your departments.
At some point,
He just kind of had it.
I don't
after
expect-
a fateful plane ride.
What I do expect is corrective actions when rollouts are extremely poor, when implementation of
I want
policy
to watch Scarface.
or design.
I haven't watched
is poor.
Scarface in a while.
I expect quick and effective corrective actions.
Maybe
that can save
Carlito's Way.
lives. And it can also ensure public.
You know what I've been
trust.
watching? I watched it last night
And
because I couldn't sleep.
I think for the
Your
most
Honor
part,
on
we
Netflix.
experienced that, but
Actually, a
there
pretty cool
have
show. It's got
been
Bryan
a couple
Cranston.
of occasions.
He's like a
where
judge.
we've had
Yeah, I always
situations,
wanted to watch it, but it's on Showtime, which is a fake channel.
Right.
and
Yeah, but now it's on
I'm glad it's-
Netflix. I don't know
yeah,
for
I'm
how
glad
long.
it is.
efficiencies of our departments. We need to
It's
make
really
sure
good, actually. It's
that
really, really cool. It's,
council has an
watch it.
idea.
it
of
deals
what
with
we need.
race
I
issues
think
in
there's that wish
St.
list that we
Louis.
never really had
Not
an
St.
idea
Louis, shit.
about.
New Orleans.
But I
Really
think it
cool.
might
Even
be
better.
helpful for us in the future.
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
have
it's a really, really
understanding
cool
of
New Orleans
optimum
show.
service provisions. That's what it's
I
about.
saw that
Public
Hitman
service.
movie the
And
other
what we
day.
can do. Because the one thing
Yeah.
I
I
also
didn't
know
like that one.
And this
No,
was
it's
prior
whatever,
to
but
your
I didn't realize it was in New
appointment
Orleans.
as
Today.
acting,
I was pleasantly
post-appointment as
surprised by
acting,
that.
and post-appointment
Oh
as
yeah, it
teaching.
was.
In our conversations,
Yeah, they're all over
we
St.
were always
Charles.
clear
Nice.
that we were spending in a way that was unsustainable. And I'll give you credit for
I didn't finish it
taking
yet, and I
a look
felt
at the
terrible
budget,
about that.
and trying to develop
I saw it in the theater.
with the chief financial officer and his staff.
I found the
Which
one
one?
of
other
the 3
ways, 'cause we're
theaters in
gonna
the country
have
it was
some
playing in.
challenges coming
No
up
kidding.
in regards to,
Huh.
you know, funding.
Yeah, the Alamo Draft House in Boston. Great place for stuff like that. Well, it was until Sony bought it, and now
Upfront,
we'll see.
objective analyses of where we're gonna be looking. I know that you've worked with a number of community groups, Black Families Together and others, and we even recently met today regarding wealth
Red Hour
gaps and
4.
inequalities.
Thank you, everyone,
The opportunity to work with a number
for
of your
tuning in with us
departments
all the
here
way
on a
into
number of issues. Dave,
Hour
for
4.
the most
Yeah,
part,
yeah. This week
the
Worcester did
majority
a
have
great
been
job.
responsive and productive. I think we had a real
May
shortcoming
a culpable time.
there, and,
I
we
looked
had
into
department
see if
head
there was a
leave
local angle to the Real Pages story like 3
two
weeks
department
ago
heads leave
when they raided the
expeditiously,
FBI. When the FBI raided
during
the
your
Portland
tenure.
Management Office,
And I think that
and totally missed Win
as a
straight
city,
from just
after
completely
that
fucking
occurred.
missed it.
Chairman, with regards to youth initiatives
So,
and things of that nature,
I'm happy that Tom Marino got on.
I also commend responding to my
Like I
orders,
read the
and
lawsuit,
council's
and,
orders,
like, just
to seek ways to
was being
ensure
stupid. I don't know.
a level of funding for youth
happens.
initiatives.
I was like, must have been the wind, you know.
I also know that it's not where it was, but where we have
Dang,
to be.
Marco is aggressively.
What has not yet occurred, and I will be pushing for this moving forward, Mr. Chairman, is that what we need to begin to do is incorporate part of our budget, as part of our fiscal values, funding for our youth, for prevention purposes, and for purposes of responding to trauma saturation. We can repeatedly hear about young folks in the community and their families and friends and folks who are just reading it or being triggered.
I don't know. Maybe I'll ask him.
Community.
See if he
Part of it is simply, ARPA money is going to run out. Earmarks are great, but we need to begin to embed that funding to an advanced degree in our actual budget, Mr. Chairman. Delivery of public services. I think that there's areas that need improvement, and there's areas to growth, and there's also, responsiveness from all of our departments. Public safety, inspectional services, we go down the list, economic development, HHS, HR.
Yeah, this Great Book Rally story, just going back to that for a second, is actual news. It has not been reported yet. So I swear to God, if a less lazy reporter listens to this and takes it,
how to get there.
fucking,
But there's certainly,
I will be happy for you.
A consistent,
I'll be so happy for you.
conscious passion for the city, and that's a reflection of the city manager, Mr. Chairman. I make no qualms about my governing style. It's one of being critically analytic, and I appreciate the city manager's openness to that. I no longer have to tiptoe around issues. Concerned about oversensitivity and the like. It's a business arrangement, as it should be, Mr. Chairman. I will also say that with regards to our staffing analysis that I've called for, I've also asked for formalized pay equity analysis. I'm proud to have led the charge to bring our 3 equity audits here. To be quite frank, the fact that we've not had a diversity officer or chief equity officer, or however we want to call it.
What do you mean? Batista's been doing it just fine.
Of 2022 is a significant.
He's one of the highest ranking people in that office ever.
Now,
yeah.
Clear to the public, it's not.
And that he's also his own
It's
boss.
not filled due to a lack of effort. However, I think that reorganization has put a
Good work if you can get it.
On that.
You know what? I didn't check to see if there was a budget, a salary budgeted for the chief
and this administration and this council.
Interesting.
They have all been
No, that they wouldn't. That's too aggressive.
to make sure is equitable.
That's exactly why we should check.
Desirable. But, you know, there's many
This is the one
lengths
place
we
that
have to
would.
take to become the
Imagine
model
it's just
that we
like in the
want
salaries,
to
it's just
be.
chief diversity officer,
Um,
$250,000 blank.
You know, with regards to
It's somehow going to Ed Augustus.
our economic development work, you know, we have a department, I think, that intersects.
I wonder if
all
Batista
of our
still collects
departments
rent.
intersects, and what we're looking to see as we move forward.
Just check the
is
registry.
Technology that makes that easier, because when
Oh,
they're
wait.
able to easier to intersect and communicate, then folks that are doing business with the city, and when we're doing business for the city, and the residents and the people that come through here are able to navigate most effectively,
Oh my
Mr.
God, this
Chairman.
is so sick.
Again,
Okay,
I just
so,
want to close with
Joe Carlson's
some of the
development
concerns and things I look forward to. We
Check
have a
out this
Department
website.
of Justice
It has one page,
inquiry going on.
no
I'm not sure
links,
where that'll land. I'm not sure if it will land.
and
But
there's just
whatever
a
comes out with that, I have
button to
confidence that
donate
they'll bring that
with
immediately to
PayPal.
the department, to the city council, work mode. To the city council, I don't want to wait. Similar to an equity audit, we're waiting months to actually for it to come to council. It'll come to council right away. And so that we can have that discussion. And, you know, it's the gap that we have without having a diversity, equity, or inclusion officer and staff is significant. One of the concerns that I did have regarding the budgeting piece that I asked in various budgeting sessions to the department is how much money is allotted to realize, enact, or achieve the numerous recommendations so that we can become a model employer. And I think we fell short there. I think that your staff, your administration, you have the respect of those folks. But I do think that your
Did Candy ever vote on anything
your
having to do with the
strengths
credit
as a people
departments?
person, a Worcester person, is significant. Your credentials
Great question.
are
Yeah, that's a
I
great.
love just doing investigating.
but there is a list
cares,
of
you know?
improvements that we can do better on. And I pledge to continue to ask you to do that on the council floor, in our private meetings. And I'm sure you'll push me to do better
I
myself.
feel like I'm in the shittiest
in your way, Mr. Chairman.
like parody version
you
of
know,
the octopus.
Again, my overall assessment
Race.
is that there's area for growth. You know, I think this is our second evaluation of you.
The least consequential conspiracy of all time.
You know, and it's very interesting because there's times where, you know, with regards to what folks call progressive issues, I felt you haven't gone far enough. Sometimes I think that perhaps I'm in a different place with some of the other things. But I think that your commitment to Worcester is real. I think your commitment is genuine. And I'm looking forward to having a business relationship where we get the best for Worcester, Mr. Chairman. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
I don't want to take up too much time because I know the cabinet and my staff has been here since 5 o'clock, and many of you are probably hungry, thirsty, and probably want to leave right after this. And you guys can leave that. But I want to thank the council again for the confidence that you've had in me to lead the city and work with you and be partners to achieve the impossible, because doing this work is extremely hard for all of us, right? And so I want to thank all of you for that. And thank you for your words today, not only for the positive, but also for the critique. That's part of the evaluation process. We get to understand, we get to learn, and then the staff gets to hear it too, just so that they understand and they know, okay, where do I need to tweak? How do we come back to the table, and how do we improve? And that's what makes us better as individuals, but also as people who lead and work in this city. Because serving the public and being a public servant is about people. It's not about, we can get caught up in the red tape, in the bureaucracies, in the business practices, but at the end of the day, it's about serving people. And so if we continue to work on making sure that our people are at the center of our discussions, and people are at the center of our compassion, our love, our empathy, then we're going to achieve a lot of great things together and as leadership here in this municipality. But I can't go on without thanking the cabinet. We actually have 16 cabinet members, 16 departments, and a whole bunch of divisions. Many of them are here. According to Councilor King, there's 50 of you. I'll go crazy if there was 50 cabinet members. But many of you are here. And yes, I am the city manager. We have over 2,000 employees, and all those employees make decisions every single day. But at the end of the day, I'm responsible for all of them, even though I didn't make them. But that's why it's so important to have people like the cabinet members and my staff who is up there, sitting up there. They're the ones who make it happen. Because I am either meeting with you, meeting with the residents, going to an event, speaking at an event, trying to go here, trying to go there. And they're the ones who are doing the work. So again, on my behalf, I want to thank all of you for your work, your contributions, for everything that you do, because you're the ones who make the boat move. You're the one who make the engines move. I'm just a reflection of what you do. So I thank all of you, literally all of you, I can't start mentioning one of you, because then I'm going to miss somebody, and then I'm going to be in trouble because I miss somebody. So I want to thank all the cabinet and the staff and all the staff. But I also want to specifically thank my staff, Hung and Amy and America and Crystal and David and Matt and Sarah and Tom and Kiernan, and also Manny. Manny had to go home. He has a wife and he's expecting, so he has to go home. Family, man, it's important. But I want to thank all of them, because they're the ones who day in and day out are spending a lot of time not only working with the council, working with the public, trying to communicate as best as possible. And yes, we build a communication team. It's not the city manager's communication team. It's the city government's communication team. It's just centralized in the city manager's office. And it's important to know it's not just my team, it's the entire department's teams, and they work with them day in and day out to put out information. But I want to thank all of them, because their commitment to the day-to-day of the city manager's office is important. And many of them are new. Many of them are new into their roles in terms of the position that they're taking in the department. So I'm just grateful to be in this position, grateful for all of you, grateful for the work that you're all doing. But then I also want to thank the residents and the public of Worcester. We do not change, and we do not become better, and we don't do better without them. They're the ones who are holding you accountable, and then you hold me accountable, and they're holding me accountable, to include even family. Whether it's Thanksgiving or holidays, and I'm having dinner or conversations, and they're at a birthday party, and they're like, "Why didn't you do this tree?" And they're coming at me too. So I'm getting it from all angles, even family. Sometimes I have
repayment of loans from Worcester Housing Authority.
and when I go to a party, I'm not going to talk about work, because it's part of the work, right? You're serving the public, and that just doesn't end. You're always serving the public. So I want to thank the residents and their work, because not only they volunteer to the boards and commissions, but they're going to neighborhood meetings. They contribute.
Everyone read.
For
some reason,
services, etc.
Building Futures Inc. has agendas on the city website. You just search for them.
Whether it's the radio, whether it's newspapers, whether it's
and the last item on this one is a $1 million bridge loan.
And we're doing everything we can to work with all of them and all of you to achieve what we need to achieve as a city and as a body, because running a municipality is a lot of work, but it can't be done without the people. So again, I just want to thank the people and all of you for that work, and thanks to the council for your confidence in me. And yes, we got more work to do, and we're going to battle a little bit more, but that's part of the gig, and that's part of what we do. And I appreciate all of you for that. Thank you.
Oh, Jesus. Never mind.
Oh, round of applause. That's fun.
New shot.
Okay, well, thank you for sticking out tonight, and appreciate it, Mr. Manager, and we'll go back into the agenda.
Gio, in my opinion, he can in practice, if not in like
traffic and parking,
statute.
9A to 9F, motion is to advertise the proposed ordinance.
Because they don't ever call him on it.
Was that?
Sorry, Brian.
No, that was the staff. We don't.
A through F.
Yeah, he doesn't pay us
Advertise
yet.
proposed ordinances for traffic and parking.
Thank you.
Do we do
Not yet.
8K? I don't.
Why am I missing? Let's finish this. I'll go.
A through F?
I don't remember.
I think we missed that.
Okay,
Don't
let's finish
remember.
traffic and parking. I'll go back to that. Those roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council GI? Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? Mayor Petty?
Yes. We have Tonya Gatson request to remove the wall at the end of English Street. We'll send that to city manager. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. We have table under privilege. First item is installation of a crosswalk at or near 1122 Pleasant Street. Councilor Bergman, you can follow that since the traffic and parking. Traffic and parking. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We have petition Gordon Davis requests the council remove of the table from its table a petition submitted by Gordon Davis on May 14, 2024, City Council meeting, relative to requesting the Standing Committee on Public Safety investigate the issue of systemic racism and public safety with public hearing included.
No way. We need to talk
Get
about
that
this.
message so we can file that. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Hearing child communication for a conduit location at Massasoit at 500 Grafton Street. We all set with that, or do we, why was that? I don't even know where that was.
Joe, are you all right?
Yeah, we
We do the
need to open
25th
hearing on
Amendment
that.
for
All
Joe
those in
Petty.
favor, also ordered. And anybody oppose that?
Did we advertise it as a hearing?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, okay.
We should have.
Yep.
Was that? Yeah, we did. Yep. So motion is to anybody opposed. Motion to close the hearing. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Motion is to approve. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We are on next granting permission to child communication from control locate. Oh, I'm sorry. We had two of these. This is a 500 Grafton Street also. Motion is to open the hearing. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Motion is nobody is against it. Motion is to approve. Motion is to close the hearing. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Motion is approved. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. Oh, these are the, yeah, I missed that out. Okay. We did D and E. We did F. Next one is order of Mayor Petty Morris Bergman, in accordance with Section 2 of the City Council, Eric Batista's employment agreement. The Council of the City of Worcester does hereby consider the negotiated subsequent employment agreement beyond the December 31st, 2024. We needed to do that prior to end of June, so send that to MO. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next is in the later recent.
Does that mean Eric only has a contract for the rest of the week?
It'd be funny if they fired him.
We weren't lying about all the nice things we said, but sorry.
We can file that at this point.
File it.
Yeah.
File at this point. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next is communication, transmitting information communication of the status of the chronically homeless and unsheltered. That was a communication of the city manager. You can send that to, what's that?
Public health, maybe?
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Communication to the manager, sharing information computer of the 5-year homeless strategic plan.
No one's going to talk about either of these, huh? That's awesome.
Public health. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Communication to the manager, sharing information communication relative to the policies for 110 inspections. Send that to ED.
Go late on that one, Joe.
Favor, opposed, so ordered. Mayor Petty, that the City Council, City of Worcester, is hereby amend its meeting schedules to reschedule the joint council and manager agenda on August 20th, which I'd like to change that to August 27th. Now take place on August 27th. Further, that the City Council does hereby amend its meeting schedule to schedule a joint meeting, city manager agenda on Tuesday, September 10th, 2024. We're going to make a shift in the 24th state primary election schedule.
I feel it in the air that they're wrapping up.
So the meeting would.
What a waste of time tonight, huh?
September 10th, because of the.
A waste of time every night. Let's be honest, guys.
Change the meeting from August.
Time to stop
15th
lying
August
to ourselves.
This is truly a waste of time.
What is the August?
Everyone.
August right now is scheduled for the.
But we do it
13th.
out of love.
That'll take place on the 13th.
For the game.
Right, have that right.
It's
We
the
scheduled certain
13th,
meetings
and
on
you'd want to change it to the 27th.
I'm sorry, it's scheduled for the 20th. I had suggested the 13th, but people can't make the 13th.
Yeah, I can't make that.
Yeah, so I'm going to change
I
it
love
now.
like just physically feeling my willingness to care, like getting beaten
Does
out of
anybody
me.
yeah. 20th people want?
I would just, wait a minute. hold on.
Yeah, pick your schedule. So.
Doggo's sleeping. I'm sorry. I'm not a. Brian, you're up.
What is it now, Mr. Chairman?
It's on August 20th. Is this current meeting? Change it to August 27th if it meets your.
That's fine.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
And if things don't work out, we come back to the 16th meeting, we can look at it again. But okay.
And we're at
Yeah, that's
one.
what I just said. Yeah, we can change it in July if we have to. Okay. All set?
When is the July meeting, Mr. Chairman?
July is the, it's like the 13th or the 12th, is it? What's the July meeting?
Bill, did I hear that right? That they only have one
Oh,
meeting in
just-
August?
That's nice to hear.
Is that a Tuesday?
I mean,
It's
it
the
is,
16th.
but it's also,
Yep.
well, nothing important ever happens in August.
So all those in favor?
One meeting in
Opposed,
August?
reported.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, next one is request city clerk provide council with a report at the next meeting detailing all traffic ordinances ordered by the council over the last 6 years, as well as the items currently awaiting ordinances to be written by Department of Transportation and Mobility. Councilmember Carlson, you can adopt that. Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Camber, here you go.
This is a rather odd situation that the city right now is facing, is that when we've put street changes for signs forward, what's happening is we adopt it at city council. I'm sorry, it comes to council, goes to traffic and parking. Traffic and parking adopts it. It's supposed to go to the clerk's office, waiting for, used to be DPW to do the ordinance. Now it's transportation and mobility. But we're finding that there's several signs that are out there that we're hearing from transportation and mobility that there was never an ordinance that was done. And I just don't want.
Thank you for understanding,
to have
Camber.
to redo all these signs that are in all these neighborhoods, that whether it's resident parking or no parking from here to the corner, or no parking 3 to 5, or whatever that is. I think we need to know what is happening, but just for the administration to know that I also handed Mr. Raleigh a list tonight of all of the ones that have.
Gio, I have a
passed through
basement full of them.
that ordinances
I just
have not
need to put
been
up
done.
shelves.
And I know that doesn't sound like a big deal, but what's happening is when somebody is parking in front of somebody's driveway, or there's people parking on the street, it has come back that we can't enforce that because there's not an ordinance. So as crazy as this sounds, it's just, let's take a look at this and see what we have. Thank you.
So that's the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Order of Council High GI, request the manager to provide the council with a summary of efforts that went into responding to residents' vote. Oh, do you want to speak on that? I'm sorry, go ahead. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman.
Very
I
good
don't
call. I'll
wanna
just do that.
Drag the meeting out further than we have to, but I want to be specifically clear, because we need a report from this administration that specifically outlines. I'll wait for you, Mr. Chairman, because it's important that the manager hears this. I think that it's important that we get a report from this administration that says what this process is. Because I had the same situation happen on Vernon Street, where there were no parking signs for snow-related things. Mr. Raleigh was nice enough to draft an ordinance that would have been needed to keep the signs up. We put that on the agenda. The committee had some pushback. The traffic committee had some pushback from residents. And Council O'Hare is going to meet with some residents, and they might come up with a different plan and all that kind of stuff. But it's important that we know what the policy is. Is there have to be an ordinance or not? And Mr. Chairman, and I don't want to bring up a whole other ball of wax here in a late hour, but this goes across the board. What needs ordinances and what doesn't need ordinances? What decisions are being made by DPW or traffic and mobility department? And what we need a report that specifically outlines all this. And it's got to be crystal clear, because right now, I don't know what the answer is, because I'm being told one thing on one occasion, and on another occasion, I'm being told other things. So, thank you.
Thank you. So send that to the manager. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. Council Hygiene, I request the manager of the council with a summary of all efforts that went into responding to the residents of the Washington Heights apartment complex displaced by the June 3rd fire, including all parties involved in the response, any gaps, resources that have been identified in the city response to all fires that have taken place in the last 24 months, number of significant fires that have resulted in fatalities, and the number of residents displaced as a result of those fires in the last 24 months. Council Hygiene?
As you read, can we send it to the city manager?
Can I sign on to that, Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
please?
Send the manager as amended. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the manager request the chief development officer create an online restaurant and dining directory map that lists restaurants in all 5
Here we
city
go.
council districts.
Here we go.
Directory should include filters based on restaurant location.
Call it something catchy so she remembers it, like Yelp or I don't know.
Mr. Chairman.
Council
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not gonna
King
oppose this
speaking
item,
first.
but what I will say is that we as a city have decided to give $500,000 to Discovered Massachusetts for marketing. The very least those folks could do.
This is okay. King speaking before Candy here necessitates this being a 1 hour argument.
Outputs.
Yeah.
Yep.
That they should do this work.
Ah, man.
in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Oh, thank God.
Provide council with an update concerning the status of
She's tired.
proposals relative to the street repaving projects selected by the district councils 25 and 26 fiscal years. So report should include a timeline for construction and said repaving projects. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Again,
Bill, can you
this
parse this
came
sentence?
up because of the fact that normally
What if we
it's
give you 15 minutes
chosen by the
to
district
Google it?
counselors, and
Right,
they're
start the timer.
chosen
All right.
early on.
9:14. You
in
have until
February and
9:29.
March. There obviously was an issue this year because
Chocolate chip cookie dough.
this got moved from DPW
Tillamook.
to
The Tillamook
transportation
brand.
and mobility. The issue
They're-
then
it's pretty good.
became
I really like their ice
that
cream.
they didn't send it out to bid.
Where do you find that, Brian?
Get it at Market 32 and Market Basket. It is extra creamy.
So
That is
now
very true.
those bids, the RFPs
They have
just
they
went
have a
out,
cherry flavor that's really good.
and my understanding is by the time those come back, that's not going to be until the end of August, the middle of
Miss
September.
blueberry ice cream.
So the
Don't rub it in, dude.
question that now becomes for those of us who, I believe, the question is for the district council.
How many times a week do you think you have to say that, Brendan?
We're supposed to come out of
It's
last
died down a
year's
lot,
money,
which is
but
both nice, but
they're
also
moved into
whatever.
next year's money. So how does
Kendrick
how
Lamar
does
does
that
Drake's
work?
dance
So I
while
think
doing the
what
Drake
we
song.
need to do is
At
have
some
a
show.
conversation
Nicely
with
done. Only
the
1 minute.
administration.
Didn't need my
Certainly
15.
Have a conversation with
Didn't need my 15 on
transportation
that.
mobility, because
I thought I was
now
gonna.
put the contractors in a position that they have no
Was
work
truly-
that is bid for
Great
Truly
use
not
of-
English to me
for
at
street
first.
repaving or sidewalks repaving for the city of Worcester, and they won't get any of that until potentially the middle of
I yield back the balance of my
and,
time.
We've never, let's just say this
Yeah,
is
Fred's
that
still there.
from conversations with the contractors, this has never happened.
Anyone paying attention to
before
Candy?
in the history of
course not.
the city of Worcester doing business with the RFPs going out. So it's a concern on two ends. One is, what does that do to us time-wise? Because are we going to be able to resurface all the streets that we've chosen, given the fact that the bids won't be awarded until the middle of October, number one. Number two is.
Roman just sent
the question
himself
that I
back
have
downstairs
is, what
and then
does
got
that
mad
do
that he did it, so he
for
started
the
barking.
Monies for the streets that were technically picked in this year's budget.
Okay, we'll send that to the manager.
That'd be great.
Okay, those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request manager by council with an update concerning the.
Yeah, we've all been there.
By the city.
All been there.
All senior residents are made aware of the senior work off.
I really like American Dream too.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if we possibly.
Guess
could
how much
get
Joe
some
Carlson's
of the
development
city, I know
nonprofit
this program is.
has for an
supposed to
endowment?
start July 1.
Oh,
If you
35
could
million.
let us know
Oh,
through
you were about to say 14. You would have been right.
Chairman to the manager,
I heard it coming out of your mouth.
Yeah,
You were
yeah.
about to say 14.
I was like, that's too low, but that's still an insanely high number. I just thought it was going to be ghastly.
July 1st was what was sent to us. So I don't know if you have any information to give, or I'm certainly happy to wait for you to come back with something.
Through the chair to the council. Yeah, no, it's a good information. This is a good program. We're excited about it. July 1 will begin the marketing and outreach. So we'll be coming to council for the July meeting with some information on that. So that then we can have we'll start interviewing people, evaluating them, and then getting them on board. So our hope is that we can have the first group of seniors start working in municipal governments sometime in September.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. So send that to the mayor. You want to
The
send that to
the Hoodsie Cups have gone downhill drastically.
You have to include everybody to sign on. All those in favor, opposed, so one. Sent to the manager as amended. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. I missed.
Oh, Gio, Jessica and I are going to Forbidden Door this weekend.
Manager also. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Council Bergman, Council Haji, I request the manager immediately communicate with Eversource to request the work being done at the Rotary intersection of Webster Street and Hope Ave be resulting detours be done in a manner that minimizes
Hell yeah, no
variances for the business operating nearby. And I think the manager get that message last meeting. Are we all set with that? Send that to the manager. IJI.
No matter, are you excited for the
ordered.
the Borderlands movie?
Okay,
Mr.
Council.
Chairman, under suspension yet or no?
What's that?
Are we under suspension?
Yeah, Council Berg has hand up first. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rarely get up, but I'll make it quick.
I hate it
Two
when he says that.
things. One of which is as I pass by and I see the Darty High School building coming down, I had several people.
Mo admits
reach
that he
out to
rarely
me and
gets
ask
up.
What's going to happen to the DMHS letters on it? They thought it would be appropriate to either go to the historical museum.
Oh, I love some sicko booking.
They were
It looks
told by
the trailer is strange to me. I'm not ready to discount it completely, but the trailer looks like a fake trailer from inside of a
Find out
movie.
about that. It's a good question because some of the stuff is being actually auctioned off.
Well,
So
maybe
let me find
those
out.
letters would be great. The second thing, it's a pet peeve, and I apologize because I don't mean to make it personal to anybody, but every time we have our meeting lately, somebody's vacuuming, right?
Camber, we met in
There's
college
plenty of time to vacuum the building, and it's difficult to hear. So I'm wondering if we could just communicate
Decades
with the
ago.
folks that are doing that. Maybe they could either vacuum before or after the meeting. It's harder on this side. Maybe it's not as hard on the other side, but I apologize. I know they're only doing their job, but it's probably not easy for the public to hear.
So send it for the managers, both of those items. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Council King.
What a great annoying
Mr.
message from Mo.
Chairman, as some folks in the cultures say, the streets are talking, Mr. Chairman, and
Can you vacuum quieter?
There was a recent meeting here at City Hall that involved a community leader and a group where things got a little bit untenable in that
What's this about?
perhaps the mayor himself had to place himself between a community member and an appointed official of the city council, Mr. Chairman. I know that that particular individual, and has been
what
about this, and there was a number of folks at that meeting, and it's out there.
Is
that
this about
particular
is this
person has a
about him and
pattern,
Lester?
Of
I don't know.
having community and impersonal harm at
No,
the
not worth
forefront
it.
of their engagements.
Absolutely
Mr.
not worth
Chairman,
it.
While presenting as a purveyor of community upliftment. My motion, Mr. Chairman, is to advise
No,
the council.
fuck no, do it.
there are
Time him out again. That wasn't 600 minutes.
Who's he talking about, Jack?
That occur
Charles.
with regards to
What event?
such individuals and such situations. What parameters are put in place on behalf of our appointed officials, and subsequently whether or not that should be
What event was someone swung upon?
council as they move forward.
Jack, if
And
you
the
tell
mayor?
us exactly what happened, then you can
Perhaps
stay.
engaging with said
The
individual.
mayor broke up a fight? I
Thank you,
don't.
Mr. Chairman.
I don't.
He's
Well,
he's a big fucker. I gotta say.
that is true. He is a big fucker.
Yeah.
Send it to MO and take a look at that.
A fight with Lester and who?
Post so ordered. Okay, with that, I just asked for the next meeting, you're not allowed to put anything on the banisters of this historic building. It's in the rules of the council. So I asked for that next meeting, nothing be attached to anything on the council room. So the motion to that, we're going to motion to
Take that, David.
favor opposed so ordered.
David hangs his GoPro off the banister off the second floor so he can record all the meetings himself.
Oh, I actually agree. You shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has this like weird claw grip thing that he just
Fuck that
hooks it
shit.
onto the railing.
No.
I mean, we have like cable services is there. Yeah, it's like,
You get a tripod.
yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
What a night.
What a night. Remarkably little happened, I gotta say. You tuned in, Bryan, for the real brain frying stuff. Like the rental registry, we had a little bit of substance, a little bit of something to talk about. Once we get to the city manager evaluation, really just nothing to go off there.
That's when I really wanted to dive in,
Yeah.
That's really where I shine is real like brain numbing stuff,
Right. Yeah. Right in the liminal space. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So can confirm. So with this registry of deeds vote, can confirm that 1, 2, 3, 4 of the people that voted to exempt certain landlords from having to participate are landlords themselves.
And they were all no votes or yes votes, right? To adopt.
They were all yes votes to exempt. Yes votes to exempt. Yeah. So they're, yeah. I mean, do with that what you will. I mean, I might actually file an ethics commission thing with just some like timestamps and
Even Roman hates that.
yeah.
Yeah, he's livid.
Oh yeah, that's possible, man, South Mom. Not that it's gonna change anything. It would just be funny to get a ruling from the state on that. Like, yeah, you can't actually do that. It wouldn't change the vote anyway because only 2 people voted the right way. It was a 9-2 vote.
2 people.
2 people.
What a disgusting group of people.
Yeah.
There's just no. I have a really hard time seeing the justification if you're not a right-wing shithead. If you claim to be a progressive,
yeah,
then I can't see what the justification is for voting that way.
Yeah.
No, that's just silly across the board. That whole thing was just silly. I mean, we tuned in for. Was that just you and I, Bill, when we did the previous meeting? I mean, but the same cast of landlords came in to critique the whole thing, and they were all, after they talked about how horrible the idea of a registry was, then they all started articulating very specific points that the city needs to be doing better on when it comes to registering properties. And like they basically outlined, bullet pointed the entire rental registry. These guys love the rental registry. They love everything about it. They just hate the name registry, and they've all been lied to by Newsmax that allowing a public health inspector into your house is somehow the same thing as the ATF coming to take your guns away.
It's really crazy how that is like a normal talking point of just like, well, no one should ever be allowed in your house ever.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I understand like when like that part when Christian says that, I get where that's coming from. Obviously. I understand what he's saying with that, where like you don't trust somebody, you know, somebody coming in your house. Totally get that. Completely. And I understand that if tenants feel that way, but that's still what you're doing is trying to save people's lives, and what you're doing is safety inspections, and you hope that you capture enough of them to to help people. And even if you don't get every tenant in every building, if you can get as many buildings as possible and just get tipped off about some of these things.
But the crazy part, Brian, is that like that part, that the thing that they're all hung up on, the invasion of privacy thing, that doesn't change. That's still state law. You have to have your property inspected every 5 years.
Right.
This was just going to be a process to make it somewhat easier for them to keep track of which properties they've inspected and prioritize them. It's
right. They're still getting, they're
so
getting inspected no matter what. Yeah.
I actually hope that that's, if I worked at inspectional services, that's what I would be doing, is like reaching out to the state for help and just be going hard in the paint. And I'd be ticking off 20, 30 inspections a day. You know, whatever the minimum time frame is for notice, and not to upset renters, but to make sure the renters know that like your landlords did this. Like we had a better way. We can't do it that better way now.
Right.
Yeah. Oh man, it's fucked. It's just like they've ruined it. Like it's not even worth doing it. Might as well just not do it.
Yeah, I'm actually really disgusted by that.
Christian was the worst, man. Christian really, that was so disappointing.
I absolutely think that's Guivo. I 100% think that.
I sent it to Bill earlier in our private chat. I had mentioned it last week. The most recent I could find was 2017. But Worcester Magazine used to do like an evergreen piece every year on the top 10 worst properties in the city.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but that is, I sent it to Bill so he could see the last one. I think 2017 was the last one that they did. It's fucking gross. And I mean, I know we all like have properties in our head that you drive by on a regular basis or are in your neighborhood or whatever. But when you start realizing just how many there are in the corners of the city that nobody goes to, like, because they're just on the outskirts. Like we were talking Route 20 tonight. I mean, there are entire neighborhoods along Route 20 that I'm sure most of us have never been through because they're just so isolated from the city and there's no reason to go there. That also means that like fire department, police, whoever, just a random guy from inspectional services isn't going to drive by and notice them either. And they just sit there rotting for all time.
Yeah.
Because of my job, I've been in some wild places, and the amount of just like beyond slumlords that are out there, like you can't even fathom like what people are forced to live in is so crazy. It's crazy. And to just let that slide is,
there was a weird form of elitism that came up tonight too with Christian did it, Mo did it, where they were really questioning the idea that owner occupied rentals would ever need to be inspected because it'd all be in such great shape. I mean, it's like, all I could think of when that was going on was when I worked as an EMT. It's like when you start realizing how many hoarders there are around you on a regular basis, that just like people living in abject squalor, but they're homeowners, they're paying their taxes. They're just, for whatever reason,
go no further than our two neighborhoods, Brendan. Like Burncoat and Tatnick are full of people that inherited their homes. They're never going to run out of enough money to lose those homes, no matter how little they take care of them.
Yeah.
And how many of those are owner-occupied rental properties?
Yeah.
That I lived in one of those. When I lived in Brighton, I lived in a house. It wasn't owner-occupied at the time. She had moved out a few years before, but they inherit like the original owner like took over the house, took over managing the house when her husband died and all their properties. They had like 10 properties in Brighton, in the surrounds. And, she took over managing it. She was about 94 when we signed our lease. She never took care of anything. The place was crazy. It was insane, but we were 23 years old and we didn't care.
It's fun then. Yeah.
Yeah. But her kids and her grandkids' daughter took over managing it when she was incapacitated or died. We still don't know what happened to her. And they never did a thing. And it was like, why? It was absolutely wild. Like we had the guys upstairs were running extension cords down to the basement, running off our meter, our like dryer meter, like plugins to get extra power up to their house. Like then the guy on the first floor got mad that they were doing it and tried to cut the extension cords with hedge trimmers, and we had to stop him because he didn't understand what electrocution is like.
And also didn't realize that his hedge clippers were electric hedge clippers, and he was just going to cut his own power off, and it'd be a mess. No, I get it, man.
But like that, and that's just, that's like, we're not. None of us were poor. None of us were even broke.
Yep.
And that's the conditions that we lived in. Mold in the house, like nothing ever taken care of, nothing working, holes in the walls, all sorts of crazy shit, and. We had the wherewithal, and there's so many people that don't have a choice to just be like, I'm out of here. And that's
right.
And the owners don't need to be absentee. They can still be showing up and knocking on the door, asking for their rent. It does not matter. There's still so many places that are just fucking crazy. And the idea that you'll just let those people go is objectionable to me.
The number of multifamilies that I've been through over the last 5 years that have been for sale that are selling for prices where you could never recover an investment into the property. So they're not being invested in. They're just jacking up rents to try and cover mortgage. It's insane because, like, again, if you spend enough time in enough basements and enough attics and you realize how much old electrical, how much old plumbing and whatnot is still kicking around this city. How much, even just little stuff that we don't think about that often anymore, but like lead paint, that, because the state system, if it doesn't have a notice attached to it, it doesn't exist. Well, I mean, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means that like not enough kids have chewed on the windowsills yet for it to be a problem worth noting.
Right.
But it's a whole city. Yeah. And it's just, we could talk about this all night. It's gross that this
and I
conversation
think
ends.
you guys talked before about the idea of a tenants union, and I mean that it'd be an uphill climb, obviously, but like I really do think that something like that, a rent strike of some kind, is a surefire way to get all this shit done. I mean, that's what I did at that apartment. I just did not pay rent, and
you do have to get there sometimes.
Yeah, and it didn't work out really. I mean, it did. I didn't pay rent for 18 months. And then they just never came back for all of it. and I just moved out eventually. But I think that there, it's just, it has to be like a widespread thing. And, you'd hope that the idea of doing that sounds like, would be amazing, but obviously no one can play chicken like Camber is right now, for the most part. So it is. Yeah.
That's the crazy part too, is like, if you were this body, you avoid a conversation about things like tenants unions and rent strikes by just doing normal shit. Like just a normal database of properties that's open to the public and open to the inspectional services division. Like, you take so many headaches off the table from the perspective of landlords. Just keep digging your heels in, and you guarantee that on a long enough timeline, those headaches become real.
Right. Camber, the issues that you're talking about, I know what you're saying with how it's risky and how precarious it is, but a lot of these sound like things that you actually could legitimately have like a rent dispute over, and that they couldn't evict you for. It might be worth talking to somebody about, because There are very strict and specific laws in Massachusetts about withholding rent. And the protections are there when there are legitimate reported issues. And I know you have the receipts. It's something to think about. I learned all that. My uncle worked for the Boston Housing Authority for 45 years, and he's the one that told me to stop paying rent. If you're documenting things and you're reporting things, then honestly, it's not the worst idea in the world to use your leverage, use the laws of this state for your gain. For
As
once,
weak as they are, yeah.
they're stronger than most other places.
Yeah.
Especially when you mention it that way too, that your property manager would be pissed. I mean, think of how pissed off for all you know, the owner of the building might not be realizing that property manager is getting paid to take care of just those things, or at least identify the difference between, whatever drywall that's just settling on a ceiling versus a foundation that's 150 years old settling in a way that might be causing structural issues. That's you're paying a property manager for that, and they're not identifying those things. The owner would be pissed off more than the property owner when the building collapses and insurance doesn't cover anything.
There are tenant coalitions in Massachusetts that are worth reaching out to. There's, legal services, also,
right.
it's worth a phone call. There are organizations that are willing to it's a pretty straightforward guideline, honestly, in a lot of ways. Like Maine South Mom said, you got to do it right. You have to show that you have the money. You have to document all the problems. You have to take the steps to do it. But the steps are out there. They're, I'm sorry, it's been, over 10 years since I went through this, so I don't honestly recall. And yeah, of course, yeah, come on over. You don't have to live in the basement. That's where all the action figures are. You can live in the guest room. But this is something that if people are, if this is a widespread issue that a lot of the people in our community are having, then I think it's worth us kind of doing a dive into.
Yeah.
And talking more about. So,
absolutely.
If you guys, send us a DM. We're not experts. We're just going off of personal experience and things that we know from other people. But
it'd be cool to have somebody from Legal Aid come on the show. Maybe,
yeah.
And talk about what renters can do. That's a good idea. Actually, I'm going to write that down.
You can't
that'd be a good interview actually, because
right.
You really don't know. I remember when I was following the Mill Street, not the Mill Street bike lane, Mill Street roof collapse.
Yeah.
Story. That's a good idea. That the landlord took all the tenants to housing court, and community legal aid was there, helping everybody untangle the mess. But they basically just live up there on the second floor of the courthouse because people are getting dragged into housing court all the time that have absolutely no fucking idea why or how to navigate it.
Yeah, and exactly. I think that so many people. You can see if anyone's on Facebook and follows even the mutual aid Worcester group, the amount of posts that are about, I just got an eviction notice, I have to leave in 72 hours or whatever, and it's there's more to it than that. There's so much more to it than that, and so many people just don't know what the laws are, what your rights are.
And that's to the landlord's benefit.
Right. It's purposeful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
even if you stop paying rent, you can make getting evicted. You could basically get a year free.
Essentially.
If you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you,
if you're encouraging people to do that,
you should. You're playing again. You're playing with your life as far as if you're ever going to be able to get another apartment again.
Yeah.
It makes it very difficult. But again, there are situations and there are ways that you can navigate it when there are legitimate issues. It's not a thing about like, oh, I just can't pay my rent. That's obviously an issue unto itself and something that should be, addressed within the laws of this state, but isn't. But what we're talking about is when there are problems with the apartment. When you're talking about like, you're saying you guys have mold in your house. Like I had mold in that apartment, and I was sick for 4 years. And I didn't think it was bad until I left the apartment, and then I had no idea how bad it was, and that shit'll kill you, first of all. But second of all, even if it doesn't, it's like it's contributing to health problems 100% if you have mold in your house. Like it is causing you problems. And if you have water damage, you have mold. It's it's tough. I completely understand it's tough, but again, like I think it's worth having a conversation with somebody about, because it's not, there are protections in place. When there are legitimate issues, then you're not basically guaranteeing yourself an eviction. So
that would be great to have somebody come on to speak from that side of things, but also open it up to comments, the commenters union as well too. It's a good group that I'm sure there are lots of questions there that could be fielded that would be helpful as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't tell you how bad that stuff can get. Sincerely, I know it's not helpful to just say like, oh, but like it's something you really gotta do everything you can to fight on, because it's bad news. And yeah, maybe we can go fund me a house for you. Maybe we'll raise money, and if we get you a down payment, then you'll reveal your true identity. I think that's a fair game to play, right? We can make this is what this community is about. We're gonna eventually start a new commune, I think,
at Bancroft Tower.
We're gonna take over the tower as a collective, and
Quality of Life team will show up. Short order. They'll say, hey, we can connect you to services, and we'll be like, we're not that addicted.
That's a bad idea if you want to get away from mold. There is a gigantic hole in that roof. Let's talk more about this soon. And obviously, if you guys have any, if you want to talk to somebody, you can DM us. Happy to do what we can, and talk through things. And we're gonna make this a thing to discuss going forward. We're going to try and track some people down to some experts, for sure.
Yeah, I can find an expert for sure.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out tonight. This was a long one, but a good one. For the show, the city council meeting sucked and was terrible.
It was awful.
But we appreciate you guys hanging out. We love to be here with the squad. Let's see, what do we got? Where are all my overlays here? Can't find. They're all out of order. I'll put this one up now while I'm looking for them. Just go around.
I don't think I have anything to promote. It's such a relief. I had a stretch there where I had a lot of shit to promote.
Just sign up for the Substack if you haven't already. Worcester Sucks and I Love It. BillShaner.substack.com. WorcesterSucks.email at Worcester_sucks. Follow that for all your updates. Follow us here at WCT3000 on Instagram. Get show updates and memes, and send us your pets. Send us your pet photos. We'll share them. We'll do that this week. So send them on over. Make sure that you're subscribed to this Twitch channel. I think so. My current job is going to end in 3 weeks. I think I'm full diving into Twitch. I think I'm going to get weird with it.
Just
So
don't start using the whisper feature, Brian.
no. I'm Professor Respect. I'll be the opposite. That fucking freak. So, but subscribe to our Twitch channel. Lets us do so many great things. And if you also want to support us, buy a t-shirt. They're good shirts. They're great shirts even. WCT3k.storenvy.com. Basically all the shirt money just goes back to Travis so that we can force him to make Photoshops anytime, or that's his retainer, is we can ask him to make dumb Photoshops 24/7 because of all the t-shirt proceeds. So continue doing that. Make sure that you get your Commenters Union shirt. They really are great. They're very good shirts. And I hate saying that with some random company that we buy from, but they are really good shirts. So do that. Yeah, I don't really have anything to promote either yet. In August, the beginning of August, we have an LA comedian, Ahmed Barucha, one of the funniest people, honestly, in the country. He's from the sketch group that Kevin, who we've had the other two members of to Worcester to do shows. Ahmed's fantastic. You've seen him on TV. He was in a Skittles commercial. He's very funny. So we got that coming up soon. We'll announce that shortly. And the Worcester Hot Dog Safari is coming up on August 20. What day is it? August. I think it's August 17th, actually. But I want to get that out there now. Yeah, August 17th. We got big plans for this one. We're getting close to our 15th year. So next year, we're going to do a quinceañera for the Hot Dog Safari. But this year, it's going to be a great time. We got a lot of great places. I think we're going to start announcing hot dog locations soon, which is really exciting because it's going to be one of our best ones yet. So very excited about that. Do we get a meeting next week?
Next week, I'm not sure.
We'll do something next week, obviously.
Yeah, we'll do something. Yeah, I'll be here.
We love you guys so much. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next Tuesday. Goodbye, everybody.
Have a good one.